Just as the elevator opened a gap for people to enter and exit, Wade rushed out with a pair of knives. The ex-team in the elevator, except for Chen Mo, Victor, and James, all stood on both sides of the elevator and hid in the dead corner of the shooting. Although the bullets could not directly hit them, the space in the elevator was narrow. If any bullets came in, they could still hit them after rebounding. However, although the attack on the 8 armed men in the opposite side was very fierce, because the attack distance was very close, their bullets were all concentrated on Wade, and they did not shoot around randomly, so all the bullets from the opposite side were blocked by Wade with a knife, and no bullets were shot into the elevator. Wade quickly waved his knives and rushed to the 8 armed men who were shooting at him in front of him. Soon he came to the front of the 2 armed men not far away. Before he could kill them, they were hit by the bullets rebounded from his 2 swords and fell back to the ground without any sound. However, when they were shot backward, the rifles in their hands were still shooting. As they fell backward, the muzzle of the guns was raised. A bullet just flew over Wade's knife net, hit the exposed concrete on the ceiling, and just bounced back into the elevator. Agent Zero's reaction speed allowed him to see the stray bullet accidentally shot in from the elevator entrance, but when he found it, the bullet was very close to him, and his body had no time to react. Seeing the bullet getting closer and closer to his head, Agent Zero's face changed greatly. He turned his head to one side with all his strength to avoid it, but he could not match the speed of the bullet at all. While Agent Zero was in despair, he could not help but scold Wade in his heart. He let the bullet in. It's hard for him to accept that a powerful mutant fighter who is proud of his shooting skills should die under a stray bullet. It's a kind of irony at all. Just when the bullet was less than 20 cm away from Agent Zero's right eye and was about to burst his eyes, a silver light suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his vision. Ding! With the sound of a near-clear metal collision, Agent Zero's pupils contracted sharply, and the anxiety of his eyes was finally adjusted to his eyes. Until then, he could see clearly that the silver object in front of his sight was a long sword. Obviously, the stray bullet that almost killed him just now was blocked by the long sword that suddenly appeared in time. While Agent Zero saw the long sword in front of him, it suddenly flashed past his eyes, drawing a dazzling silver light and disappearing into his vision. Agent Number quickly followed the direction where the silver light disappeared and saw the sword in Chen Mo's hand. Isn't this the sword of the king, that just cut off half the turret with a sword downstairs? But Agent Zero clearly remembered that the sword had always been in Victor's hands before. How could it have run into Chen Mo's hands in such a short time and blocked the bullet in front of him in time? However, one thing is certain, Chen just saved his life. Thinking of this, Agent Zero, who escaped from the dead, looked at Chen Mo gratefully and said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you, Commander." Holding the sword of the king, Chen Mo is standing at the elevator door. Hearing Agent Zero, he doesn't say anything. He just smiles at him. The sword of the king was in Victor's hands just now. If Chen Mo took it out of his hands first and then went to block the bullet for Agent Zero, it would be too late. Because one of them is on his left, the other is on his right, and the distance is a little far. When he got the sword from the left and then went to the right to intercept the bullet, Agent Zero's head would have exploded. After all, Chen Mo now the speed is only 8 times that of ordinary people. It's okay to block bullets, but it's not enough to take bullets as tortoise speed. The speed of the bullet is extremely fast. Although Chen Mo, who is facing the elevator door, found it earlier than Agent Zero, his reaction time is not much. In such a short time, he has to take a sword, move the sword to the other side of his body, and then accurately block the bullet. But don't forget that Chen Mo has a special spatial ability. When he found the flow ejection coming, he put his left hand out quickly and put it on the king's sword held by Vicket beside him. When he thought about it, he put the long sword into the space. At the next moment, the king's sword appears in Chen Mo's right hand, which has reached out to Agent Zero. It timely blocks the bullets flying towards Agent Zero's eyes. In fact, the space storage capacity is very powerful. In the case of Agent Zero, there is no threat to Chen Mo at all. even if a bullet that can cause a fatal threat suddenly appears beside Chen Mo, making him have no time to dodge. Chen Mo can summon the original Aiden alloy shield, steel battle suit, or the steel cage that he had prepared could close automatically in an instant to protect himself. Instead of the situation that Agent Zero could do nothing to watch the bullets approaching. After rescuing Agent Number Zero, Chen Mo did not relax his vigilance, but still looked forward to prevent the possible attack of stray bullets. After all, Wade's double blades can block a limited area, so it's easy for fish to shoot into the elevator from the side. Chen Mo, Victor, and James are not afraid. Fred is not afraid of bullet attack except for his eyes. But other people, no matter Agent Zero, Mirage, or Bradley, are likely to die in a stray bullet. Mirage and Bradley naturally saw what happened just now. Agent Number Zero, who was one of the strongest agents in the line with Wade, almost capsized in the gutter and was hit by a stray bullet. They were even more afraid. After Chen Mo saved Agent Number Zero, they no longer felt that the dead corners on both sides of the elevator were safe. Instead, they moved to Chen Mo in unison, although facing the elevator door, maybe facing the bullet attack. It is more conducive to Chen Mo's help at the critical moment. Obviously, Chen Mo is in their mind at this time, far more reliable than Wade's block in the blind corner of the elevator. But Wade is not so unreliable, just an accident. After using the rebound bullet to kill an armed man again, Wade is using the double blade moving knife curtain to block the attack of two gunmen in the front right, while in his left rear, a gunman is crouching behind the table, quietly raising his gun and aiming at him. While the gunman was planning to shoot and sneak, Wade saw the small action of the gunman behind him from the bright blade of the long sword waved in front of him. Wade immediately turned to the left rear, and the long knife in his hand followed the trend of turning. He split down from top to bottom, just in time to meet the bullets fired by the sneaking gunman. The bullets fired at Wade's head were split into two parts by Wade's long knife. While the two bullets were flying forward, they also moved to the two sides along the angle of both sides of the knife body. By the time they reached Wade's head, the two bullets had separated by more than 30 cm. They flew over Wade's cheeks from both sides and continued to fly behind him. They just hit him. Two armed men behind him knocked them to the ground. Seeing that the first attack was ineffective, the sneak attacker fired another shot, but Wade, who had been prepared for the attack, quickly stopped him, rebounded the bullet, and shot it into his own body. So far, only the last two of the 8 armed men stood at the desk of the middle-aged black people. They ran out of bullets in the previous full-scale shooting, stood just after changing the cartridge clips, and immediately launched a fierce shooting at Wade. Wade quickly turned back, waving a long sword lattice to block the bullets, and rushed towards the two people. The bullets from 2 automatic rifles splashed sparks on the screen of the knife, and the sound of jingle-dang metal impact was heard all the time. The middle-aged black man sitting behind the broad desk was afraid of the rebound bullets hitting himself, and hurriedly turned his body to one. He fell down and hid himself behind the desk. Wade dashed forward, blocking and leaping a few meters in front of them. Wade's speed is too fast. Without waiting for 2 armed men to raise the muzzle of their guns, Wade has come to the 2 men's face. At the same time, 2 long knives in his hand stab the 2 people below, straight into their chest, pierce their hearts directly, and kill them on the spot. After the elevator door was opened, the continuous fierce gunfire finally stopped. All the armed men in the room were killed by Wade very smoothly. There was no more accident like before. Wade pulled out the long knives from the 2 men, waved them to shake off the blood on them, and then put them back on his back. Wade looked back at the elevator entrance and was about to speak. He saw Chen Mo and Team X walk out of the elevator and towards him. He quickly swallowed the words that were about to exit. In front of Chen Mo's face, he would rather not nag. But to Wade's surprise, Agent Zero, who was behind Chen Mo, looked into his eyes, wondering why he was so cold that he was a little confused. Before, Wade was fighting with his back to the crowd. He didn't know that a stray bullet had just shot into the elevator, and he almost killed Agent Zero. The sharpshooter Agent Zero almost died under the stray bullet. No wonder Agent Zero looked at him like this. If Chen Mo had not shot in time and stopped the bullet that shot in front of him, he would have become a joke. I don't understand that Wade doesn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, they are old enemies. Wade doesn't care about himself and offends him there. How about your agent number 0, no matter how powerful he is? I have Boss as a backup. Agent 0 had no way to take Wade, and Wade is learning swordsmanship in gun fighting with Chen Mo recently. Although it is still a short time, he has obviously felt the progress. I believe it will not be long before he can completely surpass Agent 0 and defeat him. By then, Wade will be the #1 player in team, except Chen Mo. Thinking of this, Wade glanced at Agent 0 with disdain and stood behind Chen Mo with his head raised proudly. After the shooting stopped, the middle-aged black man behind the desk slowly straightened up from behind and looked across the table. As the leader of the slum, a small warlord secretly controls a diamond mine, the middle-aged black man has experienced many big scenes. So although all the people around him were killed at this time, he still did not panic. Looking at Chen Mo striding across the table, the middle-aged black man quietly reached under the table and extended to one side. A shotgun was fixed under the table. As long as he pulled the trigger, he could cover the area opposite the table and shoot. This is an insurance he keeps for himself. However, he was not facing ordinary people at this time. He thought that the small concealed movements did not escape the sight of Team X's hand had just been put on the handle of the gun, and a figure appeared at his side in an instant. It was also the illusion of the black man who moved to the side of the middle-aged black man with a rifle, pointed at him with the muzzle of the gun, and at the same time held out a hand to block his right hand reaching for the handle of the gun. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that, man," the Phantom warned, pointing a gun at the middle-aged black man. The middle-aged black man raised his hands honestly under the muzzle of the Phantom and saw that the last card was also found. He simply gave up the resistance completely, leaned back on the chair with the broken jar, and said generously towards the Chen who came to him, "Take away the diamond, it's all yours. I don't want your diamonds." Chen Mo looked at the middle-aged black man behind the table indifferently, grabbed a rock ornament on the table, and said to the middle-aged black man, "This is what I want." The middle-aged black man was surprised to hear that he thought these people were coming to rob his diamonds. Although the diamonds in this room are not very large, they are very many with a total value of hundreds of millions of dollars. Many people are salivating. That's why he arranged a heavy defense downstairs and even a tank. But he didn't expect that these powerful enemies came in all the way, not for his diamonds, but for a broken stone on his desk. "But it's not worth money, it's just a souvenir," said the middle-aged black man with great doubts. "Where did you find it? I want to know the source." Chen Mo asked coldly. "In a remote inland village, it's about 3 days away." After getting the exact location from the middle-aged black people, Chen Mo led the X-team back to the elevator again. Under the control of Bradley, he took the elevator back to the first floor, walked on the scattered bodies, and disappeared in the narrow streets of the slums. The middle-aged black man looked at the indicator light of the elevator all the way from the 12th floor to the first floor, and then he was completely relieved and sat down on the chair. Looking at the man who had fallen to the ground in front of him, the middle-aged black man was still scared, so dangerous. The strength of these people is really outrageous. Fortunately, they just want to get the source of that strange stone and have no hatred with him. So although they killed all his people, they didn't take a diamond from him, let alone lay hands on him. He had to be thankful. But look at the tray over the table again. There was the stone that had been taken away. It was this stone that attracted these intrepid guests. Thinking of this, the middle-aged black man couldn't help looking at several other strange stones with different shapes on the table for fear of attracting other enemies again. This time, he escaped with good luck, but lost some hands. Next time, he won't have such good luck. In this way, the middle-aged man could not help but change his face. He quickly picked up a few stones and went to the window. Without hesitation, he threw all the ornaments he usually loved. Looking at the stones disappearing outside the window of the building, The middle-aged black man finally took a long sigh of relief. At this moment, there will never be those inexplicable and powerful abnormal people running to ask him where a broken stone comes from. A small, closed and backward village 3 days inland from Lagos, Nigeria. Night had fallen and a bonfire was burning in a clearing in the middle of the village. It's not so much a village as a small tribe. The villagers live in simple thatched houses. The whole tribe has less than 100 people. In the movie, William Stryker led team to come here. In order to find out the source of the strange meteorite, he ordered to kill the villagers of the tribe. Other people chose to obey the orders of William Stryker, and only Wolverine chose to resist. Here he broke with them and left Team alone, while Saber-Toothed Tiger chose to stay in Team X and work for William Stryker. Their brotherhood broke up. Saber-Toothed Tiger once thought Wolverine had betrayed him. However, the situation is obviously quite different now. Victor and James have a very strong relationship. Without William Stryker's intervention, Chen-Mo does not intend to use the extreme way of killing to force questions and obtain the location of the meteorite. All the people in the village have already entered the deep sleep. Only the bonfire in the middle of the village is burning with the sound of crackling. Outside the village, where the light of the bonfire can't reach, Chen-Mo is hiding in the dark with the X-team to watch the tribe. "James, take a villager out," Chen-Mo whispered to James beside him. James sniffed the words and nodded softly. He leaned down and dived into the village quietly. In fact, Mirage is the best candidate, but his instant movement ability has many limitations. Not only the movement distance is not far enough, but also the short and medium distance blink, and the blink process cannot take people, so the individual combat is okay. Want to take other teammates to sneak in or transfer, or take the prisoners out of the enemy's array the ground is not possible at all. So Chen-Mo sent James. James also lived up to Chen-Mo's trust, and soon came out of the village carrying a black man of 40. In the movie, Wade, who has been a mercenary in Africa for many years and is familiar with their tribal language, asks questions. This time, Chen-Mo directly hands on them. It doesn't take much time to learn a language with his brain, so there's no problem communicating with the kidnapped villager. But when Chen-Mo saw the black face James had grabbed, he couldn't help turning his eyes. 100 people in the village. James picked one casually, which happened to be the tribal chief who would rather die than surrender in the movie. Originally, Chen-Mo was going to ask an ordinary villager. After all, their holy land can't only be known by the chief. Most of the villagers should know the location. In the movie, William Stryker forced the chief to order the massacre directly. In Chen-Mo's view, it's no different from an idiot, and no wonder Wolverine would directly choose to rebel. Although William Stryker finally found the Holy Land, he finally found it through a large number of carpet searches. It has to be said that William Stryker's command ability is poor to the extreme. He is only suitable to be a researcher, at most the leader of the research project, but not suitable to directly participate in the operation command. Although William Stryker is a major in the army, his real identity is actually a scientific researcher. Before the formation of Team X, he never participated in any combat, and he is an academic officer from the Scientific Research Department. In fact, if any officer who is good at interrogation comes, the result will be much better than William Stryker. At least in addition to the fearless chief, there are many other people who must know the location of the Holy Land. But now James happened to catch the tribal chief who would rather die than surrender. Although Chen-Mo knew that he was not easy to deal with, he planned to try first. If not, it would not be too late to try again. Chen-Mo immediately winked at James to wake up the Black Chief. Before, the Black Chief was knocked unconscious by James in his deep sleep. At this time, he woke up by James, but he didn't know what happened. He looked at a group of strangers in front of him with a blank face. Shouldn't he sleep in a thatched hut? Who are these big and tough guys in front of you? Chen-Mo didn't give him time to think carefully. He directly handed the meteorite in his hand to the Black Chief and asked in a cold voice, "Where did you find the stone?" The Black Chief had just seen all kinds of guns in the hands of the Phantom and others, and his pupils could not help but shrink. At this time, he just heard Chen-Mo's question. The Black Chief did not know that Chen Mo and others were not good at coming. To Chen Mo's cold eyes, the Black Chief only felt that the whole man was falling like an ice house. Under Chen Mo's cold eyes, the Black Chief felt that the whole man was falling into the ice cellar. He could not help shivering and quickly answered. It fell from the sky. When Chen Mo heard his face sink, he snapped. Where am I asking? The Black Chief, though terrified, did not say where the meteorite was. It's a holy place no outsiders can enter. His voice trembled with a trace of firmness, as if he would rather die than say where the Holy Land is. It's the same as in the movie. But Chen Mo didn't give up. Instead, he gazed deeply at the firm eyes in his hesitation. His voice was cold and slow. You can choose to tell me where it is, and then I will let you and your tribe go, or I will kill all the people of your whole tribe first, and then I will find it myself. Your holy land should be nearby. I can find it sooner or later, but it will take more time. Now tell me, do you choose to tell me or let me find it myself? Under Chen Mo's sharp eyes, the Black Chief's heart had a fierce struggle. Originally, he would rather die than say the location of their holy land, even if the other side threatened their entire tribe's life and death. But as Chen Mo said, their holy land is not far away from the tribe, and its characteristics are very obvious. As long as the other party searches carefully, it doesn't even take a few days to find it. Since the exposure of holy land has been unstoppable, it is meaningless for him to make unnecessary sacrifices for his people. In the end, the Black Chief bowed his head. I said. Under the guidance of the Black Chief, Team X left the village and made rapid progress towards the northwest in the dark. They didn't disturb other people in village, so no one except Black Chief knew that they had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. Team X's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even Bradley, who has the worst physical fitness, can clearly see the road under his feet at night with a faint star light. They were speechless all the way. Wade held back for a long time, but he couldn't hold on. He glanced at Chen Mo secretly and found that the expression on his face was normal. He seemed to be in a good mood, so he said cautiously to Chen Mo, "Boss, if that guy didn't say that, are you really going to kill them all?" Wade said, raising his right hand and doing a neck wipe. Chen Mo gave Wade a bad look and said, "You think the whole village is dead?" Wade was stared at by Chen Mo, but he could not help shrinking his neck. When he heard Chen Mo's answer, he still didn't understand Chen Mo's meaning, a question mark on the forehead. At this time, Victor, who was following Chen Mo, suddenly came to him. The ape arm stretched out and hooked on Wade's neck. Then he tightened it hard. Wade turned red and tried to resist, but he found that Victor's arm was like steel. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it. How powerful is this guy? But Wade could feel that Victor didn't kill him. He could breathe, but it wasn't so smooth. Just as Wade was shocked by the huge power gap between himself and Victor, Victor's triumphant voice sounded in his ear. "The boss means that even if the guy doesn't say it, we can catch other people to ask, and there will always be someone in the whole village to say it." When Wade heard this, he couldn't help but stop struggling, so it is. At first, he had some problems. He was worried that their commander would not be as ruthless as William Stryker. He did everything by any means. He would not hesitate to kill to achieve his goal. Now it seems that he was worried too much. Chen Mo's words before were just to scare the chieftain. Wade was relieved to think of it. William Stryker is ruthless. He doesn't think so because he never really recognized William Stryker in his heart. They just use each other. William Stryker values their strong strength and works for him, while they hope to get a legal identity through William Stryker, without hiding, to be able to appear in the sun as a legitimate identity of the military, and no longer be hunted and hunted. What kind of person William Stryker is has nothing to do with them. But Chen Mo is different. At the beginning, they also rejected Chen Mo after all. A new member who came from the air directly became their commander and oppressed them. However, Chen Mo proved himself with his own strength, conquered them, and was recognized by all members of Team X. Most importantly, Chen Mo is also a mutant. It's their compatriots. So for Chen Mo, Wade regards him not only as the leader, but also as his own kind. In particular, Chen Mo teaches his swordsmanship without any privacy. Although his time is short, he has greatly improved his teaching of mathematics. He is very grateful to Chen Mo, and he does not want the people he identifies with and respects to be the same as William Stryker's madman line, a vicious villain. Now, after Chen Mo's words and Victor's explanation, Wade's worries are finally completely put down. However, the thick arm tightly tied on his neck still made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to ask Chen Mo for help in front, but found that Chen Mo walked forward on his own, as if he didn't find any abnormality in the back, and his throat was locked, and he couldn't make a sound at all. Desperate, Wade slapped Victor's arm, which was bigger than his thigh, on his chest. "Victor, you bastard. He's taking the opportunity to get even. Isn't it just a few jokes on the plane? This eye-catching guy, White, has grown such a big man." Even if he was strangled and could not speak, Wade's inner world still refused to stop. Victor looked down at Wade's flushed face, and his proud grin revealed two sharp tiger teeth. "Let's make trouble on the plane. I got the chance." "Hey," he gave Wade a hard squeeze for a while. Looking at him in a mess, Victor felt a lot more comfortable. The rest of Team X are also happy to see Wade's throat locked by Victor. In fact, they want Victor to hold Wade's throat forever and not give him a chance to talk. The problem is that every time Wade talks about nothing but nutrition-free crap, it doesn't make sense except to make them feel headache. But Victor didn't always bully Wade like this. After all, we are still teammates. We should be harmonious. Victor walked around Wade's neck for a long time. After the feeling was gone, he released his arm with a bad smile and put Wade on the ground. Cough, 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 cough. "Victor, you." Wade covered his neck and coughed for a long time. Then he was relieved and stared angrily at Victor. Victor bent his arm at him with a bad smile. "Why do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Come on, don't be polite to me," said Victor, and he strode towards Wade with his arms outstretched as if he intended to take hold of his neck again. Wade felt the cold in his neck, and his feet moved quickly to one side, passing Victor's strong arms. "No need," Wade said. He stepped forward quickly and took 2 steps. He came to Chen Mo. Victor's smile slowed down his pace. Bradley and others can't help but smile a little bit of schadenfreude at Wade's shriveled appearance, but at the same time, they also have a new understanding of the strength of Victor. Wade's strength is the strongest among all of them. Although he is not as tall and strong as Fred, he still has more strength than him. But just now he was firmly locked in his neck by Victor with one arm. He couldn't get rid of it. Obviously, Victor's strength was far greater than that of Wade, which made him unable to struggle. It also shows that Victor is stronger than all of them. Agent Zero's gaze at Victor was heavy. It seems that all of them look down on Victor and James. Agent Zero can't help glancing at James, who is also smiling at Wade's face. The two men are very similar in appearance, body shape, and ability, and their relationship is also very close. Obviously, they are brothers, and it depends on how they are related. No one is more powerful. So Agent Zero speculates that the strength of the two men should be similar. That is to say, James's strength they can also be crushed. Think again that in this period of time, the two never beat them with their strength. Instead, they forbear to them many times, obviously for the sake of team harmony. But according to Agent Zero, their character is definitely not so important. Today, Victor's performance is what he really looks like. Obviously, their previous forbearance without bullying is definitely due to Chen Mo. Feeling Chen Mo's hard work, Agent Zero's mood can't help but be a little complicated. The three of them clearly have the strength to crush the whole X team, but Chen Mo never uses his strength to crush people. In addition to facing their provocation at the beginning, he shows his strength a little and teaches them a lesson, and he is very merciful and does not cause any harm to them. After that, Victor and James, who also had the strength to crush them, didn't conflict with them, just to protect their face and dignity, and not to attack their confidence and vigor. It can be seen that Chen Mo really treats them as his own team members, and does not want to completely subdue them by means of repression, which makes them fear, and then obey him. Including the previous fight, Chen Mo also gave him and Wade the opportunity to fully show their strength, without rushing to let Victor and James show their strength and intimidate them. Thinking of this, Agent Number can't help but have a deep sense of identity with Chen Mo. Chen Mo's good intentions are not really realized until now, which makes him more respect and admiration for Chen Mo. It's one thing to be strong. It's another thing to be true to them. Until now, Agent Zero really accepted Chen Mo, the airborne commander, as his team leader, rather than treating William Stryker as before. Just because of the situation, he was obedient to him. Not only Agent Zero, but also Fred, Mirage, and Bradley, who have the same brain as Wood, realize that Victor and James, who have never done much before, are not as powerful as they think as they are, but like Chen Mo, with the power to crush them. This made them all involuntarily fall into deep thought. The whole team suddenly calmed down. Everyone was still following Chen Mo and moving forward quickly, but everyone was not calm. As a powerful mutant, with Superman's physical quality, they will not be too stupid except for the guy whose muscles grow into their brain like Fred. They can think of everything Agent Zero can think of. So on the way, Chen can feel the eyes behind him become more friendly and warm, and gradually become similar to the eyes of Victor and James. Chen Mo felt the recognition and close eyes of several people behind him, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. X-Team all the way in the night. 10 minutes later, a line of 8 people stopped in front of a valley. It's only 3 kilometers away from the previous small village. It's a small circular valley. It's completely surrounded by steep, nearly 90-degree vertical mountains. Ordinary people can't climb it at all. Besides, the valley is very secluded. There is a one-person wide gap leading to the inside of the valley, and there is no other way to get in and out. From a distance, this is a steep circular hill. No one can imagine that there will be a valley in the middle of this circle, which is the saint in the minds of all the villagers in the village ground. Looking at the steep hill at the foot of the hill, Chen Mo didn't stop much, so he led the people behind him to follow the crevasse passage that the Black Chief said and go to the inside of the hill. According to the Black Chief, the length of the passage is about 20 meters, not long, but not regular. Many places are very narrow. It's good for the skinny people. They can pass if they turn sideways, but it's too narrow for people like Chen Mo, Victor, James, and Fred. But Chen Mo is not in trouble. Chen Mo walked a few meters into the crack of the mountain and found that the passage in front of him was narrowed a lot. With the figures of their big men, they couldn't pass through at all. So Chen Mo raised his hand and took out the sword of the king from the space. He took the first 2 steps between them and split towards the narrow place on both sides of the passage. The hard rock is easily cut down like tofu under the edge of King's sword, and the narrow passage becomes much wider in an instant. At least there is no problem for Victor and others to pass. While using King's sword to trim the narrow cracks and widen the channel, Chen Mo took the cut rocks directly into the space to avoid them blocking the channel. With him in front of the road, a few people behind followed him very smoothly through this channel, into the group of aboriginal mouth of the Holy Land. Out of the cave, the hidden valley hidden in the mountain finally showed in front of the X-Team. By the starlight, people can't help but look around at the valley, which is hard to find after many twists and turns. There seems to be no difference between here and other places outside, but the vegetation is more sparse, and almost no plant shadow can be seen. But soon, all eyes were attracted by a huge stone in the middle of the valley. This is a black stone that is more than 3 meters high and roughly round. Although the surface of the stone is irregular, it is relatively smooth. Under the starlight, it flickers a little silver luster, which seems to echo the starlight in the sky. As like as 2 peas, the stone is just like the rock they had got before. The large stones and small, irregular shapes are scattered around the surface of the stone. These stones are shining with silver shiny under the starlight. Obviously, these rocks are spalling off the huge stone as the meteorite in Chen's hand. Fragments from here. This giant rock is obviously not the original material on the Earth, but a giant meteorite that fell from the sky many years ago. This valley is likely to be hit by the impact of falling meteorites in the mountains. Later, I don't know how many years later, the natives who lived around just found the crack connecting the valley. When they got here, they finally found it, and it was regarded as Holy Land because of the huge and strange meteorite. Chen Mo stepped forward 2 steps, stood in front of the huge meteorite which was more than 1 person high, and looked carefully. This meteorite is very similar to the Zhenjin ore that Chen Mo saw in Wakanda when he was in the world of Iron Man, but there are some differences. However, Chen Mo suspects that they should contain the same material, and the reason why there are some differences in appearance should be the relationship between other components in the meteorite. After all, this is an unrefined meteorite, not the final Zhenjin. Different impurities in it will inevitably cause differences in the shape and characteristics of meteorites. However, the discovery of this Zhenjin meteorite also proved a guess in Chen Mo's mind. The world of Wolverine and Iron Man should be 2 parallel worlds. Although they are all brought by Zhenjin and meteorites from the sky, they are quite different. Iron Man. In the world, the gold vein of Wakanda is very huge, and its reserves are far from that of the large meteorites in the valley in front of it. There is no Wakanda in the world. The small village that regards this valley containing gold ore as a holy place is far from being compared with Wakanda, which has developed science and technology. They can't even make use of gold. They don't even have the most basic smelting technology. They just regard this strange ore as a holy thing containing special power. There should be no intersection between the 2 worlds. Because of the existence of Zhenjin, Chen Mo was worried about whether the 2 worlds would merge in the future, and whether the alliance of mutants and Avengers would come together. At present, it seems that this kind of possibility is not great. Chen Mo of Zhenjin meteorite has been found. So far, Chen Mo's task has been completed. After Bradley has sent the location here to the headquarters, Chen Mo will directly take team back. Apart from the villagers in the previous small village, no one else knows about the existence of the village. After Chen Mo's warning, I believe that the Black Chief will not let his people come to the Holy Land in a short period of time, so there is no problem with the safety of Zhenjin ore. Chen and his entourage soon returned to the U.S. base when they left in Bradley's plane. That night, Chen Mo took them to the last bar. This time, the atmosphere between the people was more harmonious than the last time. 8 people occupied a long table, one with a bottle of beer on the back of the comfortable listening to music. After the mission, the bar relaxed, which was a good choice. Team all agreed with Chen Mo's decision. The only one with a bit of depression was Fred because he didn't see his beloved lover, the gymnast, tattooed on his arm. Fred, isn't your gym girl here? Wade's mouth can't rest for a moment. Just after he sat down, he found that Fred was not in a high mood, even if he guessed the reason why Fred was in a low mood. Fred glanced at Wade, shook his head slowly, and said in a muffled voice, "She's on a journey and should have left long ago." Fred's tone was deeply reluctant to part with the girl. "Fred, have fun and cheer up. You look around. There are many beautiful girls here. Maybe there are weightlifters and wrestlers in them. I think they are more suitable for you." Fred really raised his head and looked around a lot, but when he heard Wade's last words, he shook his head hard. "No, they are too strong. I prefer slim ones." Fred finished, no chance for Wade to sit up straight, head a little higher than the average person to search around, obviously looking for the girl he wanted, and the gymnast he had been thinking about before seemed to have been left behind by him. James took a look at Fred's tattoo on his thick arm and shook his head. He seemed to have expected that Fred would be covered with all kinds of beautiful tattoos in the future. Left Kinglong, right white tiger, front Juk, back Xuanwu, plus a picture of birds facing the phoenix. With Fred's skin area, it should still be tattooed. Seeing Fred turn his attention away from him, Wade turns his head to find the goal of communication. Wade turned his head and looked for the goal of communication again, just in time to see James, who was shaking his head slightly. Wade's eyes brightened at once. "James, are you still airsick? Would you like to see a beautiful doctor for you? I think there must be a doctor among these girls. What do you think of the figure in the miniskirt? Her fingers are slim and long and very flexible. She is definitely a good knife user." James, who was bemoaning Fred's amorous, couldn't help turning his eyes when he heard Wade's words. He didn't want to talk to him at first, but considering that he could talk to himself for half a day, James still glanced at him and said impatiently, "No interest. I think the doctor is good and I'm a good match. We all use knives to communicate better," Wade said with a serious face. James rolled his eyes again and simply turned away from him. Wade, who was eager to communicate with others, once again turned his attention to seek the next target of spiritual destruction, but he just turned to Victor. Victor grinned at Wade, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth, which were ferocious. Wade's heart and hair were tightened by Victor's smile. He couldn't help but think of the state that he couldn't breathe when Victor was around his neck. He felt that his whole life was not good. His eyes crossed Victor's body in an instant, pretending that he didn't see him. Then he stood up directly and walked towards the girl who had seen the miniskirt before. "I'm going to dance, Fred. Do you want to join me?" Fred really stood up and walked with Wade to the dance floor in the middle of the bar. One of them is vigorous and looks sunny. The other is very big, which soon attracted the attention of many girls, including the girl in the miniskirt. But soon Wade came back alone, leaving Fred to dance awkwardly on the dance floor. James found Wade's expression was not natural, so he asked, "Wade, aren't you happy with your doctor?" Wade, shaking his head and shaking his hand, reached out and picked up the beer he had put down. "Don't mention that the girl is a piano player. She doesn't know anything about knives. What she uses most is a knife for cutting steak. There is no common language between us. Maybe you can think about the chef." James rarely disliked Wade's wordiness, and said to Fred in the same way he had recommended weightlifters to him before, "No, cooks have to be poisoned to kill people. Only doctors can kill people as long as they use knives like me." Wade shook his head at the words and said wistfully, "What's more, we can talk about where to cut a knife to kill people, where to cut a knife to make people miserable, but they can't die for a while." James looked at Wade's abnormal face and couldn't help imagining the scene that Wade described in his mind. The kind of female doctor, he said, should only fit the abnormal murderer in the horror movie. Thinking about it, James couldn't help turning his eyes. Chen Mo sat in the card seat with a smile on his face and watched Team X chatting and joking. The atmosphere was harmonious, and he was in a very good mood. After this mission, the relationship between Team X and all the people was much closer than before. Although they would still fight with each other, they never had the same status as before. Until then, Team X was really integrated and became a cohesive team. Of course, the core of the team is Chen Mo, the commander. When Chen Mo and his group of 8 returned to the secret headquarters of X Weapons Program by helicopter from the military base, the Zhenjin meteorite they found had been transported back to the headquarters together with all the meteorite fragments scattered in the valley. The first Special Combat Team of X Weapons Program was responsible for the collection and transportation of meteorites. Chen Mo led team to search for the Zhenjin meteorite. After Chen Mo found the meteorite and sent the site back to headquarters through Bradley, the rest of the work was completed by elite members of the 1st Special Operations Team and some base soldiers. But they don't have the treatment of Team X. They can go to the bar in the small town to have a drink after finishing the task, relax and relax. After thoroughly searching the whole valley and collecting all the meteorites, they will directly return and transport the meteorites back to the headquarters. William Stryker was very satisfied with Chen Mo's quick completion of the mission and the smooth return of all Zhenjin meteorites. He felt that his decision to reuse Chen Mo was brilliant. With these Zhenjin meteorites, his next plan can be officially started. While Chen Mo led team to Africa in search of Zhenjin, William Stryker was not idle. Before that, most of his energy was focused on the formation of Team X, and he did not put too much effort into the formation of the research team. Now that Team X has been established, and under the leadership of Chen Mo, team can carry out tasks alone, escort and provide strong support for the X Weapons Program. William Stryker has focused on the establishment of research team. In fact, William Stryker didn't do anything before. While looking for powerful mutants to form Team X, he also made some investigations on the experts in genetics, biology, and other fields he needed, and also had some preliminary candidates. Now that the time is right, the most important sword of the X Weapons Program has been forged, and the goal has been reaped. So it's time for the research team to be established. This time, Instead of recruiting Team X members in person, he directly handed a list to General Munson, who mobilized military forces to recruit from other scientific research departments or private laboratories. After all, these research experts are different from the mutants. They don't need to hide around, avoid hunting. With their own scientific research strength, their life in the major laboratories would have been very good. If only William Stryker came forward, it's difficult to persuade them to join the X-Weapons plan. Especially many of them are still the core personnel of the major laboratories, or even if they want to leave, these labs are impossible to let people go. General Munson's appearance is different. As one of the most influential men in the military, he can be said to directly represent the U.S. military. When he appears, the pressure from the laboratory can be directly ignored. The recruitment of an army chief and general is obviously more reliable than that of William Stryker, a small major. The same X-Weapons plan from the two populations gives a different feeling. Hearing about the X-Weapons program from General Munson, they felt that it was a top-secret military research program of the country. If it was Major William Stryker, they would only think it was the research and development program of a small research institute subordinate to a certain army. It would be difficult to impress them. In fact, William Stryker didn't expect General Munson to give him such an easy and complete answer at the beginning. He actually wanted to bargain with General Munson, and finally asked General Munson to recruit some of the most valued and most capable researchers. I didn't expect General Munson, after receiving his request, to approve it directly without hesitation and take over the recruitment of all researchers. William Stryker didn't think much about it. He just thought that General Munson attached great importance to his X-Weapons plan, but he didn't know that General Munson was a general of the army. Even if he attached importance to a plan, he just gave more support. It was not necessary to recruit all the personnel. For example, when Chen Mo and Victor and James were recruited, or several top scientists were recruited, even researchers were recruited. General Munson really attaches great importance to the X-Weapons program, but what he attaches great importance to is not William Stryker and his X-Weapons program, but Chen Mo, the real big man behind the scenes. In any case, with the help of General Munson, the formation of the research team was completed quickly and smoothly. According to the requirements of William Stryker, all the researchers listed on the list were summoned to the secret headquarters of X-Weapons program. The research team of mutants was formally established. It's the mutant research team, but the people in this team are not only studying the human body and ability, and some of them are specialized in the research and development of Edelman alloy. The Zhenjin meteorite has arrived. After the research team was in place, the research and development work of the Edelman alloy immediately started. However, the most important factor in the study of mutants is the research material, mutants. Although all the members of Team X are mutants, they are the root of William Stryker's X-Weapons program. They need to do a lot of things later, so it's impossible to study them. Therefore, after the formation of the research team, all members of Team X were immediately dispatched to carry out new tasks and arrest the mutants. It has to be said that William Stryker, as a mutant killer, has a far greater talent, or luck, in finding the trail of mutant people. Chen Mo couldn't find the shadow of a mutant before, but after Chen Mo led the X team to catch the mutant, William Stryker always found the trace of a new mutant soon after they finished the capture, which made Chen Mo and others have not much time to rest. They often return to the base with the mutant just caught, and then go back to Waiwei. Lion Stryker got a new job there. Fortunately, some of the mutants whose strength is weakened and whose threat is not great are all captured by the soldiers of the 1st Special Combat Team. Not every mutant needs team to come out in person, otherwise they may be really busy. These mutants arrested by Chen Mo and others have all kinds of identities. Among them are workers, farmers, company employees, gamblers, gang members, and fugitive criminals, but most of them are still children under age. Because, in addition to the larger number of young mutants, there is also an important reason that they do not know how to hide. Although mutants have appeared for a long time, like Victor and James, who had already awakened their ability to mutate more than 100 years ago. The number of mutants has always been very rare in the past 100 years, which is the reason why Chen Mo failed to find them several times. But in recent years, the number of mutants has suddenly ushered in a rapid growth. Many young people have awakened their ability of variety in various situations, and because they don't know how to control their ability or how to hide it, they will soon expose their ability. Then they will be stared at by William Stryker, and then Team X or Special Combat Team will come to the door. There are more and more mutants in the secret headquarters of X Weapons Program, and the research on mutants has officially started. These arrested mutants have all kinds of strange abilities. The ability to control fire, ice, water flow, flight, through the wall, speed, sound wave, vibration, change, etc. of mutants can be said to be strange. But not all mutants have strong combat power or useful ability. Many of them are wonderful. Even there are many useless chicken rib skills. For example, some people have a lot more skin than ordinary people, which looks like a sandog, but the extra skin has nothing special. It can neither be bulletproof nor used to attack. Apart from making people look like a sandog, it has no effect. If it's hard to say, it's better to dissipate heat. After all, it has a large area. This is not the most wonderful work. More sad than him is a birdman. This birdman is not an angel, but a real birdman. He has a head like a bird and wings with sparse feathers. He looks like a birdman. But the key point is that he can't even fly, not to mention any attack and defense ability. It can be said that he is absolutely useless firewood. After these mutants with different abilities were caught, they became the research objects of the research team and became a group of mice for experiments and research. However, unlike in the movie, General Munson devoted more energy and attention to the X-Weapons program due to the presence of Chen Mo. The whole team was no longer completely obedient to William Stryker as in the movie, and the X-Weapons program, secret base, was not completely controlled by him alone. For fear of being picked up by General Munson and the military, William Stryker did not dare to go too far, and his research on mutants was not as unbridled as in the movie. After all, there is military supervision over the X-Weapons program. Therefore, although all the arrested mutants have been locked up and lost their freedom, most of them only carry out some ability tests, physical examinations, laboratory tests, and other research, as well as some life-threatening experiments. Although sometimes it's painful, it's good on the whole, and there's no danger of life. Only those mutants who rely on their own powerful ability to do whatever they want and commit serious crimes will be used to carry out some more dangerous human experiments, even direct anatomical research. There are many murderous criminals among the arrested mutants. After all, most of them are still very powerful in their ability of variety. After having a strong ability, many people will not be willing to ordinary status quo, and then use their ability of variety to do some illegal crimes. Especially those mutants who have strong ability of attacking mutants are easy to lose themselves in the powerful power and go to the abyss of sin. Many powerful mutants have a lot of civilian blood in their hands. For these people, no matter Chen Mo or the researchers of the research team, there is no psychological burden in the research. These people themselves deserve to die and make the most of their research. Among the people arrested, there are many familiar figures of Chen Mo, such as Silver Fox. Her variant ability is to control other people's thoughts and actions through touching. Yinhu's sister is also a mutant. She was also caught in the secret base of X-Weapons program. She can turn her skin into an indestructible diamond in an instant, which is enough to withstand the bullet attack. In the movie, after Wolverine left Team X, William Stryker used Silver Fox's sister as a threat to send her to James to control and monitor him, but the two people actually had feelings in the process of getting along. But now because of Chen Mo's joining, many plots have changed. Wolverine hasn't left the team, and William Stryker doesn't have the need. So she is still locked up as a research object like other mutants. Chen Mo didn't deliberately rescue her. Anyway, these ordinary mutants don't have to worry about being dissected. There's no danger. Chen Mo left them in prison as research materials for the X-Weapons program. With sufficient experimental materials, the research team did not spend too long to complete the research and development of Edelman alloy, using those vibro gold meteorites to make a super alloy which is hard and indestructible. According to Chen Mo's observation, there is no difference between the Edelman alloy in Wolverine and Iron Man. They also remain liquid at high temperature. Once they are cooled and formed, they will become very hard. Even if they are reheated to 500,000 degrees, they will not melt again or change their shape. The performance of this alloy is extremely strong. It can withstand almost any attack without any damage. It is indestructible. The weapon made of alloy is also extremely sharp. It's just not as easy as Chen Mo's King's sword to cut gold and jade. However, Edelman is only one part of the X-Weapons program. The core and the most important variant of gene replication technology is still not much progress. The most important part of Edelman alloy is Zhenjin ore. As long as there is Zhenjin, the research and development of Edelman alloy is not particularly difficult, but the replication technology of variety capacity is different. This technology involves many fields such as biology, chemistry, heredity, gene, and so on. The research process is extremely complex, which is not to say that there are mutants that can be studied. The ability of one mutant can be transferred to another, or even the ability of several mutants can be integrated into one person. The significance of this technology is very huge. With him, we can integrate some powerful mutant capabilities to create a super fighter with comprehensive ability and incomparable combat power. This is also the purpose of the X-Weapons program. But what William Stryker wants to make is not a super mutant, a super fighter who can fight independently, but a super weapon who has no self-consciousness and completely obeys his orders. After the successful development of Edelman alloy, William Stryker did not put it into application. After all, this world is different from the world of Iron Man. Although there are also gold vibrating meteorites and Edelman alloy, the gold vibrating ore reserves of Wolverine are far lower than that of Iron Man. All the gold vibrating ores in the world are in the small valley where the meteorite was found. Apart from the huge meteorite with a diameter of about 3 meters, there are not many meteorite fragments scattered in the valley. The gold vibrating ore extracted from the meteorite is only a few tons of Alderman alloy that can finally be produced. This number seems to be a lot, but it really doesn't use much. Just to carry out a X-weapon transformation and inject high-temperature liquid Edelman alloy into the whole body's bones, it will consume more than 100 kg of Edelman alloy. Moreover, there are only so many such Zhenjin meteorites found, which is unique. When they are used a little less, William Stryker is reluctant to use them at all. In addition to the success of the first research on the Alderman alloy formula, in order to test it, he built 2 Alderman alloy long knives under Chen Mo's suggestion. William Stryker has not allowed the research team to use more a little meteorite. In order to prevent accidents, William Stryker did not refine all the ores to make high-temperature liquid Edelman alloy. If there is a problem with the power supply or heating equipment, the temperature will be reduced, and the alloy will solidify. All his previous efforts will be in vain. These solidified alloy can be used as a cement pier, but it is useless. Therefore, after the success of the research on Edelman alloy, all the gold vibrating ores were sealed, waiting for another important link of the X-Weapons program, and then re-enabled after the success of the variant capability replication technology. In the whole secret base of X-Weapons plan, only 2 pieces of Edelman alloy equipment fell into Wade's hands. After all, he is the only one who uses double blades in the whole base. In fact, William Stryker initially intended to use these 2 Edelman alloy long knives for Chen Mo. Don't forget that when Chen Mo first met with Team X, he used 2 knives to compete with Wade and completely crush him. In William Stryker's opinion, good steel should be used on the blade naturally. These 2 indestructible Edelman alloy long knives can be used in Chen Mo's hands play the best. However, Chen Mo took out the Vulcan gun from the space that has not been used so far. He said that a commander does not need to wield a sword to fight the enemy close. The power of 2 pistols and this Vulcan gun in his hands is not under the 2 indestructible alderman alloy long knives. Even if it is a strong defensive tank, it will be smashed into pieces under the continuous shooting of the 20 caliber Vulcan gun. Its attack power is no worse than that of the Edelman alloy long knife. In terms of the destructive power, the group battle killing ability, and the long distance and large area attack ability, it is also far above the Edelman alloy long knife. In addition, Chen Mo himself also has a more destructive, truly invincible sword of the king, but William Stryker does not know it. In the end, William Stryker gave up his original plan and gave the 2 precious alderman alloy long knives to Wade, who had been salivating for a long time. Wade was naturally excited after he got the long dao, but what he appreciated was not that he handed the alloy long dao to William Stryker, but Chen Mo. Because Chen Mo promised to build 2 invincible samurai swords for Lagos as early as he did. In fact, as Chen Mo said, under his influence, after the successful development of Edelman alloy, the test products are 2 long swords he used. So as early as the first time I saw these 2 long knives in the laboratory and cooperated with the performance test of Edelman alloy, Wade knew that these 2 long knives must be the 2 that Chen Mo promised him. The final result was exactly what he expected, so Wade knew exactly who was driving it. With the Aiden alloy saber, Wade's destructive power has increased dramatically. Although his 2 samurai sabers were very good weapons before, they were the limit of rifles and bullets. It was impossible to kill heavy armored targets like Victor used the king's sword before. However, if he is attacked by heavy machine gun, his double blades are barely able to resist. If he is not careful, he may be broken by powerful bullets. So although Wade used to be powerful, he could only deal with the individual targets with limited firepower and no defensive force. Once he was against the armored targets such as tanks, armored vehicles, or heavy firepower, he would have no choice. But now it's not the same. With the indestructible Aiden alloy long knife, there is no defense enough to stop him. Let alone tanks and armored vehicles, even warships, aircraft carriers, steel fortresses, Wade can crash all the way and break them into pieces with 2 long knives. Heavy machine gun bullets don't do any damage to Edelman, so Wade is no longer afraid of powerful bullets. In addition to Professor Chen Mo's improved version of gunfight swordsmanship, Wade's swordsmanship itself has also been greatly improved, and the efficiency of killing enemies has been improved a lot. Now, Agent Zero, who was equal to him, is no longer his opponent. In the past, Agent Zero could force Wade to resist continuously through rapid and accurate shooting, unable to catch up with him, and then keep a safe distance with Wade all the time, so that Wade could not get close to him, and naturally could not cause harm to him. However, Wade, who has made great progress in swordsmanship, can resist his attack more easily and chase him more quickly. Once he is close to Wade, he will fall into the downwind completely and is not Wade's opponent at all. Finally defeated the old opponent Agent Zero, Wade's mood is naturally very comfortable. Wade, who had been admiring Chen Mo for a long time, became Chen Mo's confidant after he got 2 alderman alloy broadswords. As long as Chen Mo gave orders, it was only a matter of seconds for him to chop William Stryker. Stimulated by Wade's increasing strength and his growing sense of identity with Chen Mo, the arrogant Agent Number completely put down his reserve and began to take the initiative to ask Chen Mo for advice on shooting skills. Agent Zero is a powerful shooter, and his shooting skills have reached the limits of ordinary people. And his physical quality, including his brain power, is far beyond the ordinary people, and he has the conditions to learn the gun fighting skills. Therefore, Chen Mo did not hide and directly taught the gun fighting skills to Agent Zero. After learning gun fighting, Agent Zero really felt the huge gap between himself and Chen Mo. Compared with the gun fighting technique taught by Chen Mo, the gun technique I am proud of is just like a child's thing, which is not worth mentioning at all. His original shooting skills and strength have not been improved for a long time. It seems that his proud shooting skills have fallen into a huge bottleneck, and he can't make any further progress. At this time, Chen Mo has opened a new door for him and led him to a new world. This skill, which Chen Mo called gun fighting, has been detached in the eyes of Agent Zero. The category of gunnery is an immeasurable and seemingly all-encompassing science of combat. Chen Mo's next in-depth teaching also verified his idea. It turns out that Chen Mo taught him the art of gun fighting only as part of it. There are not only gun skills in gun fighting, but also swordsmanship and fighting. Wade's strength has soared recently. It's because he learned swordsmanship in gun fighting. Find out the reason why Wade's strength soared. Agent Zero was excited. He just wanted to learn from Chen Mo about gunmanship. He didn't hesitate to put forward that he should continue to learn swordsmanship and fighting, and master the whole gun fighting technique completely. During this period, Chen Mo did nothing but lead the team to catch the mutants. He was also idle. With his strength, he didn't have to worry that other members of the team would overtake him. So he didn't refuse Agent Number Zero's request and imparted the complete gun fighting skills to Agent Number Zero. On this day, Team did not have a capture task, so the whole team repaired in the base. Wade was practicing saber technique in the exclusive huge practice room of Team X on the opposite side of him. The tall and powerful Victor is holding a M60 heavy machine gun. The long bullet chain is dragged from the machine gun to the ground and connected to a huge ammunition box on the ground. Obviously, this powerful heavy machine gun has the same continuous attack power. Victor, with a machine gun, pulled the trigger with a grin on his face. A series of loud and deafening gunshots echoed in the open practice room. Machine gun bullets powerful enough to break through the steel plate were scattered in the air, like a rain curtain toward Wade on the opposite side. Wade on the opposite side, holding a pair of knives, had no usual frivolity on his face. He stood there with a serious face, very calm and fierce. Wade's hands moved as the shots rang and the bullets came in. Originally, two cold and silvery alderman alloy long knives, which were drooping and pointing to the ground quietly, crossed two beautiful arcs and came to Wade in an instant. In the rain-like barrage, the first two bullets were just hit on the smooth bodies of two long knives as agreed. Ding! Ding! Two crisp metal strikes were heard in the continuous sound of heavy machine guns. Two bullets enough to penetrate the steel plate were thus blocked by the long knife and bounced to one side. Although the machine gun has a fast firing speed, there is still a certain gap between the two bullets. So although the angle of attack of the bullets is all over Wade's body, they do not arrive at the same time, but at a certain distance back and forth. Wade's long knife kept waving. All the bullets from Victor were stopped by him with two knives. Although the impact of machine gun bullets is huge, it is not much for Wade, who has 4 times the physical quality of ordinary people. Two long knives danced in front of Wade, which seemed thin and full of loopholes, but none of the machine gun bullets could pass through. They were all shot out. Some were embedded in the wall and ceiling, some were directly dropped to the ground, and Wade's front ground soon accumulated a distorted bullet. The roar of gunfire lasted for several minutes, and Wade's long knife kept waving for several minutes. Victor's side was covered with a golden shell, and Wade's front was full of twisted bullets. When the last bullet chain was finished and the sound of the shot stopped, Wade watched the last bullet coming from the opposite side, took back the long knife of his left hand, held the knife in his right hand and chopped against it. Hiss! There was a slight sound of metal tearing. The bullet, flying at high speed, just met the blade of the long knife. It was split into 2 parts from the middle. Along the angle of the long knife, it separated from the 2 sides and shot sideways. It just flew from both sides of Wade's neck. Shua, shua. Solving the last bullet, Wade put the 2 knives back into the scabbard on his back. His serious face suddenly changed, and he proudly raised his eyebrows to Victor on the opposite side. So as Victor casually threw the red barrel heavy machine gun on the ground. Seeing Wade's proud face, he couldn't help turning a white eye. Then he grinned and suggested dangerously, "Why don't I borrow the boss's firecracker?" It will definitely make you feel good enough. Wade's neck shrank. Chen Mo's firecracker had never been used in the mission, but when he first met in the base, Chen Mo was just using the firecracker for shooting test. Wade has a fresh memory of the firecracker's power. That's a 20mm shell. It's far more powerful than the M60 heavy machine gun 7.62 caliber bullet. Even with Wade's 4 times physical quality, it's very laborious to resist. It's impossible to resist ordinary bullets as easily and casually. If it's just 1 or 2, Wade can split the bullet with the Aidman alloy long knife and use the change of the thickness of the blade itself to let the split shell shoot out to both sides along the angle of the blade to the back, gradually becoming thick, so as to avoid the body. But it's impossible. Wade has seen the firing speed of the Vulcan gun with his own eyes. Compared with it, the firing speed of the M60 is as slow as a tortoise. The difference between the two is more than 10 times. In fact, the M60's shooting speed is only 200 rounds per minute, while the Vulcan gun can reach 6,000. The ultimate shooting speed can reach 7,200, more than 30 times. Don't say it's a split. Even if it's a block, Wade can't block such a dense bullet at all. So, whether it's the bullet power or the shooting speed, the Vulcan cannon is beyond Wade's upper limit. If Victor borrows Chen Mo's Vulcan cannon, even if there's an Edelman alloy long knife, Wade will be absolutely blasted to the ground in seconds. So, after listening to Victor's ill-intentioned proposal, Wade's neck shrank, and at the same time he quickly shifted the topic, pointed to Victor's machine gun shell spread all over the ground, exaggerating. Look at the golden shells here. I can't help but think of the autumn harvest of wheat fields. When I was little, I lived on the farm. Victor said with a grin, staring at Wade. Then the shell of the Vulcan gun will remind you of the cornfield with abundant harvest. Are you sure you don't want to try it? When Wade saw Victor bring the topic back, he couldn't help but run through 10,000 grass and mud horses. No, I still prefer the wheat field. The size of corn is too big and lacks aesthetic feeling, Wade said, shrugging at Victor. Actually, I prefer sesame. The smaller the better. Victor couldn't help turning his eyes. Why don't you say you like desert? When Wade thought it was over, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Would you like to try my pistol? It's your favorite type. Wade and Victor turned to see Agent Zero coming in from the door of the training room. However, to Wade's surprise, Agent Zero, who had always carried only 4 pistols in his back and under his armpit, only hung 2 holsters under his armpit today. Hey, Zero, are you imitating me? After being defeated by me, I finally realized that the pistol is not easy to use. Congratulations on making the right decision. How about it? I don't need to teach you how to use it. Wade looked at the 2 hilts on Agent Zero's shoulder and said proudly. At the same time, he drew out 2 long knives from behind and danced quickly in front of him. The dazzling silver knife shadow appeared in the air, looking cool. Agent Zero was not moved at all. He stood there and asked coldly, "Is your saber more powerful than the commander?" Wade can't help but pause when he hears the words. The sabers he uses now are all taught by Chen Mo. How can they be more powerful than Chen Mo? But Wade quickly thought of another meaning in Agent Zero's words and immediately looked at Agent Zero's intimacy. So you will be my junior brother in the future. Before Wade could continue to borrow, Victor on the other side suddenly opened his mouth. Hey, your senior brother is here. Wade and Agent Zero stopped quarreling and looked at Victor at the same time. Indeed, as he said, Victor and James are the people who have followed Chen Mo for the longest time. They all learned strong shooting skills and swordsmanship from Chen Mo, and where will Victor and James go? Thinking of this, the strength of Victor and James in their hearts can't help but improve a lot. The gap between them was widened again because of the fact that they had obtained the alloy long knife and learned the gun fighting skill. Hurry up if you two want to fight. Don't wet your chirps here. Wade, don't you like sesame? As you wish, start now. Or do you want to try the corn of the Vulcan cannon? Vickert hurried impatiently and looked at Wade dangerously at the same time. When Agent Zero appeared just now, it was obvious that he intended to challenge Wade again. Judging from the change of his equipment, it was obviously well prepared. Victor was waiting for a good play with joy, but Wade started to fight again. He impatiently interrupted the conversation between the 2 men and directly pulled back to the point. Wade heard Victor mention again that the Vulcan gun was beginning to feel uncomfortable and nodded. "You're right. Let's start soon. It's time for dinner. If we go late, Fred will kill our share," Wade nagged, and his two knives casually pulled two flowers and raised his chin towards Agent Zero. "Come on, younger Marshall brother. Let elder Marshall brother show you." Agent Zero no longer talks with Wade. He calmly steps forward and stands opposite Wade. His eyes are fixed on Wade. At the next moment, Agent Zero pulled two pistols out of his armpit holster, reached forward with both hands and pointed the muzzle at Wade and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp shots rang out quickly, and Wade's face sank as he looked at the bullets coming from the opposite side. In the past, Wade would have to wait until he stopped the bullet to find out, but now, he soon found out the problem. Although Wade didn't learn gunfight, Chen Mo taught him swordsmanship, which is one of the three main fighting skills in gunfight. Although these three fighting skills are also very powerful, they can play the greatest power only when they are combined with the theory of gunfight. Therefore, Wade learned the theory of gunfight systematically, and has a certain ability of on-site analysis and deduction while Agent Zero was shooting. He also found the abnormalities of these attacks through ballistic analysis and combat prediction. Unlike in the past, Agent Zero's bullets will be aimed at his key points for attack. This time, these bullets are not simply aimed at the key points, but for his possible response to make an early response. If he directly swings his knife to block as he used to, then after blocking the first two bullets, the direction of his two long knives will run counter to the attack position of the next two bullets. With Wade's reaction speed, although he can timely block the knife, but the moves will become very stiff between changes. Not only that, all the attacks behind him, it's the same with the attack. It's very tricky. He specially chooses his moves where it's inconvenient to change to attack. Wade wants to resist the attack of ordinary enemies as before. It's almost impossible to block all bullets by dancing his double swords into a curtain. That is to say, every bullet from Agent Zero must be dealt with by Wade alone, and the difficulty of blocking will be greatly increased. However, Wade did not feel discouraged, but his face was excited. It's interesting to have challenges. He didn't dare to take the firecracker, but Agent Zero was confident to deal with it, even if his shooting skills became more powerful and tricky. From the shooting technique of Agent Zero, Wade smelled a very familiar breath. This way of predicting the enemy's reaction to attack in advance has many similarities with Chen Mo's sword technique. Wade soon realized that the reason why Agent Zero made great progress in shooting must be Chen Mo's reason. It seems that after being defeated by himself last time, he really went to Chen Mo for advice. But so what? The time that oneself follow Chen Mo to study can compare Agent Zero much longer. Wade is no longer dealing with the bullets fired directly, but anticipates the trajectory through the direction of the muzzle when Agent Zero fires, predicts the attack direction in advance, and then selects the best way to deal with it. Therefore, although Agent Zero's attack is very fierce and tricky, Wade completely resists it with two long knives. However, since he had not fought with people who were proficient in gun fighting before, Wade was not very adaptable at first, and he was in a hurry to deal with it. However, with the rapid adaptation of this way of fighting, Wade not only became more and more comfortable with the attack of Agent Zero, but also quickly launched a counterattack. At first, he quickly blocked Agent Zero. The shot rushed towards him. Agent Zero looked at Wade, who was steadily blocking his attack from the opposite side, and began to fight back, with the same dignified face. He thought that he would be in a hurry when he integrated gun fighting. He didn't expect to adapt to this attack so quickly, but Agent Zero was not discouraged. He still kept a close eye on Wade. In his mind, he quickly calculated the trajectory and the path of Wade's knife, looking for the most difficult place to attack. Under the fierce attack of Agent Zero, Wade quickly approached with two knives. However, as the distance between Agent Zero and Agent Zero continues to pull in, the time taken for the bullet to arrive at Wade is shorter and shorter. The reaction time left for Wade is shorter and shorter, and Wade's resistance is more and more difficult. But in the same way, as the distance keeps getting closer, the response time and calculation time of Agent Zero are also being compressed. Although it seems that the fighting between the two men has not changed except for the shorter distance, in fact, the intensity and difficulty of the fighting between the two men are rapidly increasing. Both of them have used all their strength, without which they can't be saved at all. Agent Wade and Agent Zero are not proficient in the use of gun fighting. In this high-intensity confrontation, their brains are fully mobilized and the operation is carried out at a high speed, and the movements of their hands are not slow at all, or even gradually become faster. Bang, bang, bang. Agent Zero's two guns were firing rapidly, one bullet toward Wade, who was getting closer and closer. Ding, ding, ding. Wade's two knives cut and blocked with various complicated tracks, blocking every shot. But he did not stop at his feet and still rushed towards Agent Zero. With the distance from Agent Zero getting closer and closer, Wade's pressure is getting higher and higher, and a layer of fine sweat is gradually seeping out of his forehead. Agent Zero is not so good, and he is also biting his teeth and shooting. Finally, Wade came to him against the attack of Agent Zero. After splitting a bullet just out of the chamber with a knife, he cut it at Agent Zero with a knife. Instead of retreating, Agent Zero released his two pistols and let them fall to the ground. He quickly drew out two long knives like Wade's from behind and then cut them to Wade's side. When a clear sound of the knife, Wade's long knife was hit to the side of Agent Zero, but it did not hurt him. However, Wade's attack didn't stop. He lost the threat of bullets. Wade felt light, and his two knives seemed to recover their vitality and become more flexible. He launched a fierce attack on Agent Zero. However, to Wade's surprise, several of the knives he cut were deflected by Agent Zero with a knife, and they were blocked smoothly. Unexpectedly, Agent Zero, who had only used a pistol for a long time, really showed his excellent swordsmanship. However, Agent Zero's time to learn swordsmanship is short after all. Wade, who has not used double swords as weapons for many years, has rich experience. Although he has the blessing of gunfight, Wade also learned gunfight and has learned more about swordsmanship. So after using the long knife to successfully deflect Wade's several quick attacks, as Wade's attacks became more and more fierce, Agent Zero gradually began to be unable to support. Wade didn't want to take advantage of the weapon. He didn't attack the weapon in Agent Zero's hand with the Edelman alloy long knife. Otherwise, Agent Zero's long knife would have been cut off. But even so, Agent Zero is still a bit awkward to fight. We need to pay special attention to avoid the frontal attack of Wade's double blades. The sword skill itself is not as good as Wade's, plus the lack of experience in using the knife. We need to avoid a series of reasons, such as the frontal attack with Wade's Aden alloy long knife, which leads Agent Zero to quickly fall into a disadvantage in the close swordsmanship competition. When. The crisp sound of the long knife collision sounds like the rain, and the two people's long knives are wielding rapidly. Ordinary people can only see a dazzling light flashing around them, but they can't see their movements at all. However, the clear and dense sound did not last for a long time. Soon, two long knives flew out of the battle group and fell to the ground, and the sword light flying in the air stopped instantly. Only see Wade and Agent Zero opposite. Wade's hand is still holding two silver dazzling long knives, but Agent Zero's hand is empty. But the expression on the two faces was a little strange. Wade's face did not have the joy of victory, and Agent Zero's face did not have the frustration of failure. It seems that the two just fought a draw instead of winning. In fact, that's exactly what happened. It seems that Wade, under Agent Zero's bullet attack, rushed to him, and soon flew the two knives in Agent Zero's hands in the fencing competition. But don't forget that they are in the training room. Although the space is not small, it's not very spacious compared with the outside. There is not much room for flashing and moving. This restricts Agent Zero's escape, making it easier for Wade to get close to him and not benefit him. In addition, in the face of the rushing Wade, Agent Zero didn't dodge at all in order to try his swordsmanship. Otherwise, although the venue was not good for him, Wade would not arrive in front of him so smoothly. According to Wade's feeling when he just rushed in with Agent Zero's bullet, the closer he was to Agent Zero, the more difficult it would be to block him. If Agent Zero didn't simply give up his 2 guns, he should fight him with 2 knives, but dodge and attack at the same time. Will Wade win or not? What's more, Wade has always used 2 knives. Besides the 2 guns he has always used, Wade has used 2 knives just like him. Not only that, he did use his double blades to block his attack and support him for a long time, not as easily as Wade thought. This stimulated Wade, who always thought that he had the greatest talent in fencing and had the absolute advantage over others except Chen Mo. Now Agent Zero can support him for a while. After a while, when his swordsmanship continues to improve and he has accumulated enough experience, his position as a swordsman will not be guaranteed. Moreover, if he really beats him in fencing, no, even if it's not a defeat, just a draw, it's absolutely unacceptable for Wade. Wade, a famous swordsman, was defeated by a man who used a gun. What else could he continue to call himself a swordsman? What would the people of Team X think of him then? Wade shuddered at the thought of it, and his eyes on the opposite Agent Zero became very dignified. No way, never let this happen. However, after careful analysis, this possibility is very high. Previously in Team X, Agent Number 0 had the same strength as him. Now, with Chen Mo's instruction, he learned the powerful sword fighting technique and obtained the indestructible Aiden alloy long knife. He defeated Agent Number 0 with difficulty, but was quickly chased up by him. This undoubtedly shows that Agent Zero's talent is not under him. This is also proved by the excellent swordsmanship shown by Agent Number 0 in the competition of swordsmanship just now. So it seems that it is only a matter of time before Agent Number catches up with him in swordsmanship. Even if he focuses all his energy on the cultivation of swordsmanship, it is difficult to stop Agent Number 0 from catching up. After all, the improvement of swordsmanship is not infinite, and there will always be bottlenecks, which will inevitably be caught up by Agent Zero. But when Wade inadvertently saw Agent Zero's armpit holster, a vague idea suddenly came to his mind. Wade could not help looking down to the ground below. Just now, 2 silver pistols dropped by Agent Zero are lying on the ground quietly. Looking at these 2 pistols, the thought that came to mind suddenly becomes clear. If you can learn swordsmanship, why can't I learn marksmanship? If before, Wade absolutely disdained the use of pistols because his swordsmanship is strong enough, let alone ordinary people, even agents know. However, Chen Mo's appearance has changed his mind invisibly. Pistols are not bad, but they don't give full play to the power of pistols. The power of the same 2 pistols in Chen Mo's hands is much greater than that of machine guns. With Chen Mo's gun fighting skill, Wade's series of reactions are completely in his control. Every shot fired is in the most difficult position for him to defend. If it was Chen Mo just now, Wade could not have rushed to him. It's Chen Mo's mercy to stand still and try to resist. So through Chen Mo, Wade has already reversed his prejudice on shooting. Before, it was just out of habit. Even though Chen Mo had clearly told him that there were not only swordsmanship, but also gunmanship and fighting skills, Wade still didn't want to learn fighting skills other than swordsmanship. But now stimulated and inspired by Agent Zero, Wade finally figured it out. Whether it's fencing, shooting, or fighting, it's useful as long as it can defeat the enemy. And although he refuses to admit it all the time, swordsmanship has its limitations. It can only attack at close range, and its long-range attack ability is almost zero. When he encounters a target that moves quickly or at a certain distance, his attack with 2 knives is not as convenient as a pistol. Most of the time, we can only watch the enemy escape, but we have to rely on Agent Zero or phantom them to solve it. The middle and long-range attack has become a short board for him. Agent Zero had the same weakness as him, that is, close combat, but now Agent Zero has already made up for this short board step by step. Although the swordsmanship of Agent Zero is still far behind that of Wade, Don't forget that Wade's swordsmanship has been greatly improved under the guidance of Chen Mo. Today's swordsmanship is no worse than Wade's previous swordsmanship. In addition to his lack of experience, the single-round subtlety and power are still superior to the swordsmanship he used to find out by himself. In Agent Zero, Wade felt a great threat, but at the same time, he also found a new direction from Agent Zero to continue to improve his strength and improve himself. That is, shooting. It's not just gun skills. The commander said that gun fighting includes 3 kinds of fighting skills. Besides gun skills and sword skills, there are also fighting skills, including short range, long range, hot and cold weapons, and unarmed fighting. It can be said that they are very comprehensive. They used to think hard and only recognize sword skills. They abandoned the other 2 equally important and powerful fighting skills. Now I want to come, it's so stupid. Thinking of this, Wade can't help but make up his mind that he must learn how to fight with guns completely and thoroughly crush Agent Zero from all aspects. Thinking of this, Wade quietly took back his eyes, inserted the double blades into the scabbard behind, and said to Agent Zero with his head askew, "Your swordsmanship is pretty good, but it's worse than me. Do you need my help? Don't worry about troubling me. As a senior brother, it's right to give you some advice." Wade's face was not beaten. Seeing that Agent Zero was angry, he gave Wade a bad look and turned to the entrance of the training room. Today's battle showed him his shortcomings. He thought his swordsmanship was very strong, but he knew that he was still far behind after the real fight with Wade. But it didn't discourage him. He only practiced for a long time. Sooner or later, he will surpass Wade. Wade looked at Agent Zero's back, and the smirking expression on his face gradually disappeared. Just then Victor, who had been watching the battle, suddenly spoke. "Wade, it seems that your swordsman's title will soon be out of guarantee. Go to find the eldest brother to open a small stove for you." Victor's tone was joking, but Wade nodded when he heard the words. "You're right. I have to go to boss for further study." With that, Wade walked directly to the door of the training room. Under the great pressure brought by Agent Zero's pressing step by step, Wade couldn't wait for a moment. Now he is going to find Chen Mo. He had not followed Chen Mo for a long time before. He had learned the theory of gun fighting and swordsmanship for a long time. The rest was practice and function. He didn't need to follow Chen Mo every day now. If he wants to learn gun fighting skills completely and mend them, he must consult Chen Mo again. However, just after Wade left the training room, he found that Agent Zero was not far in front of him, and Wade followed him for a while, and found that he was walking in the direction of Chen Mo's residence. As the commander of Team X, the most important mutant of William Stryker, the number 2 person in the secret base of the whole X weapons program, Chen Mo's treatment is naturally different from those of their ordinary members. The secret base of the X weapons program was originally a strategic missile base, hidden in the mountains near the cliff. There are more than a dozen layers of space from top to bottom, each of which has a large area. Chen Mo's room is located on the upper floor of the base. In addition to a 2-bedroom suite, there is also a special training room. The area is not smaller than that of the training room they compared before. Therefore, Chen Mo will not go to the training room for exercise when he is in peace, and they are all in this spacious training room when they learn the skills of gun fighting. Wade is behind Agent Zero. His eyes can't help turning. Agent Zero is looking for boss now. He must also be learning gun fighting skills. He will definitely bump into him now. Would you like to go with him, or the next time he's not here? But soon Wade shook his head. Why? I'm his senior brother. I'm his senior brother. There's no reason to hide from him. Besides, didn't I fear him for hiding? No matter what, together. In this way, Wade thought, without hesitation at his feet, followed Agent Zero and rushed to Chen Mo's residence. Wade didn't deliberately hide his steps. Agent Zero naturally found his existence and thought that his destination was the same as him. He went to Chen Mo's, but he thought Wade was going to continue to consult swordsmanship, so he didn't pay attention. He just looked back at him coldly and got a shrug and an innocent expression on Wade's face. Agent Zero didn't bother to take care of this guy. He turned around and went on. Soon, they came to Chen Mo's house one by one. Looking at Agent Zero and Wade at the same time, Chen Mo's eyes swept over Agent Zero's empty armpit holster and the scabbard behind his back, and soon realized that these two old enemies must have just fought. According to his understanding of the current strength of the two, it is obvious that Wade won. So the purpose of Agent Zero's coming here is obvious. Continue to learn swordsmanship. But the purpose of Wade's coming is a little uncertain. Wade has learned the swordsmanship of gun fighting. The rest is his own exercise. He didn't give him little advice when he was on a mission. There's no need to come here to ask for advice. Is there any doubt or thinking of this? Chen Mo didn't ask more questions and took them directly to the training room. After entering the training room, they stood side by side opposite to Chen Mo. Agent number 0 was cold and silent. Wade looked at Agent number 0 beside him and then at Chen Mo. Finally, he closed his mouth and didn't speak. Chen Mo looks at Agent 0 and Wade standing in front of him. After waiting for a long time, he doesn't see two people talking. Chen Mo smiles and doesn't ask questions, but directly says, "Then let's continue to learn swordsmanship in gun fighting." Agent Zero's marksmanship has almost been learned. Now he is learning swordsmanship. As for Wade, he has always only learned swordsmanship. Since both of them don't speak, Chen Mo first explained the skills of swordsmanship to Agent Zero according to the original learning progress, and gave him some demonstration and guidance in person. Agent number 0 doesn't have to say it. He listens to Chen Mo's explanation carefully and attentively, remembering every word Chen Mo said. He also tries to remember every detail of Chen Mo's demonstration moves and keeps practicing. Although Wade had learned the sword technique in the gun fight before, he listened to Chen Mo carefully to explain it again. The same theory, content, and moves are heard by Wade now, but he has different experience and understanding and has new gains in Chen Mo's teaching. Chen Mo didn't teach too much at once. He could not chew too much. About half an hour later, Chen Mo stopped and said to Agent 0, "Well, today's swordsmanship teaching is here. Next you can start training." Agent 0 nodded his head respectfully and was going to practice the skills he had just learned. This training room, there was a weapon rack against the wall, on which there were many rifles, pistols, samurai swords, and other common weapons. Agent 0 went straight ahead, took 2 samurai swords off the shelf and inserted them into the scabbard behind, and then took 2 conventional pistols and inserted them into 2 holsters under his arms. Just as Agent 0 was about to start training, he heard Chen Mo turn his head to Wade beside him. "Wade, your swordsmanship is very proficient. You can take the number 0 to practice. Help him to feed his movements and be his partner." Wade was stunned at the words, and then he was excited on the face. He quickly agreed. "Okay, boss, you can rest assured that I will help him well." When Chen Mo finished the ticket booking, Wade turned to Agent 0 again with a warm face, clapped his chest, and said to him, "Don't worry, man. With my help, your swordsmanship will improve rapidly and become as powerful as me." When Agent 0 heard Wade's words, he couldn't help turning his eyes, but he couldn't refute Chen Mo's decision. He reluctantly followed Wade to the side and began training in Wade's chattering words. Chen Mo, on the other hand, watched them smile and walked out of the training room and back to his room next door. With Wade, he doesn't have to guide Agent 0 on the spot all the time. In fact, most of the time, he lets Agent 0 practice by himself. Only when he talks about some difficult and complicated parts, Chen Mo will guide Agent 0 in person. However, although Wade keeps nagging, showing off, sarcasm, and annoying Agent 0, it's better to have Wade as a training partner than he usually does when he trains himself. Some small mistakes he didn't notice in the past can only be found when Chen Mo checks his training results, which shows that part of his previous training was in vain because of the training it's not right at all. With Wade, the elder martial brother of swordsmen, although his ears were damaged, he learned a lot. Many details that were easy to make mistakes were pointed out by Wade one by one, which made him less detours and greatly improved his learning efficiency. It's just that the way Wade points him out is a little hard for him to accept. All kinds of taunts, tongues, sarcasm, and teasing made Agent 0 hate to cut Wade to death, but he had to bear the impulse in his heart, continue to train hard under the mental devastation of Wade, turn grief and anger into power, and train more desperately. But Agent Zero is thinking, "You must not fall in my hand, or you will not necessarily let you live." In this way, Agent Zero's heart is much more comfortable, not so sad and angry. Finally, after the training, Agent Number Zero took back his double swords and inserted them into the scabbard behind him. He was ready to leave the training room to say goodbye to Chen Mo. He didn't pay any attention to Wade's plan at all. He could hardly help cutting the long knife in his hand on Wade just now. Wade's stinky mouth was really annoying. However, when Agent Zero walked towards the door of the training room, Wade stood still and did not move. He looked at Agent Zero's back expectantly, as if he was eager to leave. Soon, Agent Zero came to the door of the training room. Just as Wade was about to take a long breath, a tall figure came in from the door, just blocking Agent Zero. Wade held his breath in his lungs and almost choked himself. Wade held his breath in his lungs and almost choked himself. Almost. Commander. Agent Zero saw Chen Mo coming in from the door and hurriedly stood up. "Well," Chen Mo nodded softly and asked casually as he walked to the training room. "Finished?" "Yes, Commander, I'm going back." Chen Mo nodded at his words, then turned to stand still in the training room and asked Wade, who had a strange expression. "Wade, what else can I do for you?" Finally, Wade still didn't escape. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Wade hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he said it was okay, Chen Mo would definitely let him leave with Agent Zero, and he would not care about other things. He gritted his teeth and said his purpose of coming here. "Boss, I want to learn how to fight with guns." Hearing this, Chen Mo said in his heart that it was true, but he was puzzled. "Haven't you learned it? You have mastered the theory of gunfight and swordsmanship," or did Wade know that Chen Mo was pretending to be stupid? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't understand, he simply said, "I want to learn complete gunfight. Not only swordsmanship, gunfight, I want to learn it." Chen Mo's eyes flashed a smile, while Agent Zero on one side turned around and looked at Wade with a complicated face. He began to learn swordsmanship and improve his fighting ability, and Wade, under his own threat and inspiration, found his own shortcomings and was ready to learn gunmanship. And it wasn't just swordsmanship and marksmanship. He didn't even ignore combat, which Agent Zero didn't think of before. At this time, as a reminder of Wade, Agent Zero reacts fiercely. The three advanced fighting skills contained in gun fighting are actually complementary, and each of them is very powerful. However, after mastering the three skills at the same time and understanding them, the effect is not just 1+1. He and Wade were originally influenced and constrained by their own fighting methods, neglecting the other two fighting skills. They just thought of learning the swordsmanship that Wade is good at to strengthen their close combat ability and defeat him head-on. But Wade saw it more thoroughly and decided to learn the complete gun fighting. Agent Zero's mood at this time can't be said to be happy or worried. What's happy is that his teammates, as well as his opponents, will break free from the shackles of the past and become more powerful as him, so that he will always have a strong competition object and won't feel lonely. At the same time, he has brought new ideas to him, so that he has a better choice. The worry is that he can surpass Wade completely and make it more difficult to defeat him completely. Wade, who has found his own shortcomings and started to make up for his own shortcomings, will not be so easily surpassed by him. But on the whole, Agent Zero is willing to see Wade become stronger, because there are challenges. It makes sense. Wade's disillusionment not only made Agent Zero feel the threat, but also made him full of expectations for the future. When the two of them are strong together, how wonderful the battle between them will be. Chen Mo naturally felt the emotional change of Agent Number Zero beside him. He couldn't help laughing. "That's interesting." Looking at Wade with a serious face, Chen Mo nodded softly. "It's good for you to understand. Gun fighting itself is a very powerful and systematic fighting skill. Although any one of the three fighting skills it contains can make you stronger, it always has weaknesses and loopholes. However, the integration of the three skills, together with the support of gun fighting system theory, will completely make up for the weaknesses. No matter in the long-range attack and close combat, hot and cold weapons or apprentices, there will be no weakness in hand-to-hand combat. You don't have to worry about being easily found and find ways to restrain yourself. Only after you have learned the skill of fighting with guns completely can you become a really powerful fighter, able to calmly deal with any situation and be on your own in the battle, not just an ordinary member of the team who plays the role of a gunman or swordsman. Chen Mo's words made Agent Zero and Wade nod. Indeed, although they were the strongest two in team before, they couldn't take the place of other people. Agent Zero was good at shooting and only used bullets to attack the enemy. He couldn't do anything about the enemies in the armor and hiding behind the solid shelter. He was also very poor in the ability to block attacks. He usually dodged by a strong, agile distance. Once faced with a close attack, it will be hard for him to resist. Wade will only use his double blades to cut people and block bullets. As long as the enemy gets into the car and steps on the accelerator, he will have no choice but to watch the enemy escape. There are obvious weaknesses and loopholes in the two men's long-range attack and close combat. But if the two learn the complete gun fighting skills and have both the ability of long-range attack and short-range combat, the enemy can't escape the attack of the two, no matter whether they are far or near, and they can easily resist the attack of cold and hot weapons in the distance. Even if they need to capture or control each other alive, they can also solve it by fighting. Even without weapons or ammunition, they have the same powerful attack power. If we add the Edelman alloy long knife, even the armor target can't stop them, then they can really take any situation calmly and really take the lead. Commander, I also want to learn complete gun fighting skills. I want to understand Agent Zero is not willing to fall behind. They used to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelon. They didn't study hard with their powerful gun fighting skills. They just picked up some of what they were good at. It's really short-sighted. Fortunately, it's not too late to react in time. Feeling the fighting spirit in their hearts, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Good, then let's start." Just after teaching Agent Zero swordsmanship, Chen Mo begins to teach Wade how to shoot from the beginning. Agent Number Zero also relived the experience nearby, and some new gains were made. From the beginning of opening a martial arts school in the world of Captain America, teaching Steve, to later teaching Victor and James, as well as the previous teaching of Agent Zero and Wade's gun fighting, Chen Mo's experience in teaching is very rich. Soon, Wade has a very clear understanding of gun technology and has a certain grasp of the basis of gun technology. After that, Chen Mo turned to Agent Zero and said to Agent Zero with a strange smile on his face, "This time it's up to you to lead Wade in his shooting." Agent Zero sniffed Yan's face and nodded at Chen Mo seriously, then turned to Wade, who was in a daze, but he grinned with a wry smile. "Don't worry, man. With my help you will improve your shooting skills quickly and become as powerful as me." Wade was stunned at the words. He was familiar with them. He thought about them quickly. Isn't that what he just said to Agent Zero? It's true that Feng Shui turns around in turn. He won't be so arrogant just now. This guy doesn't get revenge, does he? Wade refused, but when he turned to Chen Mo, he found that Chen Mo was also looking at him. When he saw him, Chen Mo said directly without waiting for him to speak, "Wade, study hard. The Zero shot is very good." After Chen Mo finished, he directly turned around and walked out of the training room again, leaving Wade with his mouth open and his face sad, and Agent Zero with his face full of pride. "Man, let's start." After the fierce competition between Wade and Agent Zero, there was such an interesting scene. Agent Zero, who used to use a gun, focused most of his energy on the study of swordsmanship, while the swordsman Wade, who used only 2 swords, learned it with all his heart. At the same time, the two men also learned the close combat skills that they had neglected before. So, Chen Mo's gun fighting coaching class appeared in this scene. Chen Mo first explained some theories and moves of fencing to Agent Zero, and then led Agent Zero to practice fencing by Wade. At the same time, as an accompaniment after training for some time, Chen Mo explained to Wade the contents of the shooting, and then led by Agent Zero to train Wade's shooting. In this process, the two people's eyebrows and quarrels are inevitable. However, Chen Mo doesn't care. After class, he runs to have a rest and leaves the two guys to struggle. At the end of these 2 courses, two top students who are serious in partial subjects learn close combat together. Of course, their partner is still the other side. At this time, the contradictions accumulated in the two previous classes of the two students can be fully vented. So after each class, both of them are limping away with bruises on their noses. The rest of the students still think Chen Mo's gun fighting skills, how terrible the training is. They are afraid. They regard Chen Mo's coaching course as the devil training camp. No one dares to join in. However, Chen Mo is not reluctant. To be honest, gun fighting requires a lot of talents for learners. Although Bradley and Fred are also mutants, their abilities are quite special, and their strengths are also reflected in their own abilities. Unlike Wade and Agent Zero, although they are only simple physical enhancement, they are all-inclusive face strengthening, mental strength, physical strength, speed and strength are all very strong, which can meet the learning requirements of gunfight. In fact, the Bradley people are really partial subjects. Their talent is not enough for them to learn and use gun fighting, so Chen Mo didn't explain, dispel their concerns, and let them join the ranks of learning gun fighting. And their original variety ability is already very strong. Chen Mo can improve their strength by pointing out the way they use. For example, the continuous and irregular blinking of Mirage in practice can make his attack more unexpected and less easy to be caught. Fred changed his equipment and replaced the original machine gun with a 20 caliber rifle specially modified at the suggestion of Chen Mo. The whole gun looks as big as Barrett's. The barrel is thick and heavy, but the ammunition supply position is the same as that of machine gun, and it extends to a huge ammunition box. This heavy steel ammunition box is on Fred's back. With his physical quality, this weight is nothing. Although it will affect his speed, it is his original. There is no difference in speed or influence. The single-shot power of this gun is not inferior to that of Chen Mo's Vulcan gun, but its firing speed is totally incomparable. Compared with the Fire God gun's firing rate of 6,000–7,200, this large-caliber rifle, which is the same as the anti-aircraft gun specially designed for Fred, has a maximum firing rate of less than 200, or even less than an ordinary automatic rifle. But its power in the battlefield is far greater than any rifle, especially in the aspect of attack. It has a strong destructive force. No matter what, neither reinforced concrete nor light armor can withstand its attack. This weapon makes Fred's meat shield like a tank with a turret, not only able to resist attacks, but also has a strong attack and destruction power. It has completed the transformation from a heavy armored vehicle that can only be passively defended to a mobile turret comparable to a heavy tank, greatly improving its role and position in the army. 20 shells have reached the upper limit that Wade and Agent Zero can block, which can be a threat to him. In the face of his attack, even Agent Wade and Agent Zero need to be careful. As for Bradley, Chen Mo asked him to focus on the scope of his ability to control the mechanical and electrical equipment as far as possible. Aiming at his ability, Chen Mo built 2 suitcase-sized aircrafts for him, similar to modern small UAVs, equipped with high-definition cameras and micro-submachine guns, which can kill non-armored targets and have detection function at the same time. Now it's still the 1960s, and the energy problem that plagues the development of modern UAVs is also acute in this era. But one of Bradley's capabilities is to control the electric energy, which can control the operation of electric lights, elevators, and other electronic and mechanical equipment that are cut off from power, and provide energy for small UAVs. Therefore, with Bradley's control, these 2 aircrafts will like having unlimited energy. You can achieve unlimited endurance, and the only restriction is the control distance. After a period of training, Bradley's range of control has increased a lot, but it is still less than 20 meters, but it can meet the basic combat needs. In fact, Bradley can also receive and transmit electromagnetic wave signals directly, which is equivalent to a radio network signal tower, and it is also super powerful. There is basically no distance limit for the reception and transmission of electromagnetic wave signals. Even in the vast sea, as long as there are satellites in the upper space orbit, Bradley can directly connect satellite signals for external communication and information transmission. Even if there is no satellite for signal transfer, but direct one-to-one signal transmission with the target, without interference, Bradley's signal transmission distance can reach hundreds of kilometers. Of course, if the distance is too long, the signals of the other party may not be transmitted smoothly. But for the two aircrafts that Chen Mo asked people to build for him, the distance from Bradley is usually no more than 1 kilometer. High-power signal tower, Bradley's signal coverage is no problem at all. The signal transmission distance of the aircrafts is also more than 10 kilometers, so there's no problem with the signal transmission. During the investigation, Bradley will fully charge the battery, and then use the radio wave to connect to the aircraft for control and image transmission. Therefore, although the distance between directly using the ability to control the mechanical and electronic equipment and carrying out energy transmission is less than 20 meters, Bradley can control them at a considerable distance when the aircraft has sufficient energy. Bradley's brain is equivalent to a biological computer, which can process electromagnetic wave data signals. It used to play the role of a human radio station in Team X, but now it's just a step further. Chen Mo upgrades it from the original sound information processing to sound plus image. It was also under the inspiration of Chen Mo that Bradley found that his ability had so much potential and so many new uses. After receiving the picture signal from the aircraft for the first time, and after many attempts to successfully analyze and transform it into a clear picture, Bradley felt as if he had opened a new world. At the same time, although controlling two small aircrafts made him a little busy at the beginning, with the continuous training, he could quickly make the two aircrafts as flexible as a part of his body. With these two aircrafts, although the attack power is not as strong as Agent Zero and Wade, and Fred, who has a large caliber single gun, is much stronger than he used to be. Compared with his own use of rifles to attack, the two aircrafts not only have more powerful firepower, but also have a much higher hit rate than his own aiming with rifles. If it's in modern times, Bradley is definitely a gun battle expert, CS, cross the line of fire and other games. He is definitely a god level. With these two aircrafts, Bradley's ability to control the mechanical and electronic equipment is no longer limited to driving airplanes, elevators, and telephones. His position in the team is very awkward, and he is reduced to a driver and secretary. Even William Stryker's positioning for him is an assistant. Now, although he still can't compare with Wade and other strong men, his combat effectiveness is far beyond ordinary people. He is even more powerful than others in terms of sneaking into assassination, killing secret sentries, guards, and so on. Finally, he completely dropped the title of auxiliary personnel and became the official fighter of Team X. He's a big turnaround, and Bradley is grateful for Chen Mo, who helped him change all this, in addition to his original awe. In the following days, Wade and Agent Zero continued to learn and train gun fighting skills, and kept loving each other and killing each other. The two people who had completely different fighting styles actually developed in the same way. Their weapons, moves, and fighting skills became completely the same. Even their fighting styles were learning from each other, and learning from each other it's getting pretty much the same. Agent Zero had 2 more samurai knives behind him, and Wade had 2 more pistols under his arm. 2 people stand as like as 2 peas except for different skin color. They are almost identical in height, body, and equipment, and in the end the two didn't make a decision. The 2 men have the same physical quality, similar talent level, and the same skills of gun fighting. Originally, the 2 men had a gap because of their previous experience in gun fighting and fencing. As time went on, the 2 men mastered gun fighting more and more comprehensively. They learned more and more from Chen Mo and the other side, and the difference became smaller and smaller, eventually completely disappeared. So eventually, no matter how fierce the fight between the 2 people, but no one can do anything about each other, each time with a draw-helpless end. Bradley is constantly training his ability to control current and control distance, so that his ability to directly control electronic equipment and control distance are constantly strengthened. At the same time, his control ability to the two aircrafts is becoming stronger and stronger. The maneuverability, flexibility, and shooting accuracy of the flight have been greatly improved. Even when the aircrafts are moving at high speed, Bradley can shoot accurately and hit the target. Although Wade and Agent Zero's powerful gun fighting skills are totally incomparable, even with Agent Zero's previous gun fighting skills are much weaker. But don't forget that his physical quality is not as strong as Agent Zero's, only the level of ordinary people, and the gun skills shown by his current flying control device are actually very strong among ordinary people. However, although his physical fitness is not strong, Bradley's brain is much more developed than that of ordinary people. In addition to being able to receive, transmit, process, and analyze complex electromagnetic signals, the developed brain also enables Bradley to have a strong multi-purpose ability. Under his unremitting training, he has now been able to control 4 aircrafts to fight at the same time, without reducing the combat effectiveness of each aircraft. When he broke through the defense around the building in Lagos, Africa last time, Bradley was able to do it alone. 4 aircraft equipped with submachine guns were enough to clear the defense around the building. Of course, he could not break through the tank from the outside, but he could control it directly. Although the distance of 20 meters is still a little short, but there are 4 aircrafts in the air. It's easy for Bradley to get close to this distance. And once Bradley is close to 20 meters away, he is not the only one who has the final say. There is no problem in turning the gun to the building. Mirage exercises in a special way. He simply gave up walking. No matter where he went, he would move in a blink of an eye. In the whole base, he could always see his sudden figure, often appearing in front of people unexpectedly. In order to exercise their ability of blinking, Mirage gave up walking, flashed around the base through instant movement, and often appeared in front of people unexpectedly. However, his exercise was not in vain. In the battle, he became more mysterious and unpredictable. Sometimes, the enemy did not even see his figure and he had been completely killed. Fred is the only one in Team X who doesn't work hard. With his customized individual gun and his own strong defense, he can basically lie down and win. So when other people are desperately training, he just eats and sleeps every day, eats and sleeps, or often has to work out a task to catch mutants. It's estimated that he will soon become the meatball in the movie In the Ocean of Fat. The life of Victor and James is simpler. They are the company of everyone. Agent Wade and Agent Zero's pistol, long knife, Bradley's aircraft-mounted submachine gun, phantom rifle, Fred's individual gun all left many scars on their bodies. They were just like 2 masochists. They were happy to serve as targets for several people every day. When they were hit by bullets, they were not only painless, but also comfortable, make all people call perversity directly. In this way, time passes day by day in tasks and training. Soon, 6 years have passed. William Stryker has been promoted to the rank of colonel, and the research team of the X-Weapons program has finally achieved results. After a large number of human experiments, they have finally developed a method to replicate the ability of variant human. And the price is that of the hundreds of mutants they've captured over the years. Hundreds of them have disappeared into the lab. Naturally, these mutants are all dead. However, these mutants who died in human experiments are all evil people with their hands covered with sin. In a way, the death of these evil mutants is actually a good thing. In fact, in these years, the research samples needed by the X-Weapons program have been basically enough. Most of the mutants arrested in the later stage are used for human experiments. Therefore, Chen Mo and his Team X's task in the later stage is actually to catch the evil mutants endangering the society, send them to the laboratory, make use of waste, and then destroy them humanely on the operating table. The method developed by the X-Weapons Program Research Group to replicate the capabilities of mutant humans is actually very simple. The reason why mutants have special mutation ability is that the X factor hidden in genes is activated, while ordinary people usually do not have this special X factor, or a few people have X factor, but they are in a sleeping state and not activated. It's like Victor and James. They are half-brothers. They both have X gene in their bodies. Obviously, their X gene comes from their father Thomas Logan. Thomas Logan's X gene was apparently not activated until he died, so he was just an ordinary person all his life. When James was young, the X gene was not activated, and he was in a state of deep sleep. Only when his adoptive father died in front of him did he activate the X factor in his body and gain the ability of variety under the great stimulation. The method developed by the X Weapons Program research team to replicate the mutant human capability is to extract the activated X factor in the target mutant human body and inject it into the receptor body, so that the X factor can fuse with the gene in the receptor body and become a part of the receptor itself. Because the extracted X factor itself is in the activated state, the receptor will have the mutant ability of the target mutant directly after fusion and does not need to be reactivated. That is to say, they have a way to directly copy the variant ability of one mutant to another, so that people can get new variant ability directly. Although the process of replication of this mutant capability is very complex as a whole, if we do not consider a series of complex processing processes in the laboratory, the rest is very simple. We only need to collect a certain amount of fresh blood from the mutant who needs to replicate its mutant capability, and then we can process the blood in the laboratory and extract it factor X in, and make it able to fuse with the new gene again, and finally make X gene serum that can give other people this new variety ability. Secret base of X Weapons Program. Laboratory of X Weapons Program Research Group. This is a special operating room for human experiments. In the center of the room, there is an operating table made of steel, with the base firmly fixed on the ground. At this time on this operating table is lying a naked, wearing only one-day shorts, thin but full of grim color white youth. Naturally, he is also a mutant who does evil by his own mutant ability, but at this time, he seems to be injected with anesthetics, lying unconscious on the operating table, unconscious. However, although he has been in a coma, the researchers still haven't relaxed their vigilance. In his wrists, ankles, neck, waist, and other parts, they are all bound by shackles made of steel and firmly fixed on the operating table. Even if he wakes up, he can't move freely. Next to the operating table, Dr. Carol Foster, a female scientist in charge of the research of variant ability replication technology, holds a syringe filled with yellow transparent liquid and turns her head to the serious William Stryker's voice and explains it slowly and softly. The ability of the mutant on the operating table is poison stab. He can shoot bone stab with strong poison from the palm, which is as powerful as bow and arrow. With that, Dr. Carroll raised the syringe in his hand again and looked at the crystal yellow liquid in the syringe and said slowly, "This serum was extracted from a mutant with the ability to petrify the skin. His ability is uncontrollable and cannot be reversed. After activation, the whole body surface will be covered with rocks and cannot be recovered again." Dr. Carol Foster finished, and under William Stryker's burning eyes, she picked up the X gene serum in her hand and slowly inserted the needle into the arm blood vessel of the mutant lying on the operating table. With Dr. Carroll's fingers pressed down, the yellow liquid in the syringe was quickly injected into the mutant's body, which quickly flowed all over the body with the blood circulation. A gene-level change is taking place in his body. The new X factor and its original gene are gradually fused, forming a new gene sequence, and this change is still spreading, rapidly spreading to all cells in the whole body. Factor X fused and replicated rapidly in the mutant. A gene-level change spread rapidly in his body, but there was no change in his appearance for the time being. After X gene serum injection, William Stryker waited for a long time but found no change. The difference was that the data of heart rate, Blood pressure and respiration were slightly improved on the detector beside the operating table. He waited for a while longer for 5 minutes. William Stryker felt that his patience was running out quickly, and his face became gloomy. He turned his head and looked seriously at the operating table. He was staring at Dr. Carol Foster, who was watching the monitor carefully. "Doctor, is that what you're going to show me?" William Stryker's voice was full of irritation. He was very excited when he just got the disappearance of the successful research of variant ability replication technology. After years of waiting, he finally got the result. However, the situation in front of him made him feel a sense of being cheated, and it was the most important thing that he cared about, which was really hard for him to accept. "Colonel Stryker, don't worry. There are dramatic changes taking place inside his body, from the genetic level to the cellular level. This change can't be completed quickly in a short time, but it's almost done." As Dr. Carol Foster's soft voice fell, William Stryker took a deep look at her, and again at the motionless variant on the operating table. Minutes later, just as William Stryker was about to lose his patience, the sleeping mutant on the operating table finally responded. Only his naked body surface, the original normal skin, gradually changed. First, the color gradually changed from white to yellow, and then it began to thicken rapidly. At the same time, it became uneven and even began to crack, just like the cracked land. But the change is not over. His skin, or at this time, can no longer be described as skin, because now the changed skin on his body surface looks more like a shell, and the shell continues to thicken, and the surface becomes more uneven, like the rough and uneven surface of rock. William Stryker looked at the change in the mutant, stood up excitedly, eyes shining on his rapidly changing skin, eyes flashing with light. In the end, when the change stopped completely, the mutant's appearance and body changed dramatically, and there was no trace of the original. His originally thin body became very thick, and the whole person was as big as a balloon. His body's surface was completely covered with a layer of tawny stone, like a thick layer of rock armor, and even his face was completely petrified. He could only vaguely see the outline of some facial features, but it felt more like a pile of stones. It's very rough and abstract. But William Stryker doesn't care. What he cares about is that the ability replication technology of mutants is really successful. Through the X-gene serum, they successfully copied the mutant ability of another mutant to the mutant in front of him. Witnessing and really proving the success of variant ability replication technology, William Stryker's expression on his face at this moment is wonderful. 8 years. From the initial proposal of X weapon plan and the support of the military, to the later formation of X Team, the establishment of research departments, and the capture of mutants everywhere, until now, finally successfully developed the most core variant capability replication technology, which has been 8 years. William Stryker's rank has changed from major to colonel, but his age has also increased from more than 40 to more than 50, and there are 2 more shades of white on his temples. But it's all worth it. With the technology of variant ability replication and Edelman alloy, which has been successfully researched before, his X-weapon plan can finally be officially launched. The day that he waited for a long time is coming. Think of here, William Stryker's face cannot help but emerge a ferocious. But the ferocity soon disappeared from his face. William Stryker's face was right. Now it's not the time to make X-weapons first. Thinking of this, William Stryker immediately turned to Dr. Carol Foster and asked in a deep voice, "When can the X-weapons program be officially launched?" Team X, Edelman alloy, and variant capability replication technology are just preparations for the X-weapons program. The real X-weapons program is to make X-weapons that have multiple powerful variant capabilities and can resist any variant. Dr. Carol Foster raised his hand to the glasses on the bridge of his nose and watched Colonel William Stryker speak slowly. "Now, the technology of making weapons is mature, but if we want to make weapons, we need one more person." "Who?" Hearing Dr. Carol Foster's words, William Stryker said with a fierce face, "There are hundreds of mutants in the base. If necessary, even ordinary civilians can be used for transformation. But Dr. Carol Foster shook his head and said slowly, "I'm not talking about the prisoners." "Then tell me who you need. I'll get Team to get him right away." William Stryker's words are full of confidence. The strength of Team is very clear to him. No matter how powerful the mutant is, Team can easily catch them back. William Stryker has the confidence and confidence. Team can catch him back as long as Dr. Carol Foster says the name of the mutant he wants. But Dr. Carol Foster's next words were more than he expected. "What I need is Team X, James Hollett." Dr. Carol Foster's voice is soft and firm. It's him. William Stryker's pupil shrank when he heard the words. Now Team is not the private armed force that he set up completely, controlled by him and obedient to him. Even if he is in charge of the X weapons program, he can't completely ignore the arbitrary actions of the law. Originally, in the initial stage of the X weapons program, the military didn't pay too much attention to them, and General Munson seldom intervened. In fact, the whole secret base of the X weapons program was completely controlled by him alone. Now, the military's attention, General Munson's attention, and the participation of the 3 elite members of the Special Forces, Chen Mo, make him no longer be able to command and use the X team as recklessly as he did at the beginning. And there are many forces from the military in the secret base of the X weapons program. Although as the top leader of the secret base of X weapons program, he still firmly holds the top right of the base. Team X, the armed forces of the base, and the research team of X weapons program are all under his control, and all of them strictly obey his orders, but he can't act recklessly without restrictions. The military's attention is not only a good thing, but also a bad thing for him. The military's attention has brought great support to the X weapons program, which enables him to get full assistance from the military. From the U.S. headquarters in Vietnam, he will come to the first Special Operations Team, including the 3 Chenmo, and recruit all researchers according to the list given by him, as well as arrest the rights of mutants. However, at the same time, the X weapons plan has also received more attention from the military. Within the scope of the military's permission, he can get full support. But if he does something too extreme, beyond the scope of the military's permission, it will also be quickly learned by the military. As for the consequences, it is unpredictable. Before, William Stryker had always enjoyed the full support of the military. As long as it was for the X weapons plan, almost all his requests from General Munson would be completed for him. But now, he feels the shackles from the military. In the study of mutants, it is the upper limit given by the military to catch all the mutants found. If we want to carry out life-threatening human experiments, we can only use those vicious mutants with many evils, which is the bottom line given by General Munson. Originally, William Stryker thought it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as there are enough mutants to carry out the experiment, William Stryker didn't care whether it was a common law-abiding mutant or a vicious mutant with a lot of crimes. Now, Dr. Carol Foster asked Team X's James as the experimental object to strengthen. If it's the rest of Team X, whether it's Mirage or Bradley, even Wade and Agent Zero, William Stryker can agree without hesitation. Although General Munson doesn't allow him to use ordinary mutants for human experiments, it's related to the completion of the final X weapons program. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ordinary mutants, William Stryker, are used. I'm sure General Munson won't object too much, let alone settle accounts with him. But James is different. He and Victor and Chen Mo are special elites from secret special forces of the military. They are also heroes who have made great achievements in the war. They are the elites that the military and General Munson attach great importance to. It took a lot of effort to transfer from Special Forces to Team X, and they are high-level secondments, with Wade and Bradley and others' status is totally different. On the one hand, they are official officers with regular senior ranks. On the other hand, they are bandits and temporarily recruited militia. Chen and Mo are the real military lineage, with high loyalty, who are completely trusted and valued by the military. This is totally incomparable to Wade and others. Because of this, Chen Mo, Victor, and James, including the members of the first Special War Team, William Stryker, are more relieved to use them than Wade and others, but also because of this, he can't treat Wade and their temporary workers as casually. If nothing else, General Munson can't get through it. Before he could think about it, Dr. Carol Foster's soft voice began to ring again. An important part of the X-Weapons program is to strengthen all the bones of X-Weapons with indestructible Edelman alloy and give them a strong body that can't be destroyed. Seeing William Stryker hesitated, Dr. Carol Foster explained from the beginning. Since it is impossible to replace all the bones of the human body, the only feasible reconstruction plan is to inject liquid Edelman alloy directly into the bones of the whole body of X-Weapon for strengthening. However, the temperature of liquid Edelman alloy is more than 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. When it is injected into the X-Weapon, it will cause great damage to its body. Ordinary mutants can't bear this kind of damage at all and can't survive the strengthening of Edelman alloy. At this point, Dr. Carol Foster turned his head to Colonel William Stryker and went on with a serious look. According to the tests we have conducted on a large number of mutants, as well as the information and data we have, among the known mutants, only Lieutenant James is most likely to withstand the damage to the body caused by the injection of Edelman alloy and survive in the transformation. William Stryker frowned and listened to Dr. Carol Foster's explanation. He also understood the reason why James was necessary. Indeed, among the many mutants they arrested in recent years, only Victor and James are found to have strong self-healing ability. But then William Stryker is a little strange. Isn't Victor the same with strong self-healing ability? William Stryker couldn't help looking up at Dr. Carol Foster. He seemed to see the doubt in his mind, and Dr. Carol Foster explained it without waiting for him to ask. Although Lieutenant Vickert's self-healing ability is also very strong, Lieutenant James's bone spurs are more suitable for Aiden alloy transformation than his sharp claws, and the ultimate X-Weapon will be more destructive. William Stryker nodded solemnly on his face. If so, James could only be used as the target of X-Weapon transformation. Anyway, after the completion of X-Weapon manufacturing, we need to brainwash. As long as we have X-Weapon, William Stryker will no longer need X-Team. According to the idea of X-Weapon's plan, a variety of powerful variant capabilities have been assembled. At the same time, X-Weapons with indestructible Alderman alloy skeleton will be far beyond the existing public of X-Team. Even Chen Mo will not be the opponent of X-Weapons. He doesn't need to worry about Team anymore. As for General Munson, I believe that as long as he successfully manufactured the X-Weapons and put them in front of him, General Munson should not turn against him for a lieutenant. After all, what they need is loyal, obedient, and powerful soldiers. But just as William Stryker was determined to send James to the experiment at the risk of being blamed by General Munson, regardless of Chen Mo and Team X, Dr. Carol Foster continued. However, in order to ensure the success rate, the transformation must be carried out on his own initiative, because the process of injecting liquid Edelman alloy will be very painful, beyond anyone's imagination. Without firm will and belief, the possibility of success will be greatly reduced. William Stryker's expression suddenly collapsed. He was still thinking about how to cheat James. With his strong strength, he would only be able to tie him to the whole X-Team, or Chen Mo himself. Obviously, without sufficient reasons, they can't do it to their teammates, especially Chen Mo and Victor. They are more unlikely to allow James to be arrested for experiments. James's powerful self-healing ability led to the ineffectiveness of anesthetics on him, and it is unrealistic to confuse him. So William Stryker was going to cheat James into the experimental platform for the reason that he would cooperate with us to carry out tests, and then use the mechanism to control him by surprise while he relaxed his vigilance. However, there is a disadvantage in this way. If he is not trapped successfully, it will be difficult to finish later. So William Stryker is still thinking of other more secure and safe ways. Dr. Carol Foster's final request was to deny all his ideas. William Stryker couldn't help but look up calmly at Dr. Carol Foster with an ugly face. "Damn it, can't you finish all the requests at once?" William Stryker, with a strong impulse to strangle the gasping woman in front of him, took a deep breath, turned away from looking at her, and began to think quickly in his mind. Must be voluntary. Ask who will ignore the danger of life to accept a human experiment that is likely to die. What kind of strength can we gain after successful transformation? James's strength is already the top in Team X, next only to the strongest Chen Mo, and definitely the top ranks among all the mutants. Even under the guidance of Chen Mo, the powerful Wade and Agent Zero are still not his opponents to Victor, because their physical quality is far above that of Wade. Whether they are strength, speed, or anti, none of them are James's opponents. Not to mention the power of pistol. James Fred's single gun can resist hard. The only alloy long blade that can threaten James can't cut him at all. This is a huge gap between 4 times and 6 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Therefore, William Stryker did not give much hope to persuade James to accept the transformation voluntarily. Since the conventional means were not good, William Stryker came up with other ideas. Men, for what can be desperate women. He can direct a big play, send a beautiful woman to James, find a way to get his trust, and finally win his deep love. Then try to make Chen Mo, the only one stronger than him, kill the woman and force them to become enemies. In order to avenge his beloved woman, James will be desperate to get enough power to defeat Chen Mo. Then this idea came to mind in William Stryker's mind, and gradually became more and more clear. William Stryker believed that as long as he further improved, the plan would succeed. James, in his opinion, is not much different from Fred, but a reckless man with a strong ability of variety. Although he values Chen Mo, he only wants to complete the X-Weapons plan. In the final analysis, Chen Mo, like James and Wade, is just a tool for him to achieve his goals, but Chen Mo is the strongest and most valuable. It's just a tool of value. Now, X-Weapons will be available soon. With powerful X-Weapons, he no longer needs Chen Mo, X-Team, or even the military. In order to make X-Weapons successfully, he will do anything. However, the only problem is that his plan is likely to take quite a long time, a few months, a few years. He has been waiting for 8 years. Now that the technology of making weapons is mature, he has no patience to wait for another year or two. This made William Stryker can't help but put down the plan for a while and think of other ways. But soon, William Stryker thought of a question, frowned, and turned to Dr. Carol Foster with a puzzled face. Now that the variant ability replication technology has been successful, why can't we replicate James' ability to other variants and then experiment with them? Dr. Carol Foster can't help but look at William Stryker and smile. Obviously, she has a corresponding reason for him to think of this. In the eyes of William Stryker, Dr. Carol Foster put up his smile and said seriously, "Colonel, based on our studies of a large number of mutants over the years, we have found that the abilities of mutants are not only diverse and varied, but also different in their ability levels." William Stryker's expression did not change at all, his eyes shining brightly at Dr. Carol Foster, listening to her continue. The ability level here does not simply refer to the power difference between different varieties of abilities. Due to the difference of types, there is no way to compare the power of different kinds of abilities. The ability level, I said, refers to the strength level of the mutants themselves, or the control of X gene in their body, and the development of their own mutation ability. Ability level of the devastating mutant may not be as high as that of the mutant with the no attack power. The variety of a mutant's ability will not change, but his ability itself will gradually strengthen with the battle, exercise, or even time, and his ability level will also increase accordingly. Hearing this, William Stryker's expression finally relaxed a little, but he still didn't understand what Dr. Carol Foster wanted to express. He could not help frowning and looking at her with some doubts. "I have roughly classified the ability levels of the mutants according to the physical quality of the most common enhanced mutants as a reference. Dr. Carol Foster was not influenced by William Stryker and still told his discovery step by step. Take Team as an example. Fred, Mirage, and Bradley have great differences in ability and strength, but in fact, the three of them have the same level of strength. I set them as level 3, while Wade and Agent Zero have level 4, James and Victor have level 6. As for Captain Chenmo, his ability can reach level 8. William Stryker was interested in Dr. Carol Foster's ability grading of mutants. When he heard her rating of Team X, especially that of James, Victor, and Chenmo, William Stryker could not help but look at her, but he was soon relieved. The strength of Chen and Mo is indeed far above the others in Team X, but there was no such specific ability level division before. William Stryker only knew that they were strong, but didn't know how much. Dr. Carol Foster now gave him an accurate number to show their actual gap clearly. Dr. Carol Foster's story continues. Among them, it's not easy to measure the ability level of the mental-type mutants like Bradley. At the beginning, we judged them according to the power level of the mutants. However, when we studied the technology of the ability replication of the mutants, we carried out an ability replication experiment to double the physical quality and ability level of an ordinary person. It's the X gene of the second-class mutant that has been copied to a thin and weak person with poor physical quality. The mutation ability is the evil mutant that secretes venom. The final result of the enhancement is that the mutant's physical quality directly reaches 3 times of that of the ordinary person after obtaining the enhanced mutation ability. That is to say, the strength level of this mutant is actually level 3. Hearing this, William Stryker understood what Dr. Carol Foster meant, but his brow was also frowning. After that, we did some similar experiments. We copied the ability of the third-level mutant into the second-level mutant. As a result, his new ability was reduced to the second level. Speaking of this, Dr. Carol Foster looked into William Stryker's eyes and said slowly, "So, if James' self-healing ability is copied to other mutants, the self-healing ability he ultimately gets will not be as powerful as James. It will be weakened according to his own ability level." William Stryker's brow became a Sichuan character, and he asked in a serious voice, "What's the highest level of mutants we've got now?" "Level 3, and only a dozen. Most of the others are level 1 and level 2. Dr. Carol Foster, who knows about the mutants at the base, replied quickly when William Stryker asked, "Where are Wade and Agent Zero? Can the two of them withstand the transformation of Edelman alloy after they have self-healing ability?" asked William Stryker without giving up. "Unlikely." Dr. Carol Foster shook his head gently. "If they are directly used for the first transformation experiment, the success rate is only 10% at most. If the transformation fails, the Edelman alloy injected into their body will be completely discarded and cannot be recycled for reuse." Dr. Carol Foster's words made William Stryker give up his fluke mentality. Edelman alloy is a non-renewable resource, a gift from heaven, and its value is incalculable. So far, only some gold vibrating meteorites have been found in the Valley of Africa. The Edelman alloy that can be made is very limited, and it is used a little less. A transformation will consume hundreds of kilograms of Edelman alloy. Its value is extremely huge. If it succeeds, once it fails, the loss of hundreds of kilograms of precious Edelman alloy is unacceptable to William Stryker. But if we can successfully complete the first Edelman alloy strengthening, with the data of this experiment, we can improve the strengthening process, and then strengthen Wade and Agent Zero. The success rate will be greatly improved. Dr. Carol Foster's words let William Stryker down a big worry in his heart. If the transformation of X-weapons requires so high the ability level of mutants, then his X-weapons will not be able to be manufactured in large quantities. His goal of creating X-weapons program is not just to create 1 or 2 powerful X-weapons, but that is after this success, at least this time, he still faces a lot of problems. At present, there are only 3 candidates who can bear the transformation: James, Victor, and Captain Chenmo. Among them, Captain Chenmo has the highest success rate, which can reach 97%. Of course, after copying the self-healing ability. Dr. Carol Foster gave William Stryker more choices, but William Stryker's expression didn't relax at all and even turned his eyes. Chen Mo. If he dare to put Chen Mo on the operating table, General Munson will kill him. General Munson thinks highly of Chen Mo. He doesn't know how, not to mention General Munson. Even he thinks highly of Chen Mo. Just look at Dr. Carol Foster's ability level of mutants. The hundreds of mutants they arrested are all level 1, level 2, and only a dozen level 3. The original members of Team X are Wade and Zero Work has reached level 4, but what about Chen Mo? His two subordinates, James and Victor, have reached level 6 directly, and he himself is an amazing level 8. Although this is only a general level division, it also clearly shows Chen Mo's strong strength. If there is not an X weapon that can stably suppress Chen Mo in the future, William Stryker will certainly be very afraid of the powerful Chen Mo. Moreover, Chen Mo's performance in these years is indeed impeccable. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, Team X has undergone tremendous changes. The strength of several people has been greatly improved, especially in discipline, atmosphere, execution, obedience, and task completion. Even if he had no way at all, Wade's chatter has become much less. Of course, compared with his former nature, his chatter has not changed. Chen Mo is absolutely a perfect team commander. Compared with turning Chen Mo into an X weapon that only knows to obey orders, William Stryker is more willing to continue to use him to command operations. In William Stryker's view, with indestructible alderman alloy bones and weapons, as well as a variety of powerful mutation capabilities, even the X weapon, transformed by the third-level mutant, is enough to eliminate any mutant, including Chen Mo. It's more useful for William Stryker to keep his mind and command strong. Moreover, he didn't think that he could easily persuade Chen Mo to volunteer for the transformation, which was similar to the plan he had thought of before. He had to make a slow effort to deal with it. In his opinion, James with a simple mind is more easy to deal with. So there's only one choice, James. Is it really going to take a year or two to figure him out? Just as William Stryker's face was tangled, Dr. Carol Foster's eyes flashed when suggested, "Colonel, maybe you can talk to Captain Chen Mo." William Stryker frowned and looked at Dr. Carol Foster. He asked in a deep, unhappy voice, "What are you talking about?" Let him volunteer to participate in the transformation. He doesn't think Chen, who is already powerful, will agree. Dr. Carol Foster smiled, shook his head, and said softly, "I heard you gave Wade those 2 Edelman knives." "That's right. It was Captain Chen Mo's suggestion. He said he couldn't use it at all, so I don't think he'd be interested in the Edelman bone," said William Stryker with a heavy face. Dr. Carol Foster nodded in agreement with William Stryker. After Wade got the Edelman alloy broadsword, James could not defeat him again. Although Wade could not win him, he also had the Edelman alloy broadsword, which could pose a threat to him, said Dr. Carol Foster, looking up at William Stryker. Although James didn't express his dissatisfaction, in fact, he should be very yearning for Aiden alloy. Especially, the claw I designed for him is much more powerful than his original bone spur. The destructive force is not under Wade's Aiden alloy long knife at all. I think he will be interested. William Stryker's eyes brightened at the smell. Over the years, his energy has been mostly focused on the search for the traces of mutants and the research and development of the replication technology of mutants. In fact, he didn't know much about the situation of all the people in Team X. He gave all the affairs of Team to Chen Murai to manage, and he just needed to give orders. While saving his mind and effort, he naturally didn't know much about Team, as before it's time to lead the team in person. But Team is only a tool to achieve his goal in his eyes, as long as he can complete the tasks assigned by him, so he is not particularly concerned about the specific situation of Team X now. When Dr. Carol Foster said that, he knew there was another thing. In this way, the 2 Alderman alloy long knives were really given to Wade. They were given to Chen Mo, who was very powerful at that time. He had been under him, but he was stronger than others. James could not have the idea of accepting reinforcement at all. However, if so, why go to Chen Mo? With doubts, William Stryker asked Dr. Carol Foster, "As you say, I can't go straight to James. Dr. Carol Foster shook his head slightly. James is an old subordinate of Captain Chenmo. Even if you go to him directly, he will ask for Captain Chenmo's opinion later. If you go over Captain Chenmo and persuade James to participate in the experiment directly, it is likely that Captain Chenmo will get misunderstood. His biggest possibility is to let James refuse. After listening to Dr. Carol Foster's words, William Stryker took a deep look at her. The female doctor didn't seem to be as simple as she seemed, and her grasp of human nature didn't seem to be what a scientist who was immersed in the laboratory all day should have. In the face of William Stryker's eyes, Dr. Carol Foster said softly with a gentle smile, "Surprised? It seems that you haven't read my resume carefully." As Dr. Carol Foster said, she raised her hand and gently lifted a wisp of hair from her earlobe, pinned it behind her ears. Her long hair was neatly combed back and it was put on the back of her head. It was simple and concise, and the whole person looked clean and neat. In addition to biology, in fact, I am a doctor of psychology. My research on human beings is not only at the physical level, but also at the psychological level. After listening to her, William Stryker can't help recalling that the whole research team members are carefully selected by him. Dr. Carol Foster is one of the most important biological and genetic experts. Her data, he naturally studied carefully. At that time, William Stryker really remembered that Dr. Carol Foster was not only a biologist, but also a psychology doctor. He also had a considerable knowledge of human psychology. However, her psychology did not use much in the X-Weapons program. They were very good at X-Weapons program. Weapon brainwashing is also a crude use of machines to clear memory, not through hypnosis. Therefore, William Stryker has forgotten Dr. Carol Foster's ability in psychology. When she mentioned it, William Stryker finally remembered it and finally relieved himself. William Stryker is actually a very suspicious person. He doesn't believe anyone, whether it's a mutant of Team X or a scientist of the research team, but he's only using them. What he really believes is himself. What he cares about is himself and his goals over the years. Whether it's Chen Mo or Dr. Carol Foster, it's just a tool in his hand. If it's used well, he will pay more attention to it, but if necessary, he can throw them away at any time. William Stryker had doubts about Dr. Carol Foster, but now it has been eliminated. A psychology doctor has a precise grasp of human nature, which is the most normal thing. Moreover, she is helping him, and he still needs her to complete the X-Weapons program. So William Stryker's expression softened quickly and said with a smile to Dr. Carol Foster, "It seems that your psychology can still be used." Dr. Carol Foster smiled and said nothing. William Stryker didn't say anything more. At last, he took a deep look at the stone man lying on the operating table and turned to walk out of the laboratory. Behind him, Dr. Carol Foster looked at his back with a strange light in his eyes. But soon, she took back her eyes and put them on the stone man lying on the operating table beside her. Raising her right hand, she gently crossed the hard and rough rock skin on the stone man's chest with her delicate and tender fingers. The rock-like hand made her smile gently on the corner of her mouth. Amazing mutant. On the other hand, William Stryker, who left the lab, did not go directly to Chen Mo, but returned to his office first. Closed the door, William Stryker didn't turn on the light. With the dim light from the window, William Stryker walked around the desk to his seat and sat down slowly. In the dark, William Stryker slowly raised his arm on the desk, clasped his hands, stared at the fingertips, but the focus of his pupils began to drift. The suspicious William Stryker didn't take Dr. Carol Foster's advice so easily and went straight to Chen Mo, although it seemed like a good idea. Sitting in his chair, William Stryker combed Dr. Carol Foster's words from the beginning again in his mind. The requirements for strengthening of Edelman alloy are very strict, which requires that the acceptor must have strong self-healing ability to withstand the huge damage to the body caused by injecting liquid Edelman alloy with extremely high temperature into the whole body. Although they can copy James' self-healing ability to other people, the ability level of mutants limits their self-healing ability. At present, only Chen Mo, James, and Victor meet the requirements of the known mutants. William Stryker frowned. racked his brain to think about all kinds of possibilities, tried to find the best solution, and finally found that, as Dr. Carol Foster said, James was the only choice, and the best way to persuade James was to talk about the problem through Chen Mo. In the end, William Stryker has to admit that Dr. Carol Foster's proposal is really the best way at the moment. Release his hands. William Stryker slowly stood up from the chair, so in the dark the whole neck of the tie, William Stryker immediately around the desk, toward the office door. He wants to talk to Chen Mo. Captain Chen Mo. In Chen Mo's exclusive training room, Wade and Agent Zero are listening to Chen Mo's comments on their fight. A gentle voice suddenly comes from the door of the training room. The two people who were interrupted to listen turned around and saw that a figure in a suit was coming in from the door of the training room. When they saw the face, Wade and Agent Zero could not help but restrain their displeasure and shout without expression. Colonel, however, they are more like formulaic greetings, and there is not much respect in their looks and words. Colonel Stryker. Chen Mo also said hello to William Stryker. William Stryker glanced at Wade and Agent Zero, nodded softly and said directly to them, "You go back first. I have something to talk to Captain Chen Mo." If William Stryker had ordered before, they would have left directly, but these years William Stryker didn't intervene in team very much. They were used to following Chen Mo's command, so when they heard William Stryker's order, they didn't leave directly, but turned their heads to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded softly and said to the two, "Let's go to the training room and train with others first. I'll be there later." Wade and Agent Zero nodded and walked out of the training room. William Stryker naturally knows that Team X now listened to Chen Mo's words more. In fact, this is the result of his acquiescence. The purpose of his team is to use the power of powerful mutants to catch mutants, search for Zhenjin meteorite and other experimental materials, and provide guarantee for the completion of his X-weapons plan. As long as the X-weapons are successfully manufactured, Team will lose its use value. Therefore, William Stryker did not pay attention to the changes of Wade and Agent Zero. Some of them are just tools and they will be eliminated soon. Only Chen Mo, the best of these tools, can make William Stryker care. For example, after Wade and Agent Zero left, William Stryker's face suddenly burst into a bright smile and said happily to Chen Mo, "Captain Chen Mo, I have good news for you." Chen Mo smiles at his words. "What makes you so happy, Colonel, is that the research has made new progress." "Ha ha ha, I can't hide it from you." William Stryker could not help laughing when he heard Chen Mo's guess. "Yes, Dr. Carol Foster's variant capability replication technology has been successfully developed and the X-weapons program can finally start. That's really good news." Chen Mo smiles and nods. "But now we have a problem." The smile on William Stryker's face closed, and he said to Chen Mo with a sad face, "The first step in the X-weapons program is to inject liquid Edelman alloy into the body's skeleton, so that X-weapons have an indestructible body. But this requires that the person who accepts the transformation must have a strong self-healing ability to withstand the damage of the high temperature of the liquid Edelman alloy to the body during the transformation. According to Dr. Carol Foster's analysis, now only James can withstand the transformation, and other people have copied his self-healing ability, and the final effect will be greatly reduced, which is simply unbearable alderman transformation. Hearing this, Chen Mo suddenly sharpened his eyes, looked at William Stryker with a poor face, and said slowly with a chill in his voice, "Are you going to turn James into an X-weapon?" "Of course not." Feeling the chill in Chen Mo's tone, William Stryker quickly shook his head and swore, "James is a member of Team X and a subordinate of mine. I can't turn him into a weapon." Then there was a sad look on William Stryker's face, and he said in a low voice, "It's just that the requirements for self-healing ability are too high in the first transformation experiment, and this transformation will cost more than 100 kilograms of precious alderman alloy. If any ordinary mutant is allowed to accept the transformation, the probability of failure is too high. I don't want the precious vibration gold you find so hard to waste." After the success of this experiment, Dr. Carol Foster will modify the transformation process according to the experimental data. At that time, the requirements for the self-healing ability of the reformer will be greatly reduced. At that time, it is the time to manufacture the real X-weapons. Speaking of this, William Stryker looked up at Chen Mo sincerely and said in a sincere tone, "So James helped me finish the experiment, and I gave him an indestructible alloy skeleton and 6 indestructible alloy claws." Chen Mo's sharp eyes fixed on William Stryker's eyes in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to find out how believable his words were. However, William Stryker did not shy away. He looked at Chen Mo sincerely, and his eyes were full of sincerity. After seeing each other for a long time, Chen Murai took back his eyes and asked, "What is the success rate of the experiment?" When William Stryker heard the words, he was happy, but there was no change on his face and replied quickly, "At least 95%. And once there is a problem, we will immediately stop the transformation. You know more about James' self-healing ability than I do. I believe that this transformation has no problem for him." Chen Mo didn't answer directly but hesitated for a moment. He seemed to weigh something in his heart. Finally, he looked into William Stryker's eyes and said in an indisputable voice, "I'll be there for the experiment." "Yes." William Stryker was relieved and succeeded. "It's more smooth than he thought. Maybe Chen Mo is really confident in James's self-healing ability. With the temptation of Edelman alloy skeleton and sharp claws, Chen Mo will agree to it after weighing. Anyway, it's a success." As long as Chen Mo agrees, William Stryker won't worry that James will oppose it. It's a success. At this time, Chen Mo was also relieved. "I'm tired of acting. Especially if you know that the other side is acting, you have to pretend that you don't know what to do with him. It's much more boring than his free acting before. But at last, the performance is finished and the goal has been achieved, waiting for James to play." On the same day, Chen Mo persuaded James to accept the strengthening of Edelman alloy. William Stryker was confirmed by Chen Mo and was very happy. Finally, he was going to take a big step towards the appearance of X-weapon. As long as James completes the strengthening successfully, Dr. Carol Foster can improve the strengthening process of Edelman alloy and officially start the manufacturing of X-weapons. As for the loss of more than 100 kilograms of precious Edelman alloy, William Stryker, though deeply distressed, had to accept the necessary experimental loss. Moreover, it was not a waste. Although James could not be brainwashed and completely transformed into an X-weapon, he was still a member of Team X and a soldier under his command. Moreover, even if he fell out with the military in the future, he could catch James and recycle him with a powerful X-weapon, force him to brainwash and transform him into a new X-weapon. James is also looking forward to this transformation, as Dr. Carol Foster told William Stryker, because Wade has those 2 Alderman alloy long knives. He can't crush and bully Wade as he used to. Although Wade is still not his opponent, he can't ignore the attack of the indestructible Alderman alloy long knives. We can't get closer to Wade. Although he has no opinion and dissatisfaction with Chen Mo's giving Wade both of the 2 Alderman alloy long knives, because Chen Mo said that the most important and fundamental thing is his own strength, James still yearns for the Alderman alloy. Now, Chen Mo tells him that as long as he suffers some pain, not only can he get the desired Edelman weapon, but also the whole body's bones will be transformed into indestructible Edelman. James just wanted to say, "and this good thing." It's like he wanted a rifle, but the other side gave him a tank. This huge surprise made James blush with excitement. He felt that a huge Aden alloy pie hit his head severely, and his head was a little dizzy. He couldn't wait to strengthen it immediately. As for the danger of pain and transformation, he and Victor have been looking for death for more than 100 years, but they are still alive and powerful. James even suspects that if he wants to commit suicide, it is likely to be impossible to achieve it. Pain is more common for him. He does not know how many times he has been attacked by bullets and swords, which is unbearable for ordinary people. The sharp pain was just a frown to him. Of course, because James didn't have a baby, he didn't know. In fact, he didn't feel really unbearable pain. James was impatient to carry out the experiment as soon as possible. William Stryker was more anxious than him. James solved the problem. William Stryker didn't want to delay for a moment. He immediately ordered Dr. Carol Foster to prepare for the experiment as soon as possible and informed General Munson and other senior military officials to come and watch this very important experiment. After all, the X-weapons plan is a secret plan of the military subordinates. Some important progress must be reported to the military. If there is no progress for a long time, the military is likely to lose confidence and directly choose to close the research. Over the years, the military has strongly supported him in his research for the purpose of X-weapons. So far, it is necessary for him to show the results and let the military see their achievements. The next morning, a military helicopter broke through the clouds, climbed over the mountains, went deep into a desolate mountain, and landed slowly on the camouflaged apron of the secret base of X-weapons program. 6 senior officers in military uniforms came down from the helicopter. Judging from their ranks on their shoulders, the lowest rank is also a brigadier general. 6 generals came at once. Among them, the highest one, with 4 stars on his shoulders, is the top 4-star general in active service. And this serious-looking, white-haired general is General Munson, the top military officer of the X-weapons program. After receiving the report from William Stryker, General Munson attached great importance to it. The next morning, he took several generals in charge of the military to the base. In a much larger and more complex laboratory than in the previous experiment, there is a huge water tank of more than 2 meters in the middle. The transparent water tank, made of reinforced glass, is about 1 meter high, and it is directly placed on the ground in the middle of the laboratory. Above the water tank, a large number of complex metal equipment is installed around it, and on the steel frame platform connected with many pipelines, James is lying on the top of it, naked, showing his strong muscles. Dr. Carol Foster, in his neat white coat and hairy plate at the back of his head, was drawing lines on James' majestic body with a black medical marker to accurately mark the position of his bones. After finishing the last stroke, Dr. Carol Foster put away the marker and looked down at James, only to find that he was lying there excitedly with no worries or worries. Dr. Carol Foster said softly to James, "The reinforcement process can be painful, and you can focus and think about something that's important to you, which will help you." James didn't take Dr. Carol Foster's advice to heart. "Believe me, I've suffered worse." Dr. Carol Foster watched him shake his head gently. "That's nothing." Then, regardless of whether James listened to it or not, he turned around and walked away, leaving James lying there with a puzzled squint on his face, watching her go away. "I'm scared to be a wolf. I'll show you what a pure man is." In this way, James no longer cares about other things, just lying on the experimental platform, excitedly imagining the situation after strengthening for a while. "That guy Wade gets 2 alderman alloy long knives. I can't help it. Wolf, I've turned all my bones into alderman alloy. I'll make you arrogant again. When I'm finished strengthening, stand there and let you chop. I can't shake you." James just wants to say a word to Dr. Carol Foster at the moment. "Edelman is very useful. Don't be reluctant." James felt that he was coming to take advantage of it. If he could get more Edelman alloy, he would get more. Dr. Carol Foster, ignoring James, turned to the stairs beside the lab. The rectangular main space in the middle of the laboratory runs through the upper and lower floors, while around the laboratory on the 2nd floor, a circle of steel corridor stretches out, facing the water tank, which is the general console of the laboratory. From here, you can see the situation in the water tank most clearly, while in the other 3 directions of the wall, there are a lot of experimental equipment installed. Many wearing researchers in white coats are standing in steel corridors, inspecting and operating the complex equipment. When Dr. Carol Foster finished the final preparations before strengthening, he planned to go to the main control console on the 2nd floor, and passed William Stryker standing not far from the water tank. Dr. Carol Foster nodded to him. "Everything is ready." William Stryker was very excited at this time, but his face was calm. Looking at James, who is lying on the stage of strengthening, William Stryker thought in his heart that sooner or later, You will become the X weapon in my hand. More than 100 kilograms of Edelman alloy is given to James in white. William Stryker can't accept it all the time. If you want to think about it, it's the safest way to turn him into an X weapon. But now is not the time. William Stryker took a deep look at James and turned to the console on the second floor. Several workers in white coats walked up to James and secured his limbs and waist to the steel platform below with wide straps. At the same time, James raised his head and looked at Chen Mo, who was standing next to the console on the second floor opposite, and saw that he nodded slightly, which did not resist and let several people do it. But James believed that he could get rid of the shackles anytime he wanted. Finally, a staff member came to his head and put a respirator on him. Although James was confident that he would not drown without air, he still opened his mouth and grabbed the respirator. Just up the stairs to the second floor, William Stryker saw Chen Mo standing near the console, near the corner of the corridor. Nodded to Chen Mo, William Stryker walked to the console and stood there, then turned his head to the opposite side of the console, and several military generals standing on the steel corridor on one side of the laboratory smiled and shouted, "Generals, welcome." Then William Stryker smiled at General Munson, who was standing at the top and nearest to him. "General Munson." General Munson looked at him with a serious face and did not speak. William Stryker didn't feel embarrassed. He turned around and looked ahead. But he didn't see that after he turned around, General Munson, who had a serious face, showed a gentle smile to Chen Mo, while Chen Mo just smiled and didn't respond. General Munson was not unhappy about it until he looked back at William Stryker in front of the console, and his expression returned to its seriousness. William Stryker knew nothing about it. He was standing in front of the console, glancing at the whole audience with high spirits, and then said loudly to the microphone in front of him, "Today we will witness a breakthrough in medicine. Make a really strong body. Indestructible?" asked General Munson suddenly. William Stryker quickly turned around and explained in a low voice, "Yes, use indestructible Edelman." With that, William Stryker turned around and continued, "We're going to inject Edelman into the whole skeleton, make it indestructible." After a brief introduction of the experiment, William Stryker looked at James, who was lying on the water tank below, and whispered to Dr. Carol Foster, who was beside him. "Let's go." Dr. Carol Foster nodded softly, then pressed a button on the console. Under the eyes of all the people in the field, the steel platform above the water tank below slowly began to descend, and sank into the bottom of the water tank together with James lying on it. Dr. Carol Foster looked down at the monitoring data on the console. The heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, blood oxygen content were all normal, and there was no problem with the CT scan. Next, a worker in a thermal suit opened a valve by hand. Silver liquid Edelman alloy, like mercury, flowed out of the constant temperature furnace at the end of the laboratory, and went to a device beside the water tank through a transparent pipe. This equipment is connected with a dozen of mechanical arms installed on the steel platform that has sunk into the water tank through dozens of pipelines. With a row of button switches on the equipment being opened, the silver liquid Edelman alloy is quickly injected into the mechanical arm from this equipment. The transparent containers above the mechanical arm are filled with silver Edelman alloy. Dr. Carol Foster, in front of the console on the second floor, saw that everything was ready. Then he lowered his head and reached down to press the bit start switch on the console. With the sound of buzzing mechanical operation, at the front of a dozen mechanical arms, a long and thin drill bit slowly extended out of the mechanical arm, and the whole drill bit was rapidly heated, and soon became red. Dr. Carol Foster then pressed the maximum speed button on the drill controller. The speed of the drill rotation was much faster, and the buzzing sound became louder. At the same time of the high-speed rotation of the bit, the mechanical arm also slowly moved down, pushing a dozen bits all to a distance of less than a centimeter from James's body, hovering over the skin, rotating at high speed. In the real-time X-ray image of the whole body displayed in the monitor, it can be clearly seen that these drills are all accurately aligned with the bones of all parts of James's whole body. Lying in the water tank, even with the cold water barrier, James could still feel the burning feeling from the dozens of high-temperature drills distributed all over his body. There are 2 drills just on his cheek. James squints at the hot red drill that rotates at high speed in front of him. Even if he has a strong confidence in his self-healing ability, he inevitably has a little unease in his heart. But without giving him time to think more, Dr. Carol Foster looked at James's body data again, confirmed that they were all normal, and then turned to William Stryker beside him. William Stryker nodded to her, and Dr. Carol Foster pressed the last start button. The high-speed rotating drill bit quickly stabbed down, directly penetrated James' tough skin, and quickly drilled into James' comparable steel skeleton. These drills, though not made of precious Edelman alloy, can't be stopped by ordinary steel. James frowned when he was stabbed into his body by these hot drills, but it was just that. It was really painful when he was stabbed to the bone, but the pain was only a little more severe for him than when he was shot by heavy machine gun, which was still within his acceptance range. But that's it. The idea in James's heart just rose, and the alloy of Edelman began to be injected. A strong pain, which was much more intense than before, suddenly came from all over his body, making his eyes widen suddenly. What a pain! James felt as if his bones had been thrown into the hot furnace to burn. In addition to the burning feeling, there was an unprecedented pain coming from the bone marrow, which was more intense and more unbearable than any pain he had felt before. Moreover, the heat and pain spread rapidly to all parts of the body, and eventually the whole body was completely covered by the severe pain. James finally understood what Dr. Carol Foster said before. It seemed that he was too young. Damn it, it's so painful. But he still remembered that he was being strengthened, so he tried to control himself from struggling. Nevertheless, under the severe pain, James' body shook. At the moment, through the real-time X-ray image, it can be clearly seen that a bright yellow light and shadow are spreading in the bone, where more than a dozen drills pierce the bone, and these are exactly the source of the pain that James felt. The liquid Edelman alloy with a temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. In the transparent container above the robot arm, the silver liquid Edelman alloy that was originally filled is slowly decreasing, while in the X-ray image, the bright yellow light and shadow on James is spreading to all the bones of the whole body. Why did he move? Why was he not anesthetized? General Munson looked at James, who was shaking violently in the water tank below, frowned and went to the console. He stood behind William Stryker and asked in a deep voice. The transformation process was very painful, but the anesthetic was ineffective for him and he had to carry it on his own. William Stryker answers General Munson's questions, and his eyes are always on James. The temperature is 42 degrees, rising continuously. Heartbeat 190,195. A report sounded in the laboratory, and the atmosphere began to get more and more dignified. Can he make it? General Munson stood on the console with his arms on his hat and asked with a stern face. Of course. William Stryker nodded without hesitation, but his clenched hands still exposed his inner tension. He did not dare to think about the possibility of failure of the experiment. He can't accept the result of failure. Heartbeat 200. The report is still ringing, and James's physical data are soaring, which has not been able to stabilize, which also shows that James's physical condition is rapidly deteriorating. At this time, James, in the body hit by the intense pain submerged at the same time, young memories are clearly in mind. "Son," he shouted when he killed his father Thomas Logan himself. "We are brothers," said Victor, who came after him when he fled the manor, and when they were hunted and cornered, Chen Mo said to them, "Get in the car." A picture, a sentence dialogue like a movie in James's mind, clear playback. Body pain seems to gradually away from him. The whole person is completely immersed in memories. At the same time, his heart rate is still speeding up, and the number of heartbeats shown on the monitor has reached more than 220 times, Dr. Carol Foster said quickly and seriously. The heartbeat has exceeded the limit. William Stryker is also a little worried when he hears the words. Looking at James, who is shaking violently in the water tank below, William Stryker asks eagerly, "And the blood pressure, 260,180, keeps soaring." William Stryker looked down at James uneasily and said to himself, "He can make it. He can do it." In the transparent container above the robot arm, the silver liquid Edelman alloy is less and less, which has consumed more than half of it. In the X-ray image, the bright yellow light and shadow of James has spread to almost all the bones, and his heart rate is still climbing, soon more than 300 and quickly approaching 400, which is far beyond the limit of ordinary human heart. Under everyone's eyes, the injection of Edelman alloy in the transparent container on the mechanical arm was finished at last, but at the same time, James's heart rate quickly weakened and stopped beating completely. The green heart rate curve on the monitoring equipment turned into a straight red line, and the harsh alarm sounded. The voice became the only one in the laboratory at this time. Everyone in the room fell into silence. No one spoke. Everyone's eyes were focused on the water tank in the laboratory. James, who had been shaking violently before, was still lying there. In the real-time X-ray image, the original bright yellow bone cooled rapidly and became a piece of metallic white. The original cold water in the water tank was bubbling like boiling at this time, and the bursts of hot gas were steaming out of the water tank. In this silence, the faces of researchers such as William Stryker and Dr. Carol Forster were heavy, more difficult to accept, and the faces of General Munson were even worse. Look at the dazzling red line on the monitoring screen and the number of heartbeat 0 displayed nearby. William Stryker turned around a little bit in a daze. Even James couldn't survive the strengthening of Edelman alloy. Is it possible that the X-weapon he has been pursuing could only be released? William Stryker, who was full of self-confidence and high-spirited, suffered a huge and heavy blow because of James's reinforcement failure, and even began to wonder whether the X-weapon's plan, designed by him, could be completed. But soon, William Stryker thought of another problem, which made him put down the frustration of the failure of the experiment temporarily, and quietly turned his head to look at Chen Mo not far away. At the same time, Dr. Carol Foster and General Munson turned their attention to Chen Mo. William Stryker initially assured Chen Mo of the success rate of the experiment, but now the experiment failed. He did not know how Chen Mo would react. If Chen Mo was angry at him and attacked violently, it seems that no one can stop him here. Dr. Carol Foster and General Munson looked at Chen Mo with the same worry, but their worry was different from that of William Stryker. However, to their surprise, Chen Mo didn't look sad or angry as they thought, but stood there calmly with the same face as before the experiment, looking at the boiling water tank with calm eyes, without any sense of anxiety. To say that the person who knows James best is Chen Mo, whose strength is completely brought up by Chen Mo's tune. Only Chen Mo knows how strong his self-healing ability is. Now James's healing ability is much stronger than that in the movie. According to Dr. Carol Forster's ability level classification of mutant, James in the movie actually belongs to level 4, just like Wade in them. Now, under the influence of Chen Mo and the strengthening of Super Soldier's blood, his ability has reached level 6. Even if he is hurt again, it can be fully recovered in a few seconds. In the movie, James is able to survive this transformation smoothly, and now more powerful James will not have any problems. What is a cardiac arrest? Even if the heart is completely roasted or dug out directly, James can quickly regenerate a new heart. The difference is that it takes a little more time. So Chen Mo didn't have any worries about the experiment. William Stryker and his wife were wondering about Chen Mo's reaction, but suddenly there was a change on the heart rate monitor. The heartbeat curve, which had originally become a straight line, suddenly fluctuated slightly. Ding ding. The sharp alarm sound that had been going on all of a sudden turned into a heartbeat prompt sound. The sound made everyone on the scene look shocked and shocked. Everyone could not help looking at the huge water tank that was still boiling, and the water was boiling with steam. Ding ding. After a long time, there was another heartbeat. Come on, James, come on. William Stryker looked at James lying in the water tank and said to himself expectantly, ding ding. The interval between heartbeats is getting shorter and shorter. The heart is beating. Dr. Carol Foster watched the monitor recover and become more powerful, he said. At this time, the experimenter in charge of the injection of Edelman alloy turned off the button on the device and turned to report to William Stryker. All the Alderman alloys have been injected. No rejection, strengthening completed. William Stryker was delighted at his words and said excitedly, looking at Dr. Carol Foster beside him. "We made it." Dr. Carol Foster nodded softly, his face equally excited. "We made it." General Munson, who was not far behind William Stryker, watched the normal heartbeat on the monitor, and his serious face flashed with a sigh of relief. Originally thought that the experiment failed, but the result was miraculously dead and resurrected. From great sorrow to great joy, William Stryker was so excited that he could not help turning to one side, but he could not help feeling excited and clapped his hands on a table in front of him. "Good, great." But after the excitement, William Stryker turned around and looked at James, who was still in a coma. He had a strong desire to brainwash him and transform him into an X-weapon. He could not help but say it directly, but when his spare light swept to the side, he was still indifferent. It seemed that Chen Mo had expected James's resurrection. William Stryker suddenly calmed down and had to force himself to give up the plan temporarily. "Not yet. Wait until Dr. Carol Foster improves the strengthening process of the Edelman alloy, until the real X-weapon is made then. Even Chen Mo, once powerful and unmatched, can only be needed by him. James. Victor. Even the whole X-team will be transformed into X-weapons and become the unique blade of his obedience." Just as William Stryker was furious, James in the water tank opened his eyes. Just woke up from the coma, James's brain was in a mess. He only felt as if he was immersed in boiling water, and his skin was burning with pain. Instinctively, he struggled to get out of the water, but found that his limbs were bound by something. At the same time, with his struggle, there were also bursts of pain all over his body. It seemed that there was a lot of pain. The prickles pierced into his body and tore at him as he struggled. The depression of being trapped in the water, the strangeness of the surrounding environment, and the pain from his body made James suddenly angry when he woke up from a coma. Like a trapped beast, instinctively into a dangerous state of attack. His eyes turned red rapidly, casting ferocity and fury like wild animals. He raised his head in the water, roared loudly, and the alloy drill bit inserted into his cheek and forehead was broken by him. At the same time, James clenched his hands and stretched out the bone spur hidden in his arm, but he didn't know that what was coming out of his fingers was not originally conus like bone, 6 long, sharp, silvery white metal claws like the blade. James didn't know that. He only knew that he wanted to get out of the water and kill all the enemies outside. After the claw was ejected, James's arms and legs were forced. 6 times the strength of ordinary people burst out, and the bandage that fixed him on the steel platform was instantly broken free. Breaking away from the shackles, James roared from the water tank and stood up. His tall and majestic body broke through the water like a giant beast at the bottom of the lake. In the splashing water, James opened his arms and roared up to the sky. His mouth roared like a beast, which was breathtaking. All the bits that were originally connected to him were violently broken by him. A dozen broken bits with a length of more than 10 cm were stuck on him, which were more ferocious like sharp spikes on beasts. His angry and crazy expression, sharp claws on his arms, and the violent breath from his body made William Stryker on the second-floor console frightened and retreated. Several generals and many researchers were frightened by James's ferocious and violent appearance. They felt as if the beast, which had been sleeping in a cage, suddenly woke up, broke away from the shackles, rushed out and roared angrily at them. The ferocious eyes of the beast have been fixed on them. It seems that they will be attacked at the next moment. All the people present are afraid and flustered. James's strength William Stryker knows very well. It's easy to kill all the people in the whole laboratory with his strength. As far as he knows, only Chen Mo can deal with him. But before, William Stryker didn't think that he had been strengthened by Edelman alloy, and his bones were indestructible, and he had all the strength James will now lose to Chenmo. It may not be a problem for Chenmo to protect himself, but whether he can stop James and save them from his claws, William Stryker is not sure. So even though Chenmo is by his side, William Stryker is very worried about his safety. Will the out-of-control James tear them all to pieces? When all the people in the lab were panicking because James was out of control, a dignified and thick voice suddenly sounded in the lab. James. To everyone's surprise, James, who had been fearing like a wild beast, quickly calmed down under the sound. His eyes were red as blood, full of ferocity. After the sound, he quickly recovered his brightness. His face was also violent and calm. A massacre was about to break out, so it was invisible. William Stryker can't help but turn his head and look at Chenmo, who is standing quietly nearby. Just now, Chenmo called out the name of James at the critical moment, so as to wake him up and avoid the out-of-control James from doing irreparable things. Looking down at James, who is looking at his new claw curiously, his wits are obviously back to normal. William Stryker is still very scared. Thanks to Chenmo's presence, otherwise, they are almost all going to die under James's claws. But how did Chenmo restore James to his senses with just one call? Or, in fact, James just woke up from a coma, but he was not awake. At this time, anyone who shouted could wake him up. William Stryker obviously thought more about it. If it wasn't for Chenmo, these people in their presence might have been killed by James. Apart from Victor and Chenmo, no one could awaken him into a state of frenzy and delirium. Just now, the injection of high-temperature liquid Edelman alloy made James's temperature rise rapidly, which soon exceeded the limit that ordinary people could bear. Although the brain did not die under high temperature, it also entered a dormant state, lost the control of the brain, and the blood circulation system that was originally in the extreme operation state completely collapsed, and the heart stopped beating. James, it can be said that the whole body stops working from the brain to the heart. But with the injection of Edelman, James's temperature dropped rapidly, and all parts of the body, including the heart, had recovered, and the brain and heart that had gone down were back to work. But this is not sleep-wake-up, can quickly recover sober. If we compare the brain to a computer or a mobile phone, we just sleep on the screen and stand by. After waking up again, we can quickly restore the original state. James just turned off the computer and restarted it. The whole brain completely stopped working. In this case, we can restart again, which is not as fast as waking up. In fact, if we are ordinary people, we can't do it at all. It's rebooted, it's dead. James's strong physical quality and strong self-healing ability ensure the activity of his brain and body cells, so he successfully restarts after the temperature returns to the normal range. But the brain that has been completely shut down, stopped running, and completely lost consciousness wants to restart. Just like the computer and mobile phone restart, it needs to reload all programs, which takes far longer than waking up. James's situation is just like this. When he woke up, his consciousness was not clear, even the most basic instinct. Driven by this instinct consciousness, he felt that his body was bound to break free from the shackles, roared when he felt angry, and attacked when he felt threatened. He was ready to attack the people in the lab just now. This is the beast instinct that his mutant ability brings to him. Until Chenmo's voice came, the most familiar, close, and trusted voice in his heart made his desire to attack fade away instantly, and was recalled by the voice, so that his consciousness quickly recovered, and he was fully awake. After waking up James with a word, Chenmo glanced around and found that everyone was still looking at James standing naked in the water tank in fear. No one dared to step forward, so he took a coat out of the space and threw it to James. Then he turned to look at William Stryker, who was still scared. "Colonel Stryker, James is not in good shape. I'll take him back first." When William Stryker heard Chenmo's words, he suddenly regained his mind and looked down at James, who was calm but still very frightening, nodded his head busily. "Good, no problem. The experiment has been successful and all relevant data have been recorded. James really has no need to stay. William Stryker can't help Chenmo to take him away. The uncontrolled X weapon is too dangerous. Next time, we must wash our brains at the first time during the transformation, and never let this happen again. After greeting, Chen Mo even turned and went downstairs, but James, who had just stepped out of the water tank in his coat, immediately followed him and left the lab. Walking in the passage, James raised his right hand, looked at the 3 silver and white metal claws with the blade between his fingers, and suddenly said to Chen Mo, "Master, I want to change my name." Hearing this, Chen Mo was surprised. He couldn't help turning to look at James, only to find that his expression was very serious, so he asked, "For what?" James met Chen Mo's eyes and said earnestly, "Logan Hollett." Chen Mo knows that Logan, in fact, is James's biological father, Thomas Logan's surname. At that time, Thomas Logan broke into his house and shot his adoptive father, John Hollett, in the dispute, which stimulated his ability of variety. At last, Thomas Logan was also killed with bone spurs by his own hands when he just woke up to his ability and was in a violent state. James must have thought about that year. Although he didn't change his surname, he took his father Thomas's surname as his first name, which is also a kind of recognition of his identity. Naturally, Chen Mo would not object. He nodded gently to him. "Okay, Logan." James, or Logan, could not help but smile when he heard Chen Mo's address. Just before the complete coma, his consciousness fell into the past memory in the severe pain. Thomas Logan's son made him unable to let go for a long time. He killed his adoptive father and he killed him, but he was his own father after all. Logan is not willing to change his family name because John Hollett raised him as his own son, better than his mother. In Logan's view, he is his father. Logan does not allow himself to change his family name, but he can change his name. Victor is very happy when he learns that Logan has changed his new name. Although he and Logan are half-brothers, he has always treated Logan as his own brother for so many years. Now, they finally have the same thing in their name. Although one is a family name and the other is a first name, Victor is very happy. Although there were some twists and turns in the Aiden alloy strengthening experiment, it was finally successful. Under the intervention of Chen Mo, there was no plot in the movie. Logan voluntarily accepted the strengthening. In addition to the heart stopping in the middle and the final violent state, it was also successfully completed. In fact, William Stryker would like to brainwash Logan when he is being strengthened to eliminate his memory and become a weapon that only knows to obey his orders. This is also the purpose of his X-Weapons program. He doesn't need a warrior with his own thoughts. All he needs is a powerful and incomparable humanoid weapon. However, he knew that Victor and Chen Mo would never agree. Although Chen Mo, as the leader of the X-Weapons program, had always strictly implemented his orders, if he dared to give Logan the orders of brainwashing during the experiment, Chen Mo would never stand by and even directly turn his eyes on him. And he does not have the power to suppress Chen, and Mo he was able to command Chen and Mo before, relying on the identity of the military and the orders of the upper class. But if he is too much and wants to turn them into weapons without thinking, they can never continue to obey orders. But fortunately, he has a backhand. Be ruthless in your heart. When the real X-Weapons are made, all of you mutants will become my test products and raw materials for making weapons. So after Chen Mo left with Logan, William Stryker looked directly at Dr. Carol Foster and asked, "Doctor, how is the collection of experimental data? When can the improvement of the strengthening process be completed?" Dr. Carol Foster looked at the recorded data on the computer and said softly, "The data is very comprehensive and can be improved in 2 days." William Stryker was very satisfied with Dr. Carol Foster's answer and said with a slow nod and a smile, "Very good." At this point, William Stryker finally let go of his worries. Now, just 2 days later, he will officially carry out the transformation of X-Weapons. Then he will no longer need to have any scruples. William Stryker's eyes flashed 2 fierce lights, but soon disappeared in his false smile. Turning around, William Stryker said with a smile to the serious General Munson, "General Munson, the Aidman alloy strengthening is a complete success, and the real X-Weapons can be manufactured soon. It's not easy for you to come to the base. I'll show you around." General Munson looked at William Stryker with a straight face and nodded softly. "Take me to the evil mutants, and I want to see how you deal with them." "Here." William Stryker would like to refuse, but under the fierce eyes of General Munson, he dare not oppose. As the military chief of the X-Weapons program, General Munson's request obviously cannot be refused. William Stryker doesn't like the feeling of being forced to be around, but now he can't resist but wait. His heart was dark and fierce, but William Stryker's face was full of laughter. "No problem, of course. Come with me." When William Stryker finished, he took the lead in front of General Munson and headed for the lab where evil mutants were kept. Anyway, it's the evil mutants who are full of sin and are supposed to die, not the innocent ordinary mutants. It's no big deal to show them. A few minutes later, William Strick and General Munson arrived in a room no smaller than the previous laboratory. This room is not so much a laboratory as a storage room or a gallery. Rows and rows of freezing cabins with height of one person are arranged in the room. At first glance, there are hundreds of freezing cabins. In front of each freezing cabin, there is a huge transparent glass. Through this glass, you can clearly see the whole picture of the freezing cabin. A naked mutant with different body, appearance, and shape is standing in the freezer quietly, motionless. A large amount of ice on the surface of the body indicates that they are all frozen in the freezer by living ice. These are all evil mutants who have lost the use value after a lot of human experiments in these years. They are still alive. It's not that William Stryker is kind-hearted and doesn't have the heart to kill them, but he completely treats them as objects and experimental materials. Although they can't be used temporarily, it doesn't mean that they won't be used in the future. All kinds of variation abilities on their bodies, their mutants themselves, are valuable things in William Stryker's eyes, so he doesn't directly deal with them. It's all frozen and stored. It can be used at any time when it needs to be used later. General Munson walked inside along the orderly arranged freezer. Through the glass window, he saw a variety of names in the freezer. Some even couldn't see a human at all. They stood in the freezer quietly like specimens. Although their eyes were open, their eyes were empty like puppets. General Munson felt as if he had entered a hunter's prey exhibition room. Behind the glass window, there were all the prey captured by the hunter. General Munson could feel that William Stryker did not treat these mutants as human beings, but as beasts and prey, even with deep hatred. And this is consistent with the news he got. General Munson did not continue to look. In front of a freezing cabin at the end of the room, General Munson stopped and looked at a stone man in the freezing cabin who seemed to be completely composed of rocks and could not see any physical traces. General Munson began to shout, "Colonel!" William Stryker didn't browse his collection with General Munson. He often came here. There was nothing strange. At this time, he was standing in front of the first freezer in the room where he had just come in. He looked at a frozen man who looked like a teenager, but his eyes were a yellow and blue variant of a human child. His face was gloomy and complicated. "No, in the end, I was overwhelmed by the hatred. I don't know why a child appears in this room which is specially used to store evil mutants who have conducted human experiments, and what kind of things he has done, which can be named as evil mutants." Hearing General Munson's voice, William Stryker took back his eyes and responded loudly. "General." As he spoke, William Stryker walked to General Munson's place. "You really hate them, don't you?" General Munson asked, looking at the stone man in the freezer. "No, I don't hate them," said William Stryker as he walked. "I've been working with mutants for many years and I know what they can do," said William Stryker, coming to General Munson with a sort of excited voice. "We can win the first chance to save all living beings before this war begins. Preemption is the only way to win." William Stryker's voice was full of excitement. "General, the days of standing by are over. We should take action before the enemy attacks us." However, General Munson's serious expression did not change at all. Looking at the fanatical William Stryker in front of him, General Munson said in a stern voice, "I admire your enthusiasm." William Stryker, hearing that General Munson really agreed with him, smiled and nodded. "Thank you, but that's all." General Munson's next words froze the smile on William Stryker's face, reflecting the meaning of General Munson's words, explained William Stryker with a puzzled face. The experiment was just an accident. General Munson interrupted William Stryker's explanation directly and said in a deep voice, "We know about your son. He's a mutant and he killed your wife." General Munson said, looking sternly at William Stryker, "You shouldn't have concealed it." When William Stryker heard General Munson mention the taboo he didn't want to think of, he was suddenly excited. Instead of the usual humility in front of General Munson, he became angry and ferocious. William Stryker looked at General Munson with a ferocious face and interrupted angrily, "That thing." But after saying this, William Stryker immediately found that his response was too excited. Under the fierce eyes of General Munson, he didn't want to force his immediate superior to completely offend William Stryker to resist his violent mood, tried to squeeze a smile on his face, quickly changed his tone, and spoke in a relatively soft voice, slow voice release. "It has nothing to do with my work." Nonsense. But General Munson was not so easy to fool. Even though William Stryker turned ugly and even a little ferocious, he snapped, "You're so emotional. I'm going to stop your experiment." William Stryker's eyes suddenly flashed a fierce color. He tried to control his expression. His face twitched slightly, but again pulled out an ugly smile. "You're right. I won't cheat you anymore." His eyes flashed quickly, and he tried to pretend to be sincere. With that, William Stryker slowly turned around, turned his back to General Munson, and said in a sincere and slow voice, "My son did give me trouble." As he spoke, William Stryker slowly raised his right hand and slipped it into his coat. "But I have vowed to protect American citizens and eliminate all threats, whether they come from abroad." At this point, William Stryker, with his back to General Munson, turned around fiercely. Meanwhile, his right hand, which had reached into the suit, came out, and a black pistol was in his hand. "Still at home." As he said the last sentence, William Stryker pulled the trigger with a ferocious face. William Stryker is not a mutant himself, but his son is. His mutant ability is to create illusions, but due to his inability to completely control his own ability, William Stryker's wife was affected by the illusions created by his son and killed herself. Because his wife was killed by the son of the mutant, William Stryker was full of hatred for the mutant. The real purpose of the X-Weapons program is to integrate the powerful forces of different mutants, create powerful human weapons, and then eliminate all the mutants in the world. Seeing that his plan is about to succeed, he will not allow anyone to interfere with his plan. Mutants must die. Those who prevent him from destroying the mutants must die. Now, General Munson is the one standing in front of him. When General Munson decided to close the X-Weapons program, he was already on the opposite side of William Stryker. Seeing that General Munson's decision had not been changed, William Stryker decided to take the risk and kill him. Just 2 days later, when he makes the X-Weapon, no one can stop him. Even Chen Mo, the most powerful mutant known now, cannot be the opponent of the X-Weapon. With the X-Weapon, let alone General Munson, even the president he can kill as soon as he wants. At that time, the military can no longer pose a threat to him. He can really start to implement his plan, and the goal of eliminating mutants is just around the corner. William Stryker was ferocious and shot at General Munson recklessly. Seeing the pistol in William Stryker's hand, General Munson changed his face immediately, but he could not make any response at all. He could only watch William Stryker pull the trigger. Bang! Loud shots echoed in the room, and a flash of white flames lit up the ferocity on William Stryker's face and the fury on General Munson's. However, if someone listens carefully, he will find that the shot just now is not one, but 2 shots with a very short interval. The first one to ring was not the pistol in William Stryker's hand, but the pistol in Chen Mo's hand, which was standing upright in front of the freezing cabin of William Stryker's son, which was located at the door of the room. Ding! Click! There was a clear sound of metal impact and a sound of glass being broken down. William Stryker looked at General Munson, who had not been shot to the ground and was still in good condition. He looked back at the broken hole in the freezer next to him, and a bad feeling came to his heart. At such a close distance, he aimed a gun at General Munson's chest, which would hit the freezing cabin sideways. However, he did not turn back. Looking at the angry General Munson, William Stryker looked fierce. He did not do it for 2 times and pulled the trigger again towards General Munson with his teeth clenched. Bang! Ding! Click! Was as like as 2 peas. There was nothing more than a bullet hole in the refrigerated compartment. General was still standing in front of him without any injury. All the bullets he had shot were all hit and left. William Stryker didn't plan to stop at this point, just when he was going to continue to pull the trigger. Another shot was fired before him, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right wrist and lost his strength in a moment. He couldn't hold the pistol in his hand anymore. When he released his hand, the pistol fell to the ground. At this time, Chen Mo, who was just at the door, has come to them. Taking back the white gun smoke, Chen Mo did not take care of William Stryker, who covered his right hand and wrists with pain, but looked at General Munson. Seeing that William Stryker lost his threat, General Munson gave him a murderous look in his eyes but didn't make any other response, so he left William Stryker, who was trying to kill him just now, and turned around to look at Chen Mo first and said respectfully, "Sir." Chen Mo nodded with a smile and asked with a warm look, "Monson, not frightened?" General Munson shook his head. "I don't have any worries with you around." General Munson didn't lie. Just now, when William Stryker took out his gun and pointed it at him, although he had some instinctive panic in the face of the muzzle, he was more angry. William Stryker really dared to fight against him. After William Stryker's first shot failed, General Munson calmed down completely, because he knew that Chen Mo must have shot just now. He also knows that Chen Mo will fight. Chen Mo smiled a little, turned his head and looked to one side, covered his wrists with pain, but after hearing the conversation between the two of them, William Stryker, with an unbelievable face, said, "Finish him first." General Munson nodded at his words and turned to William Stryker, who had almost killed him just now. A wave of murderous spirit appeared in General Munson's eyes. He stepped forward and stooped to pick up William Stryker's pistol from the ground after Chen Mo hit him on the wrist. Straight up, General Munson said in a cold voice, looking at William Stryker sharply, "William Stryker, you have been dismissed from all posts. The X-Weapons program will be taken over by Colonel Chen Mo. As for you..." At this point, General Munson raised the pistol in his hand but did not shoot directly. Instead, he looked to Chen Mo. William Stryker just attacked and tried to kill a 4-star general. General Munson could kill him on the spot, but in front of Chen Mo, he still asked for Chen Mo's opinion. Chen Mo looks at William Stryker, his face full of unhappiness. He thinks for a moment but shakes his head slightly. "Don't worry. Next, the laboratory just needs an ordinary person to carry out the experiment. Let him work with these evil mutants to help our research. Here there will be a place for him in the future." When General Munson heard this, he glanced around the freezer and saw the frozen puppet-like mutant inside. A happy smile appeared on General Munson's face, so he put down his gun and said with a smile to Chen Mo, "I think it's the best result for him." William Stryker listened to the dialogue between the two men. He was shocked and furious. Looking at Chen Mo, he recalled the dialogue between Chen Mo and General Munson, the situation when Chen Mo was recruited, and all kinds of things around Chen Mo these years. William Stryker suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to be driven by an invisible hand, acting and thinking according to someone's design. Even this time, choosing Logan as the experimental object seems to be in someone's calculation. This is terrible. And if there is no accident, the young man standing in front of him at this time, Chen Mo, is the one who secretly controls his judgment and decision. This mutant commander who had been recruited by him for 6 years, but now he is called Sir by General Munson, the top boss of the army and 4-star general, and who is respectful to him. Dead looking at Chen Mo, William Stryker bit his teeth and asked deep doubts in his heart, "Who are you?" Hearing William Stryker's words, Chen Mo glanced at him and didn't know what words to use to describe himself. Rancher, businessman, politician, capitalist, banker, industrialist. It seems that neither word is enough to describe Chen Mo's identity. To be honest, Chen Mo is actually the master behind this country. Although Chen Mo spent most of these years in the Brooklyn Manor, his power never stopped growing. The whole New York City has long been under his complete control. Behind major banks, securities companies, insurance companies, and other large enterprises, there is his shadow. He holds the economic lifeline of the whole United States and even can affect the economic situation of the whole world. Not only agriculture and animal husbandry, but also oil. His enterprises are all over mineral, iron and steel, railway, automobile manufacturing, military industry, finance, banking, and other industries, and they occupy a monopoly position in the dark. During the First World War and the Second World War, Chen Mo made a fortune, and after the war, with his incomparably strong financial capital, he infiltrated all sectors of the national economy, fundamentally mastered the lifeblood of national economy. What's more, Chen Mo still controls the Federal Reserve. The issuance of money and treasury bonds, as well as the management and regulation of financial markets, are all carried out by the Federal Reserve as the central bank. Through it, Chen Mo firmly holds the American economy and finance in his hands. The so-called four consortiums in the eyes of ordinary Americans are just small roles like miscellaneous fish compared with the huge commercial empire established by Chen Mo in more than 100 years. Moreover, if you can see the ownership structure of these consortiums, you will be surprised to find that the real owner behind these consortiums is actually Chen Mo. The so-called four families are just some of Chen Mo's family-style senior managers. In essence, they are still working for Chen Mo. In fact, this huge commercial empire was built by Chen Mo in the past 100 years. In addition to the economic aspect, Chen Mo's power has penetrated into the military and political circles. As early as 100 years ago, before the outbreak of the Civil War, he gradually controlled the newly founded Republican Party, and after that, relying on strong financial resources and influence, he constantly strengthened the control of the Republican Party. The Democratic Party that failed in the Civil War has experienced a trough of more than 20 years, and Chen Mo is even more take advantage of the situation and gradually complete the control of the Democratic Party. The two parties in power in the United States are completely under the control of Chen Mo. No matter which party is in power and stands behind the scenes to control the country, it is Chen Mo. The infiltration and control of the military began as early as the period of Zachary Taylor. Many generals are members of the two parties. Some civilian generals grew up with the support of Chen Mo. Chen Mo's influence in the military is no less than that in the government. Chen Mo, although on the surface is only a manor owner, but in fact his manor is the entire United States. In the past 100 years, almost every president of the United States has secretly visited his Brooklyn Manor, and General Munson is one of the few generals who was lucky enough to enter the Brooklyn Manor. Naturally, General Munson also knows more about Chen Mo, but the more he knows about Chen Mo, the more awe he has for Chen Mo. In the end, Chen Mo still didn't answer William Stryker's question. Waving at his back, Logan's tall and majestic figure soon appeared and strode over. "Master," Logan nodded at Chen Mo and shouted. In front of the old acquaintance General Munson, Logan had no need to pretend. "Give him to Dr. Carol Foster, and he will be used in the next experiment." Chen Mo waved at William Stryker. "Yes," Logan nodded and then turned to William Stryker, who had just given him a body of Edelman alloy bones and claws with a silent grin. Logan grinned at William Stryker, then stretched out his slender arm, which was bigger than Stryker's thigh. He grabbed the clothes behind William Stryker and lifted him up. Then, like a chicken, he walked towards the door with his feet off the ground. "Let me down, you can't do that." William Stryker's face was full of pain, anger, and ferocity. His eyes were red. He waved his arms wildly to resist. But where was Logan's opponent like a giant beast? He couldn't even reach Logan's clothes. He could only struggle in vain and was irresistibly carried out by Logan. Looking at William Stryker disappearing at the door, Chen Mo can fully understand his anger. X-Weapon's plan was created by him. He saw that it was about to be completed. His goal of destroying mutants was about to be realized. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly jumped out of his hands and took everything from him. All his efforts and period's hope, as well as near in front of the goal, has become a void. How can he be willing to accept it? However, his result is doomed. If he can survive the human experiment, there will be a place in the exhibition room for him to be with his son. Later, Chen gathered key personnel from the entire base, including Team X and the first team of the original Special Forces, as well as the base armed forces they led. Of course, Dr. Carol Foster and her research team were all listed. In front of everyone, General Munson announced his treatment of William Stryker and the appointment of Colonel Chen Mo to take over the whole X-Weapons program. Although I don't know how Captain Chen Mo suddenly became a colonel, but for the appointment announced by General Munson, everyone chose to accept it. Although they are in the secret base, they are very clear about their identity. They are not William Stryker's personal subordinates, but the secret research department under the military. General Munson is their real top leader. William Stryker is just a senior manager. And compared with William Stryker, Chen Mo's influence in the base is actually higher. Team X and the conventional armed forces of the base are under his control. As for the research department, don't forget that all the researchers were recruited by General Munson himself. What they are really loyal to is General Munson, or Chen Mo behind him. Dr. Carol Forster, the leader of the research team, knew that William Stryker was about to fall when he helped Chen Mo to persuade him to strengthen Rogan. So before Rogan sent William Stryker to the laboratory, he said that when he was going to experiment, Dr. Carol Forster had no accident, not to mention, according to his life, let him go, or start the manufacturing of X weapons in advance. William Stryker had hoped that Dr. Carol Foster would continue to follow his orders and quietly make X weapons for Logan after he left and turn the tables. But in the past, Dr. Carol Foster, who was obedient to him, looked at him coldly in the face of his orders, ignored them, turned around and left himself in the cell where he was temporarily holding the experimental materials. This cell is specially used to hold mutants. It's not the cement walls and iron railings commonly seen in prisons, but a completely enclosed steel cage embedded in the wall. Only one side facing the laboratory is a reinforced glass that can resist rifle shooting. Its strength is stronger than other steel walls. Powerful mutants are locked in the cell. There's no escape, let alone a normal William Stryker. Looking at the back of Dr. Carol Foster turning away, William Stryker's last hope was completely destroyed. He pressed his hands on the solid, reinforced glass in front of him. William Stryker's face was in despair. It was over. It's over. All members of Team X are very happy about Chen Mo's position. From the beginning to the end, William Stryker treats them with a high attitude. It seems that he can join team because of the glory he gives them. They should be driven by him like a dog, and they should be grateful. Until Chen Mo took over Team X, they really felt equality and respect. William Stryker regards them as animals and slaves, but he regards himself as a superior master. His strength is far above them and he can completely crush them. Chen Mo, who is really qualified to be their master, regards them as companions, respects, takes care of their feelings and tries to help them improve their strength. Although Chen Mo is their commander and will give orders to them, he is just their commander. When Chen Mo gives orders to them, as a captain, a commander, and to his team members, they can feel Chen Mo's care, love, and recognition for them. They are not as arrogant and disdainful as when William Stryker gave them orders as if they were commanding pigs and dogs. In the same way, they treat Chen Mo with great respect and love. So for the ending of William Stryker and Chen Mo's taking over the base, team is very popular. No one sympathizes with William Stryker. He has been hunting for mutants and experimenting with them, which has made Team X, who is also a mutant, very dissatisfied. It's not that Chen Mo is the core of the team. In addition, the ordinary mutants who are caught are just imprisoned and do some harmless research. The real human body experiments are all evil mutants who have survived. They have long since stopped working. Even so, they were very resistant to helping William Stryker catch people of the same kind. However, Chen Mo once promised them privately that he would ensure the safety of those ordinary mutants who were caught and not let them be hurt, and that he would release all the innocent mutants in the future, which they accepted. After all, even if they don't, there will still be other mutants or the army to do it. The secret research plan of the military will not be terminated because of their departure, and they can't fight against the powerful military. Now, this is the best result. Indeed, as Chen Mo promised, those innocent ordinary mutants have not been harmed or tortured. In addition to being unable to leave, their lives can still live. So, the happiest thing about Chen Mo's replacement of William Stryker in the whole base is actually the ordinary mutants who are being held. In the past 6 years, under the influence of Chen Mo, William Stryker thought that there were elite base troops led by Team X and the 1st Special Combat Team, and these common mutants were completely harmless, so he adopted the new management method proposed by Chen Mo for these mutants. Instead of keeping these mutants in separate iron cages like animals, they can only be released when they need to cooperate with the experiment. Instead, they learn from the prison mode. First, they change the mode of detention into a cell for 4 people, or dormitory. In addition to sleeping time, Chen Mo also arranges labor, class, and free activities for them. Their detention site was moved to a large enclosed area at the bottom of the missile base. In addition to the dormitory, there are also special classrooms, library and activity room, and other activities. Labor, in fact, is to use their respective abilities to complete some tasks. In essence, is to exercise their ability of variety. Class is mainly to learn basic knowledge, because most of the ordinary mutants are young people who are studying, and even some of them are simply caught in school. It's Chen Mo who teaches them culture lessons. There is a whole library in his mind. He has profound knowledge in literature, history, and other fields. He has great attainments in mathematics, physics, machinery, chemistry, biology, and other fields. He is more knowledgeable than many professors in famous universities. Chen Mo can teach all the knowledge of primary school, junior high school, and senior high school, but he can't teach it alone hundreds of mutant teenagers, so later simply put the research team, by these top scientific talents to these research objects class. Other members of Team X are not idle. In addition to teaching the basic knowledge learned in school, Chen Mo also asked the members of Team to teach these young mutants how to use and exercise their abilities reasonably. William Stryker initially thought that it was unnecessary to teach these research objects, and delayed the research of the research team. But Dr. Carol Foster told him that these mutants became more cooperative under their education, and their development and application of abilities became more powerful after the teaching and training of Chen Mo, and others. A lot of people's ability level has been improved, which is very helpful for their ongoing research on the ability of variety. William Stryker is allowed to continue this kind of fooling. Anyway, as long as we can finish the research of X weapons program as soon as possible, William Stryker doesn't care about other things and how these mutants are. Under the influence of Chen Mo, the life of these mutants who were originally kept as animals has changed dramatically. Although they still cannot leave the base and still need to cooperate in research, they have come out of the narrow iron cage. Not only the living space and conditions have improved a lot, but also they have received the instruction and strong cultural knowledge from the research elite selfless teaching on the use and development of the variant ability of the great mutant warrior. Compared with the original cage, this independent space at the bottom of the base is more like a closed school, specially for the mutant problem teenagers, which is strictly managed. Of course, in the eyes of William Stryker, this is a labor center which specializes in the brainwashing and training of the mutant. In fact, this is just Dr. Carol Foster cooperating with Chen. It's just a lie told by silence. It's true that the mutants cooperate more with the research, and that the improvement of strength and ability is helpful to the research. But the so-called brainwashing is just to cope with William Stryker's words. The environment and treatment have been improved practically. In addition, their eyes are very powerful, and Chen Mo, who led the team and captured most of them easily, promise to ensure their safety only when they really feel the change and security of their own situation can they become so cooperative. Chen Mo has built a school to protect the mutants in the concentration camp, and Chen Mo himself is the principal of the school, binding and teaching them, but also protecting them from harm. Some mutants even feel that their life in this underground school is more stable than their original life outside. Here they are confined to this underground space and can't go out at will, but at the same time, they can show their own special and use their own variety ability at will. They don't need to hide themselves as carefully as they do in the outside world, or even wrap themselves in a robe and shut up in the room and dare not see people. In Chen Mo's mutant school, they can display their distinctive appearance: red, yellow, blue, and green, rock, steel, and diamond skin of various materials, horns, claws, wings, and tails of all kinds of non-human characteristics can also be displayed at will, without worrying about the unusual eyes of ordinary people around them. Here, those fear, disgust, and even hate eyes they no longer have to bear. Chen Mo did more than that. He even gave them the chance to leave here. Of course, it's not true to leave here completely. In order to stimulate their potential, let them work harder to exercise their own ability, or even to inspire new varieties of ability. Chen Mo gives a temptation that most of them cannot refuse. As long as they can successfully escape from the school by their own ability, they can obtain the qualification of one-day trip to the outside world. Of course, under the supervision of Team X, they have to return to the school when the time is up. The mutant school is located at the lowest level of the secret base of the X weapons program. It is a wide and independent space. There is only one staircase between this area and the upper level of the base, but there is also a solid steel gate between this staircase and the area where they can move freely at ordinary times. In front of the gate, there is always a group of elite soldiers, armed with powerful anesthetic guns. It's not easy to break through their guards and open the solid steel gate, but there are a small number of people who can break through their guards. Among the varieties with various abilities, there are still some who can break through the guards of soldiers and try to open the steel gate and escape. But even if they go through the gate and up the stairs by various means, the real challenge is just beginning. Because at the top of the stairs, it's where all the members of Team except Chen Mo live. Most of the people who broke through the first line of defense were caught back by the strong X team again, but a small part of them had special abilities, or they were lucky enough to catch up with the X team and successfully pass the X team's defense. They played truant successfully. Although these people only get the reward of going out for a day, they can't leave even if they move into the mutant school after a long time in the cage. For those who haven't seen the outside world for a long time, they still have strong attraction. Therefore, inspired by these winners, the truancy trend of mutant school is flourishing. Almost every mutant tries his best to break through the defense of Team X and get the chance to let the outside world go. As for the real escape, they didn't fail to try. Almost every successful truant tried to escape from the base completely. However, they broke through the defense of Team X, and Chen Mo was in the back. No one was able to escape his capture. At last, they were all caught back and accepted the one-day tour. They also want to take advantage of the opportunity of a day tour to escape, but the members of Team who are responsible for supervising them are just people who restrain their ability. It is almost impossible for them to escape. However, with the opportunity to go out and let the wind go, their grievances and pent-up emotions have been relieved to a large extent, which at least shows that Chen Mo is really going to do what he says, and he doesn't treat them like William Stryker before, which also makes them full of hope for leaving here in the future. The mental outlook of all the mutants is much better. I can't see the depression and despair of the former prisoners. This is one of Chen Mo's aims. Chen Mo is not a kind person with a lot of sympathy. In order to study the technology of variant ability replication, Chen Mo, like in the movie, helps William Stryker catch them. As the research material, the technology of variant ability replication is his biggest goal in the world. He can't give up for these variants, but he will not treat them as pigs and dogs as William Stryker does. To the extent possible, Chen Mo will try to give them better treatment, such as ensuring their safety, preventing ordinary mutants among them who have never harmed others from accepting human body experiments, establishing mutant schools, giving them better living and living conditions, and letting them be imprisoned. The experimental animals of the house arrest have become captives. There is no more uncertainty, no fear and pressure of human rights, no fear every day living in fear and despair, no longer tortured and maimed by William Stryker. They can spend the time of house arrest in a better mental state. Even as a compensation for their years in captivity, Chen Mo, together with Team X and all members of the research team, taught them knowledge and the use and exercise skills of the more important variant abilities for them, so that they could have stronger strength and stronger self-protection after leaving in the future. Chen Mo is not a cold-blooded and merciless person. Although for himself and the people he cares about, he can turn into a devil without hesitation and lift up the butcher's knife for bloody killing. But if he can achieve his own goal, Chen Mo will try to reduce the harm to the innocent as much as possible. If he can achieve his goal, why do more killing? Chen Mo is not like William Stryker, who hates mutants, nor is he a psychologically distorted abnormal killer. He has his own bottom line and persistence, never cares about others' opinions, and does things with a clear conscience. After officially taking over the base, the first thing Chen Mo did was not to release the mutants from the mutant school at the bottom of the base. Now, to release them like this is not a good thing for themselves or ordinary people outside, and we can't rush it. After General Munson publicly announced the order to appoint him as the new leader of the base, Chen Mo officially took over the base. Then, his first thing was to come to the research department of X Weapons Program and ask Dr. Carol Foster about the research of X Weapons Program in detail. In fact, Chen Mo had a certain understanding of the research department before, but now he needs to know every detail of the X Weapons Program and the latest research progress. A lot of this needs to be confirmed by Dr. Carol Foster, who is in charge of the research department of the X Weapons Program. Knowing Chen Mo's intention, Dr. Carol Foster immediately called up all the relevant research materials. Chen Mo quickly turned over and listened to her explanation. The X-weapon plan is mainly divided into two parts. One is to use Aiden alloy to strengthen the skeleton, so that the X-weapon has an indestructible strong body. This part has no problem at all now. With the self-healing ability of Lieutenant Logan and the detailed data of the first enhancement, we can now carry out Aiden for the mutants whose ability level is above level, for the success rate of man alloy strengthening can reach over 95%. When Dr. Carol Foster finished speaking, she saw Chen Mo still looking down at the research materials at a speed she couldn't see clearly. She didn't know if he was listening, so she hesitated to stop talking for a while, but soon she heard Chen Mo's words without looking up. Continue. Dr. Carol Foster immediately understood that Chen Mo was devoted to two purposes, while reading the research materials at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination, like flipping through books, without any delay in his listening to her explanation. So she went on. Another important part of the X-Weapons program is to replicate different variant capabilities to the same variant. The most critical variant capability replication technology has been successful. However, we found a problem in the experiment of multiple capability integration. This time, without Chen Mo's urging, Dr. Carol Foster paused for a moment and then went on. Some mutants, after accepting the ability to replicate, not only fail to acquire new ability to mutate, but their genes collapse and die. After a lot of further experiments and research, we finally found the problem after losing a lot of evil mutants. Dr. Carol Foster stood in front of Chen Mo and spoke in a gentle voice about their important discovery. In fact, the number of abilities of each mutant is not the same. Some have only one variant, while others have as many as 4. According to our research generally, there are only 4 kinds of mutants that can be possessed by mutants at most. Once the number is exceeded, the gene can't bear it, and it will collapse completely. The evil mutants who died in the ability replication experiment before are due to their original ability plus the ability of replication, and the total number is more than 4, so they will die. So, we later improved the mutation ability replication technology. Instead of directly duplicating all the abilities of a mutant, we separated all the abilities it possessed and produced X gene serum that can replicate all the abilities of individual variants. At the same time, we can also identify the variants owned by each mutant while making serum the exact number of capabilities. After listening to Dr. Carol Foster, Chen Mo thought of Apocalypse. He has more than 4 abilities in the movie. The first mutant born in the world can obtain the original variety ability of the body by robbing other people's body. Just what he shows in the film is the ability to control the sand, mind control, strengthen other mutants, self-healing, loss, power, blink, and other abilities. However, most of these abilities are acquired by taking over the bodies of other mutants later. His initial abilities should be less than 4. Other abilities are likely to coexist in a special way depending on his own unique ability of taking over and taking over. If we can study the Apocalypse, maybe we can find a way to break through the genetic restriction and coexist multiple abilities. But Chen Mo doesn't mean to give a hand to the Apocalypse at all. He hasn't lived long enough. Although Chen Mo's strength is quite strong and almost invincible compared with the mutants they meet now, he will not be arrogant and confused. In the world of X-Men, there are people in his powerful variant, not to mention the Apocalypse that lived for more than 5,000 years and once ruled Egypt. Professor X and Magneto King alone are not what Chen Mo can deal with now. Professor X's mind control has no resistance at all. The ability of Magneto King to control the magnetic field in metal is not only to completely restrain his steel battle suit, King's sword, vibration gold shield, bat chariot, and other equipment, but also to have a strong attack and defense ability. Chen Mogan, who is unarmed, is not a threat to Magneto King, but the metal power controlled by Magneto King not under any gun, but also more flexible, can cause fatal threat to him. The abilities of Sebastian Shaw, Chin Ji Lei, and Q Yin of Hellfire Club also completely restrained Chen Mo. So Chen Mo was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. His purpose is to obtain some abilities that can greatly improve his own strength through the variant ability replication technology in the X-Weapons plan. As for those mutants who are too powerful and beyond his ability to cope, Chen Mo does not intend to contact them, and the risks and benefits are not proportional to each other. Chen Mo does not need to commit risks by himself at all. After listening to Dr. Carol Forster's explanation of the limitation on the number of varieties, Chen Mo kept looking through the research materials in his hand, but asked aloud, "What are Logan's abilities?" Dr. Carol Foster replied directly, 4. Chen Mo nodded and didn't ask what these 4 abilities were. In terms of the understanding of Logan, Dr. Carol Foster was far inferior to Chen Mo, and her answer was expected by Chen Mo. According to Chen Mo's understanding, Logan's ability should have the body quality enhancement, self-healing, bone claw, wild beast intuition. In other words, in addition to the alderman strengthening that has been accepted, Logan can no longer replicate to obtain other new variants. However, with his strength and nearly immortal body's strong self-healing ability, as well as the indestructible alderman alloy skeleton and claws, his strength has been quite strong, and he is definitely in the top ranks among all the mutants. In fact, he doesn't need to strengthen any other abilities. Moreover, the variety ability is not the more the better. Unless gifted otherwise, too much ability will only distract his energy and make every ability not profound. A variety person who has several varieties ability, but cannot use them well is far from a variety person who has only one variety ability, but masters the strength of a very skilled and proficient variety person powerful. All the members of the X-Men have exerted their abilities to the extreme, and their strength is also quite strong. Many powerful and incomparable top-level strong men are also in their hands. Therefore, Chen-mo did not feel sorry for Logan's inability to acquire other variants. However, Chen asked Dr. Carol Foster another question. Can ordinary humans fuse the X gene and acquire the ability to mutate? Dr. Carol Foster shook his head at the words. This we haven't done any experiments. However, according to the conclusion of previous experiments, X gene is actually a kind of strange gene mutation. From the perspective of gene, ordinary people actually have corresponding X gene, just as some mutants have awakened one ability, while some have awakened four. There is a blank above X gene of ordinary people, and there is no ability of any variety. Chen-mo, also a top biologist involved in the development and optimization of super soldier serum, naturally understood Dr. Carol Foster's words, so he said, "That is to say, capability integration should be possible." Dr. Carol Foster nodded softly. In theory, yes, but after all, we have not carried out experimental verification. Chen-mo hears the speech head also not to raise to say, "Then verify." Dr. Carol Foster was stunned at first, then quickly understood the meaning of Chen-mo's words and nodded excitedly. Yes. A few hours later, when William Stryker was put back in the cage again, he had the magic ability to spit bubbles. He also had his own mutant code, Bubble Dragon. Dr. Carol Foster has been kind enough not to implant William Stryker with the skin of rocks or the X genes of lizards, toads, and other alien species to turn him into a monster. But even so, William Stryker is hard to accept. He has always been hostile to mutants. He regards mutants as beasts and tools. He hopes to eliminate all mutants by making X weapons. He has become a mutant, and it's the most rubbish. It has no attack ability. It can only be used to make fun of children's Bubble Dragon. William Stryker just felt very angry. I bubble your sister, I long your younger sister. Who the fuck started this name? Isn't that insulting? Burp. The emotional William Stryker thought of the place of indignation, only felt a tickle in his throat and couldn't help burping. But along with the burping, he blurted out a transparent bubble with color luster. Looking at the big colorful bubble floating slowly in front of him, William Stryker was so ashamed and angry that he even had an impulse to directly hit the wall. But if he thinks it's over, it's a big mistake. When William Stryker managed to suppress the urge to commit suicide and persuaded himself that there was still hope as long as he lived, Dr. Carol Foster strengthened him for a second time. She needs to confirm whether ordinary humans can also perform multiple enhancements and transplant multiple variants. With the last experience, this time William Stryker struggled desperately. With his roar, a series of beautiful, colorful bubbles flew out of his mouth. William Stryker, who just became a mutant, can't control his mutant ability very well. When he is excited, his mutant ability will be stimulated. With his roar, he will fly a lot of bubbles out of his mouth. The more excited he is, the bigger, the more beautiful the bubbles he spits out. If these bubbles have attack ability, it is very powerful. Unfortunately, these bubbles are really just bubbles. These bubbles, which William Stryker spits out, have no attack power except for their colorful and beautiful appearance. William Stryker does not want to resist, but as a fish at this time, his only ability is to spit bubbles. No matter how many bubbles stand out in his mouth, how big, how round, and how beautiful they are, falling on Dr. Carol Foster and others is just a result of breaking into nothingness. In addition to letting Dr. Carol Foster watch a room float flying color bubbles face a girl's heart flooding, there is no effect. This time when the experiment ended and William Stryker woke up in the prison again, he even couldn't care to get up from the ground but sat on the ground like this, looked at his body quickly and touched his cheek carefully. After that, William Stryker was a little relieved, but he didn't become a monster, but he knew in his heart that there must have been other changes. This experiment can't be without any changes. Is it any internal ability? It's okay. As long as you don't use it, it means you don't have it. If you transplant some powerful ability to him, he might be able to escape by it. But William Stryker carefully felt inside and outside his body, but he never found anything unusual. Didn't he transplant new varieties this time? In this way, William Stryker was relieved, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling lost. Now that he has been transformed into a mutant, William Stryker doesn't have so much resistance to the ability of variety, and it's very good to have a strong ability. With a complex mood, William Stryker slowly climbed up from the ground, but when he looked up and his eyes fell on the smooth, reinforced glass, William Stryker's eyes suddenly widened, and his face was shocked and unacceptable. Looking at the new image of the reinforced glass, William Stryker took a breath of old blood and sprayed it directly, which dyed the reinforced glass red. It was like a mirror on the reinforced glass. William Stryker did everything as usual. However, on his back, there was a pair of huge, colorful butterfly wings. It was hard to recover from the changes in the body. William Stryker found a familiar figure standing in the laboratory outside the cage. Looking across the glass at Dr. Carol Foster in a white coat, William Stryker roared hysterically. "Carol Foster, you stinking woman! I'm going to kill you!" William Stryker, roaring, pounced on the toughened glass, pounding it with his fist without reason. But on the other side of the toughened glass, Dr. Carol Foster didn't feel his roar at all, not even the sound of his hammering. The cage used to temporarily imprison evil mutants is completely closed in the closed state. In addition to the special independent ventilation system, it is not connected with the laboratory, so even if the mutants in the cage release any poisonous gas or small particles to attack, it cannot pose a threat to the people in the laboratory. At the same time, his voice is also isolated. Without opening the communicator, his voice can hardly be transmitted to the laboratory. Of course, he can't hear the voice in the laboratory. With the roar of William Stryker, a series of beautiful color bubbles came out of his mouth, and the gorgeous butterfly wings behind him, as well as the dazzling color light and dust falling from the fan room. It was the fairy in the legend. But when Dr. Carol Foster's shining eyes fell on William Stryker's face, he shook his head regretfully. It would be more perfect if she were a beautiful girl. Compared with William Stryker, who is determined to make powerful humanoid weapons, Dr. Carol Foster wants to create beautiful fairies and fairy tailies by using variant ability replication technology. Anyway, Chenmo just asked her to test whether ordinary people can enhance their ability to mutate. She liked what kind of ability to strengthen, so she simply copied some of her favorite abilities to William Stryker. Although Dr. Carol Foster is in her 30s, she still keeps a childlike innocence in the lab all the year round. Every night when she goes to bed, she has to hold her own doll to fall asleep. After 2 successful experiments by William Stryker, Dr. Carol Foster has begun to think about whether to replicate some variants for himself. Even though it's okay to spit bubbles, it's not elegant to control the bubbles like William Stryker. Although the 3rd-level mutant with this ability initially spits out all kinds of realistic bubbles of animal and human shapes, it's very attractive. Although the butterfly wings look beautiful, they can't be put away. There are some troubles, but in the mutant school, the ability of a mutant is to float and fly without wings. Although it is slower, it seems more like a fairy. In any case, poor William Stryker, after successfully replicating a bunch of useless abilities, was temporarily abandoned by Dr. Carol Foster and sent directly to his own mutant exhibition hall, which was closed in a freezer near the door, next to his son and frozen. I don't know how Jason would feel if he woke up and saw the gorgeous butterfly wings behind his father in the freezing cabin opposite, but he shouldn't have the chance to wake up. His ability is too powerful. Even Professor X, who has great mental power, is controlled by his illusion in the movie. Even if Dr. Carol Foster wants to study him, he won't wake up. Poor William Stryker used his body as the experimental material to satisfy Dr. Carol Foster's girlhood, and at the same time, he also answered Chenmo's question. Through the experiment of William Stryker, Dr. Carol Foster confirmed that ordinary people can also become mutants with various abilities through the technology of variant ability replication. That is to say, although Chenmo is not a mutant, he can also obtain the mutant ability he wants. After receiving the report from Dr. Carol Foster, Chen Mo was very satisfied with it. It would be nice to be able to strengthen it. If it took such a lot of effort, it would be too hard to accept it because it was not the mutant who could not transplant the mutant ability. Although Chen Mo has perfect blood and can integrate all kinds of abilities, the vampire ancestor Victor and werewolf ancestor William, who have a part of perfect blood in the world of the Legend of the Dark, have some side effects and have some fatal weaknesses while acquiring the blood of vampire and werewolf. Although Chen Mo's perfect blood is directly obtained from their father, the source of the perfect blood, Alexander Corvina's, is purer than their own, which is enough to ensure that they can acquire these abilities safely without defects. But Chen Mo can't guarantee that there will be some uncontrolled changes, such as a pair of horns or tail, even if, like Victor and James, Chen Mo didn't want to have a pair of sharp claws. He wasn't interested in wild animals. Although the probability is very low, Chen Mo doesn't want to try, and it's unnecessary. There are variant human replication technologies and now also use William Stryker to verify that ordinary humans without mutant human genes can also accept the enhancement of this variant ability and safely obtain the desired variant ability. With a more secure, reliable, and fully controllable way of strengthening, Chen Mo has no need to commit any more risks. His attempts to do so rely on perfect blood to gain these abilities. In this way, Chen Mo only needs to consider which 4 abilities he wants to strengthen. In recent years, they have arrested hundreds of mutants in total, among which hundreds of evil mutants died in the experiment, but their blood samples have been preserved and can still be used to make the corresponding X-gene serum. In addition to the remaining hundreds of ordinary mutants and surviving evil mutants, Chen Mo has a large number of mutants to choose from. First of all, Logan's self-healing ability must be strengthened. Although Chen Mo's original body recovery speed is 8 times faster than that of ordinary people, it will take several days for ordinary people to recover from a skin injury. It will take hundreds of days for people to recover from the injury. Chen Mo only shortened this time by 8 times. It can still heal within seconds after Logan's heart is pierced. There is no way to compare the ability of self-healing. Chen Mo's immortal body, originally obtained from the perfect blood, can only make him ignore the passage of time and live forever. Once his body is mortally hurt or will die, and with Logan's self-healing ability, he can really have the immortal body. For ordinary people, the mortal injury can no longer pose a threat to him. It's just like a joke that 1,000 arrows pierce the heart and open the stomach. In the worst case, it's just that the brain loses memory after being beaten into paste. However, with the strength of Chen Mo, the ability to get things at any time in space, and the original Aiden alloy shield, Zhenjin nano combat suit, Aiden alloy steel battle suit, and other super equipment, it's almost impossible to break his brain. It can be said that Chen Mo's self-healing ability will make him truly invincible. Even if he encounters a very powerful opponent, even if he fails to fight, at least there is no problem in keeping his life. In addition to the self-healing ability, the other 3 replicable abilities are not completely determined. After all, there are too many alternative abilities. There are a lot of abilities of the famous protagonists in the X-Men movie alone. Each of them is very strong. The devil-shaped woman changes her shape at will. No matter the man, the woman, the old and the young, the ability to copy almost completely can be regarded as very powerful. With this ability, Chen Mo can change her shape at will and replace her completely. Even the fingerprint and iris can be copied completely. However, the attraction of this ability to Chen Mo is not great. First of all, Chen Mo can completely become someone else's appearance by controlling his body to a certain extent. Although it is not as abnormal and almost flawless as the ability of the devil-shaped woman, it is also enough for Chen Mo to use. Moreover, this ability is more suitable for espionage and is of value to Chen Mo not very big. The power of laser eye seems to be powerful, but it is just a powerful weapon. In this respect, Chen Mo, who has a strong scientific and technological power, is not lacking. Whether it is a sonic gun, a cosmic magic square energy gun, or an electric arc pulse gun on a steel battle suit, the power is not small. The local destructive power of the king's sword is more than any energy weapon. Chen Mo is here, there is not a strong need. Moreover, the ability of Laser Eye has a huge defect. The ability of Laser Eye can't be well controlled from the beginning to the end. We must rely on special glasses to control the strength of switch and attack. Chen Mo doesn't want to wear a pair of huge glasses every moment in the future. Although Fast Silver's speed ability is strong, it is only a very high speed and response. Chen Mo's speed is not as fast as he is now, but with the overall improvement of his physical quality, sooner or later, he can surpass him. Chen Mo's speed and response are very fast now, and the bomb can't pose a threat to him. Chen Mo can calmly avoid it and improve the speed. There is not much demand for promotion, so it's not worth wasting a precious gene position for this ability of some repetition. In fact, it depends on Chen Mo's current strength. After several times of space crossing, Chen Mo has experienced Captain America, Legend of the Night, Iron Man, the End of Tears, and now the world of Wolverine. In fact, Chen Mo's strength has been quite strong. In the previous several worlds, almost all of them are the most powerful ones in the world. At present, Wolverine, with a higher level of strength, is the most powerful one in the world. We can also completely crush the X-team composed of top mutants in the world, which is also considered as the top strength in the world. But it is no longer the same as before, no longer the strongest in the world. Among the mutants, there are many powerful people who can defeat him, not to mention the Thunder Robot and Hulk that appeared after the world's power level was upgraded in the later stage of Iron Man. According to the Universal Power Level division of Marvel World, superheroes' abilities are divided into 6 categories, namely intelligence, strength, speed, endurance, energy launch, and combat skills. And each kind of ability is divided into 7 different levels. Like intelligence, it can be divided into 1 level, which is slow, 2 level, which is normal, 3 level, which is knowledgeable, 4 level, which is gifted, 5 level, which is gifted, 6 level, which is super gifted, 7 level, which is omniscient, and 7 level, and Chen Mo is comparable to the powerful gifted and powerful brain power of the peerless genius. Although he can't reach the level of 7 omniscient, he is in the 6th level, just like Tony Stark, the level of super genius. In terms of strength, if we only talk about ourselves and don't consider the equipment bonus, we will be in the 4th level, which is more than ordinary people, 800 kg to 25 tons. Speed in terms of running speed is the 3rd level, which is higher than the average but not higher than 700 miles per hour. Endurance, that is, resistance or physical recovery, is at the 3rd level, enhanced but not renewable or fully bulletproof. Energy launch, that is, the ability to launch energy out of the body, is at the 1st level. Space ability can only be used to assist or defend, and has no direct attack ability. Chen Mo's fighting skills, that is, the degree of unarmed fighting and fighting ability, have basically reached the top level, that is, the 7th level. So on the whole, Chen Mo's strength level is intelligence, 6 strength, 4 speed, 3 endurance, 3 energy emission, 1 combat skills, 7 if he only relies on his own ability. Chen Mo's speed, endurance, and energy emission level will be it has been improved to intelligence, 6 strength, 4 speed, 5 endurance, 6 energy emission, 6 combat skills, 7. But after all, the steel warsuit is an external force, which is a tool used by Chen Mo to make up for his weakness and assist him when his strength is relatively weak. Chen Mo cannot always rely on the strength of the steel warsuit, so he chooses to change according to his own ability level. Chen Mo should try to make up for his own shortcomings. From Chen Mo's own strength level, what he needs to improve most is his speed, endurance, and energy launching ability. Endurance, needless to say, Chen Mo has determined to duplicate Logan's self-healing ability, so that his endurance can reach the highest level 7, almost immortal. In terms of speed, Chen Mo has 2 choices. One is the Fast Silver mentioned earlier, but first he doesn't know where to hide and hasn't appeared yet. His ability is just Superman speed. With Chen Mo's continuously improving physical quality, he can achieve it sooner or later. Now he chooses to occupy a genetic position to strengthen this ability, which seems to be very valuable. But in the future, Chen Mo will, after the speed is increased, there will be some waste. Speed and self-healing ability are different. It is almost impossible for Chen Mo to achieve Logan's self-healing ability by improving his own physical quality. And Chen Mo's speed is enough to deal with most of the battles. Even Professor X, King of Magnets, Chin Gray and other top powers such as Raytheon and Hulk are not much faster than him. So Chen Mo is not eager to improve his body speed. Another option is blink. Instantaneous movement can make people get from one place to another in an instant, and the speed is faster than the speed of light. Therefore, with the ability of blinking, Chen Mo's speed can reach level 7, surpassing the speed of light, and his combat power and life-saving ability will be greatly improved. And the ability to blink can play an unexpected role in many cases. After all, Fast Silver's ability is to move in a straight line. It will be blocked after encountering obstacles. It can only change direction or stop. However, blinking can ignore all obstacles and directly cross a long distance. It appears in the place where it wants to appear. Ordinary obstacles, walls and cages can't trap people with blinking ability at all. Even a strong bank vault, in the eyes of people with blinking ability, is just a virtual thing, and they can enter and leave at will. Therefore, compared with the size of the effect on himself, Chen Mo finally chose the ability of blinking. Fast Silver's speed ability is not weak, but the blink is more useful to Chen Mo and more powerful. But the choice is not over here, and there are different categories of blinking abilities. As Chen Mo knows, the illusions of Team X, the Red Devils of Hellfire Club and the Night Walkers who will join the X-Men in the future, are the ones who have the ability to blink. Judging from their performance in the film, their blinking ability is not exactly the same. Judging from the process of blinking, there is a big difference between them. The blink of the Phantom is very simple. It disappears and appears directly, just like the Flash, with no other additional effects. The blink of the Red Devil and the Night Walker is like the special effect. When the body disappears, there will be a cloud-like shadow in the place where they disappear and appear. And the color of the shadow is just like that of the devil. The skin color of our body is exactly the same, one red and one blue. Chen defaulted that the blinking ability of Red Devil and Night Walker should belong to one kind, and Chen Mo temporarily called it the devil's blinking ability. Chen Mo has carefully compared the ghost in the movie with the dead man who copied the ghost's blinking ability in the later stage, and the Red Devil and the Night Walker who have the devil's blinking ability. According to the performance of the two sides in the battle, as well as the materials of the heroes he has seen, he finally found the real difference between the two sides. The blink ability of Mirage is to disappear in an instant, and the next moment will appear in another place he wants to appear. This blink is really an instant move, with no time interval between them. However, the Red Devil and the Night Walker first cross into another space that has a special connection with the Devil Mutant, and then cross and leave there, and appear in another place in the real world Fang. It will take a little time in the middle. It's not a real instant move. It should be a space jump. The two clouds and shadows before and after the blink are actually the transmission gate connecting the special space. The special space that only demonic mutants can reach is the springboard of their space jump, or relay station, which is also the reason why they can have this kind of blink ability. However, it is obvious that this kind of blinking way of turning around in another space will take a little time. It doesn't matter if it's used to drive, but in the battle, the time difference is very big. There is no interval between the instantaneous movements of the Phantom. The enemy's actions are under the control of Chen Mo, and there is no chance to react outside Chen Mo's induction. Don't worry that the enemy just attacks his position when he appears. In the movie, the reason why Mirage is caught by Saber-Toothed Tiger is that the response and battlefield control ability of Mirage is too poor. In addition, they are too confident in their own ability to move, and they are too careless to move around Victor's body in full accordance with their own rhythm. They don't notice that Victor has grasped his movement law and launched the attack all of a sudden. Before he blinked again, Victor guessed where he would be next, and then he grasped the opportunity to extend his hand in advance just in the short time before the mirage blinked. However, the illusion of carelessness didn't notice that Victor had reached for his next appearance in advance. He started the blink directly, but as a result, he just met Victor's sharp claw just like the prey on the door. It can only be said that he is too weak, or that Victor is too strong. The reaction speed and fighting consciousness of the two men are not of the same level at all. The Phantom can deal with the enemies with the same physical quality by his ability to move in an instant. It can be absolutely crushed, but it's sooner or later to catch Victor, who is stronger. The Red Devils and Night Walkers have the same Devil System blink, which gives the enemy a period of reaction time. For ordinary people or mutants with the same reaction speed, they can also completely crush them with their elusive ability. However, if they encounter enemies with the same reaction speed, they don't know that the enemy will blink for a short time what to do in time. It's likely that when they move behind the enemy in a flash, they find that the enemy has turned around and put all the weapons in place. Compared with the teleportation ability of Mirage, their space-jumping ability of Demon System is easier to be caught by enemies, which is very unfavorable when fighting with powerful enemies, because for a strong person like Chen Mo who is quick to respond, the short teleportation time is enough for him to do many things. So from the perspective of combat, the ability of Mirage is more suitable for combat. In addition to time, there is a big difference between the two kinds of blinking ability, that is, carrying others for blinking. Originally, Mirage could only bring its own clothes and equipment to blink, not people. However, after a period of intensive training in accordance with Chen Mo's method, the Mirage can now carry other players to blink together. So it seems that there is no difference between the two blinking abilities, but it is not. After being grasped by other people, or having a strong connection with other people or objects, the Phantom can choose to blink alone, only carrying the people or objects he wants to carry away. So neither the handcuffs nor the weapons passing through the body can trap the Phantom. In the movie, the Phantom is also stretched into the body by Victor's whole chicken claw, seizing the spine, seriously injured, and lost the ability to blink again when he was dying. If Rogan is replaced, he can blink away directly from Victor's hands. In the movie, Wade, the transformed dead man, moves away in a blink when Logan completely stabs the alloy claw into his body. The Devil's blinking ability is different, because their ability is not the real blinking, and they can't choose to carry the items for blinking according to their own ideas, but directly pass the body through the transmission door. If they are caught and can't break free, they can only take each other through the transmission door, which is why they can carry each other through the transmission door in the instant. The reason for taking people to transmit when the ability of moving is not strong. In fact, their ability is to open the transmission door. As long as the transmission door is opened, there is no difference between passing by themselves and taking people through, which will not bring them more burden. However, the blink of Mirage is triggered by mental power. The more things they carry for blink, the higher the requirement for ability and the more mental power they consume. Therefore, Mirage is a reality before when the strength is weak, it can't take people to blink. The difference between the two kinds of teleportation ability means that there is a great difference in the survival ability of the battlefield, whether the two kinds of teleportation ability can leave the battlefield quickly after being caught or hit by the enemy. Obviously, the ability of teleportation is still the absolute advantage. The Devil's space jumping ability is not without its advantages. When its strength is weak, its advantages are very obvious. It can get the ability to shuttle with others or more items earlier, and the transmission distance is longer. However, the ability of teleportation of Mirage is completely practical. The stronger the power is, the more people and objects can be carried, and the farther the teleportation distance is. In this respect, the devil system teleportation occupies an advantage. In the end, however, Chen Mo did not hesitate to choose to strengthen the blinking ability of Mirage. In the initial stage, the teleportation and distance are weaker than the space jump of the devil system. However, with the improvement of strength, the gap between the two will be smaller and smaller, and they will soon reverse the leap. At that time, the shortcomings of the space jump of the devil system, which has interval time and can escape at will be fully exposed and completely at a disadvantage. However, the main factor that makes Chen Mo finally make up his mind is one of the characteristics of the space jump of the devil system. As like as two peas, the devil who has the ability to jump in the devil's space is possessed by the devil's appearance. The skin of the strange man is covered with the mysterious rune of the whole body, and the long tail is exactly the same as the legendary devil. According to Chen Mo's information, the devil's blinking ability is closely related to their devil's lineage. It is because of their devil lineage that they have the ability to connect another space, and then they have the ability to jump through this space. If Chen Mo chooses to strengthen the jumping ability of Red Devil or Night Walker, he will become a devil. Chen Mo is very satisfied with his present human body and appearance. He has no interest in turning into a devil, so the devil system has been directly lost by his pass. In this way, the four abilities determine two kinds: Logan's self-healing ability and Mirage's blinking ability, while the remaining two kinds of variant abilities. Chen Mo intends to choose the type of mental power. Chen Mo has far more powerful spiritual force than ordinary people, but in addition to passively expanding the storage space, he does not know how to use these spiritual forces. Just like a person has a powerful force in the air, but does not know how to fight, how to capture, can only passively resist the attack, but does not know how to fight back, defeat, and subdue the enemy. According to the research statistics of the mutants in Chen Mo's hands, the abilities of mental force type can be roughly divided into two categories. One is the ability of mind, telepathy, mind control, making illusion, hypnosis, and other abilities that directly affect each other's mind. The other is reality, which directly affects the real world through mental power, including the ability to control objects by mental power, and the ability to control metals, ice, fire, and so on. Chen Mo's original intention was to choose one of the two types of abilities, but as his understanding of variant abilities deepened, he had another idea. In fact, the ability of each variant is equivalent to a program. Each of these programs will occupy one of the 4 gene positions in the X gene, which is equivalent to that a computer can only install 4 programs at most. Ordinary people don't have 1 program, while ordinary mutants have 1 to 4 programs. Once the 5th program is forced to be installed, the computer will crash. Although these programs occupy the same amount of space and memory, they have different degrees of simplification and effects. Even some programs, 1 program can equal 4 programs of others. The simplest thing to do is to take physical ability as an example. Some of them have strength, some speed, some endurance, some reaction, but a small number of them have all of the above abilities at the same time. In fact, these abilities only occupy 1 basic position, such as Wade and Agent Zero. Both of them have all-round physical fitness enhancement, which seems simple, but very comprehensive. Unlike some of them, they are only one of strength or speed. So there's only 1 variant of Agent Wade and Agent Zero, which makes it possible for them to continue to integrate more other variants. What Chen Mo needs is a more diversified procedure of this function. After consulting the information of all the evil mutants and the common mutants in the mutant school, Chen Mo finally found out. In addition to the evil mutants specially used for human body experiments, all the other innocent mutants arrested are also in the mutant school, established by Chen Mo, except for a large number of mutant students who are still in school, and some adult mutants. According to their abilities, Chen Mo assigned them to different positions in the school, such as teaching assistant, cleaning, chef, etc. Some of them became teachers with higher knowledge level. Besides primary school, middle school, high school, and university, there is a special kindergarten in this school. In fact, there is only one female mutant teacher in this kindergarten, and there is only one child in the kindergarten. Her name is Annie. She is the youngest of all the mutants in the base and the only little girl still in the kindergarten. Her ability is to directly communicate with others without opening her mouth. Her voice often appears in the minds of other mutants. At the beginning, she often frightens others. Naughty Annie often uses her ability to play tricks on others and frighten others. After everyone gets used to it, no one will be frightened by her again. The reason why Annie was caught was that she used this ability to talk to other children and even adults in her neighborhood, and was discovered her special ability. Annie is actually very lucky. When she was arrested, the mutant school had been established. For her sake, Chen-Mo specially arranged a young and gentle female mutant to take care of her. As the youngest child of all the mutants in the base, the lively and lovely Annie received the care of all the mutants. Every day, she was the only one besides the kindergarten class. They have nothing to do but to play around in the mutant school. After the telepathic mischief fails, the bored Annie begins to try other ways. The most important thing in the mutant school is all kinds of strange abilities, among which there are many suitable ones for mischief. Naive and simple Annie didn't have a clear understanding of the ability of variety. She thought that these abilities were like magic, which she could learn. Since she could learn the magic of speaking in other people's minds, she could learn other interesting magic. So she began to imitate the abilities of other mutants, but obviously, these abilities were not learned by her simple imitation. No matter how hard she stares at the palm of her chubby little hand, or how hard she blows, no matter how hard her puffed and rubbed cheeks blow, or how hard she blows, she can't blow a small tornado like others. However, the simple little Annie did not give up, and still constantly imitated all kinds of abilities she saw, which made everyone laugh. Everyone thought that this was a little guy's unrealistic fantasy. No one thought that she could really learn other people's variant abilities, because variant abilities are not skills that can be learned, but talents inspired by the X gene in her body. Until one time, a mutant girl used her own variety ability when teasing her, and Anne, who had been used to imitating others, had a bright eye. When the sister of a mutant with the ability of mind power and object control flies to her face with a piece of candy under her control and is caught by her, Annie's eyes brighten and suddenly has a new idea. This ability is not a good imitation object. Immediately she spread out the little hand holding the candy, stared at the candy in the palm with big eyes. At first, the next mutant girl thought it was funny to see her. She thought that she could learn her ability by imitating her. But seeing Annie's lovely and serious appearance, she didn't talk, just smiled and watched her nonsense. But next moment, when she saw the candy in Annie's palm suddenly moved, she couldn't help but stare big eyes. When the candy flew, she was shocked and unbelievable. Did she really learn it? How could it be? It was reported very quickly. Originally, Dr. Carol Forster thought that she had awakened other new varieties, or had the special ability to learn to imitate other people's varieties. But later, according to Dr. Carol Foster's test, she didn't wake up to the new variety ability. There was only one ability in her X gene, and she didn't have the ability to imitate other people's variety ability. But her new mind control ability was actually an extension of her original telepathy ability. Her real ability was not telepathy, yes, it's mindfulness. It can not only affect other people's spiritual world, but also act on the thinking force of actual objects. What's more, Dr. Carol Forster suspects that there may be other functions of her mind that have not been discovered by her. After all, she is still very young, and her use of ability is very superficial. Chen-Mo guessed that Annie's ability is likely to be a multifaceted or even all-round ability to use mental power, just like Wade's and Agent Zero's all-round physical strengthening ability. Compared with those mental abilities that need to occupy a place for ability replication, but can only act on the spirit or the real world, Annie's ability is obviously valuable higher than. However, the ability to control objects at the realistic level is good, which meets Chen-Mo's requirements for realistic spiritual ability. But now Annie's ability is only able to communicate with her at the spiritual level. Although Chenmo thinks that her ability has great potential and can develop more uses, it is precious. After all, Chenmo must be more careful about his ability quota. So, this day, Annie, the senior class of kindergarten, was brought into the laboratory by her teacher. Of course, Chenmo is not going to dissect the little guy, but to have an experiment. In the lab, Annie saw the headmaster of their mutant school, who was in awe of everyone. Annie, who was not afraid of anything, was also very afraid of Chenmo in her heart. In addition to Chenmo's identity as headmaster, many truant brothers and sisters were beaten by the headmaster's adults, and then they were carried back by the security uncles who were cold all the time. Annie had seen a big brother who was as big and strong as a hill, and the whole person had grown a circle. The big brother was carried back. Since then, Annie was afraid of the principal. She had some thoughts of playing truant. She was afraid that the principal would beat her little butt. Anne is most afraid of pain, so Anne went to kindergarten every day and never dared to play truant. Today, the teacher led her out of the school gate guarded by the security uncle and all the way to the laboratory. Annie was also very excited. She thought that because she was obedient to school every day and never skipped classes, so the teacher wanted to reward her and take her to a fun place to play. She was very happy all the way. However, after seeing Chenmo, the principal, in the laboratory, the happy expression on little Annie's face disappeared in a flash. She hid behind the teacher with a scared face. She tightly held the teacher's pants and refused to let go. A layer of water mist began to brew in her big eyes. "Annie, this is the principal. Don't you know him?" The young mutant female teacher said softly, with her head down and touching Anne's head. "Woo-woo, Annie didn't play truant. Don't beat me up, principal." Anne is afraid of pain. Anne is obedient. Chenmo looked at Annie, who was not as tall as his legs, and saw the frightened expression of the great devil. His heart couldn't help but gallop past 10,000 grass and mud horses. "Once upon a time, I was still a lorry killer, the lord of little Selina's favorite lord. How can I now become the great devil who makes little Lori fear like a tiger?" Looking at Annie's reaction, it should be that she didn't control her strength when cleaning up some truant guy before, which scared her. Thinking of this, Chenmo's face couldn't help but emerge a gentle smile. Looking at the big eyes in front of her with tears, said Annie in a soft voice that was about to snatch her eyes. "How can the headmaster beat you? Annie is very good at kindergarten, so the headmaster will reward you." Annie heard the words, and the tears in her eyes finally subsided. She stared at Chenmo with big, watery eyes and asked in a low voice, "Really?" Chenmo smiles and nods. Of course, when did the principal lie? Annie can't help but loosen one of her little hands tightly holding the teacher's pants, put her index finger into her mouth, biting her finger while trying to think with her head askew. Apart from being fierce towards truant children, it seems that the principal has never lied. Everyone also says that the principal's words count. What he said must be done. The elder brother, who was beaten to be a pig's head and became a big one at the beginning, seemed to have succeeded in truancy. When he came back, he said that the principal had let him go out for a day. If he didn't know that he couldn't escape the school gate guarded by security uncle, she was afraid that her little butt would suffer, and she was more afraid of becoming an ugly pig's head like that elder brother. Annie also wanted to go out and play "I Think About My Brothers and Sisters" praise to the principal. The principal should not have cheated her. He didn't want to spank her, but to reward her for going to kindergarten every day. Thinking of this, Annie's mist in her eyes gradually dissipated and turned to look at Chenmo expectantly, waiting for Chenmo to say the reward. Chenmo smiles. It seems that his identity of Lori Killer is not invalid, and he is so popular with little Lori. Looking at Annie's curious and expectant eyes, Chenmo didn't show off, turned directly to point to the glass wall behind her and said slowly, "This is my reward for you, a bubble dragon." Annie's eyes brightened as soon as she saw Chenmo's fingers. She found that behind the glass wall behind Chenmo was a man with beautiful butterfly wings. Annie's vision was first attracted by the colorful and incomparable butterfly wings, and she could not help but see the little stars in her eyes. How beautiful! However, when she saw the appearance of the beautiful big butterfly, she said with a disdainful toot on her face, "The headmaster lied. It's not a bubble dragon at all. It's a strange millet with beautiful butterfly wings." When Chen Mo heard this, he looked at William Stryker in the cage. As Annie said, "This is a strange millet with beautiful wings." William Stryker, who had been sent to the mutant exhibition hall and frozen, was once again awakened and locked in the prison of this laboratory. He thought Dr. Carol Foster would conduct human experiments on him again. As a result, he didn't wait for Dr. Carol Foster, but he waited for Chen Mo and the change in kindergarten kind of girl. The communication device inside the cage didn't open. Through the thick reinforced glass, William Stryker didn't hear what Annie said. But seeing her eyes shining first, and then her face disdaining, William Stryker could guess that it was 8 to 9. Regardless of William Stryker's expression of shame, anger, Chen turned around and said to Annie with a smile, "Although his appearance is strange millet with wings, he can really spit out beautiful bubbles." Annie shook her head hard and said in a sweet little voice, "I don't believe it. The principal is a liar." Hearing this, Chen Mo did not speak but smiled and looked back at William Stryker behind the reinforced glass again, showing his pondering face. William Stryker thought that Chen Mo was going to make him vomit bubbles, which made William Stryker, who regarded this as the biggest shame of his life, angry and clenched his teeth tightly, with an expression that would rather die than surrender. Chen Mo had expected this for a long time. He knew that William Stryker could not cooperate with him so easily, but he didn't plan to let him cooperate. The smile on Chen Mo's face did not diminish, which made William Stryker feel a chill in his heart, and he had some bad premonitions in his heart. But he is still biting his teeth tightly. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't open his mouth. Can Chen Mo force him to vomit bubbles? When Wilhelm Stryker made up his mind to die without succumbing to Chen Mo, a coin-sized thing suddenly appeared in his right hand on the side of his leg. With Chen Mo gently pressing a button on the top, Wilhelm Stryker in the cage felt only a current coming from his feet. His muscles could not help contracting and twitching, and his teeth were clenched. Guan is out of control. A series of colorful and beautiful bubbles come out of his mouth and soon fill the whole space behind the glass, making it gorgeous and dreamy. Seeing the effect, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Then he opened his finger, put the remote control into the space again, and turned to look at Annie. At this time, Annie's eyes were full of colorful stars, staring at a room full of beautiful colored bubbles floating behind the glass. Her mouth opened unconsciously, and a drop of crystal saliva came out from the corner of her mouth. Finally, before the saliva dripped down, Annie finally recovered from her stupor. She sucked her saliva hard and licked her lips with her little pink tongue. Then she looked happily at Chen Mo. "I really puke. A lot of beautiful bubbles." Chen Mo looked at the excited Annie and said with a smile, "The principal didn't lie to you, did he?" Annie said happily, shaking her head hard. "No, the principal is the best. Everyone said that the headmaster is a great hero and has been protecting us." Innocent Annie didn't know what her brothers, sisters, and teachers meant to protect them. But she knew that everyone respected Chen Mo and said that he was a hero, and he also rewarded Annie, who went to kindergarten, with a bubble dragon. Although the bubble dragon is ugly, Annie still thinks the principal is very good to her. Chen Mo can't help but smile when hearing Annie's words. It seems that what he has done in recent years to compensate these ordinary mutants has not been in vain. They don't resent Chen Mo's capture of them, but they regard him as a hero to protect them. As for the culprit of their imprisonment, naturally, it is the ugly bubble dragon, Mr. William S. Colonel Trek. Chen Mo is just forced to do what he is told. With the efforts of Chen Mo, the mutant school, hidden in the mutant camp, is actually more like an Eden. Their life here is far happier and freer than when they are outside. They spend every day with their peers, go to school, read books, play games, and live a carefree and happy life. Now few people try to play truant. After they go out again, it will be better and more comfortable here. A cage full of colorful bubbles made Annie happy, but soon these bubbles began to break up, and there were fewer bubbles in the cage, and finally all disappeared. Annie immediately tooted her mouth. No bubbles, and wants more. Seeing Chen Mo laughing but not speaking, and the bubble dragon behind her didn't continue to spit bubbles, Annie simply ran out from behind the female teacher of the mutant, walked 2 short legs to Chen Mo's body, stretched out 2 little hands holding Chen Mo's big hands and shook them. Principal, Annie wants bubbles. Will you let him vomit again? Chen Mo nodded with a smile, turned to William Stryker again, and carried his other hand behind him. William Stryker said it was bad, but before he could respond, a familiar current came from his feet again and his body stiffened. A series of humiliating bubbles flew out of his mouth again and soon filled the whole space. Great, excellent, it's bubbling. Annie jumped up happily and looked at the beautiful bubbles in the cage again. Then Annie looked up excitedly to Chen Mo and begged for help. Headmaster, how did you do it? How about teaching it to me? Chen Mo nodded softly. Well, it's very simple. You just need to put your consciousness into his mind and control him to spit bubbles. What Chen Mo said is actually the way that people with mind control ability control others. What he said is too complex for Annie to understand, so he can only tell her as simply as possible. As for whether he can do it or not, Chen Mo has no foundation. Annie nodded knowingly, then turned her head to see William Stryker, the great butterfly with the bubbles disappearing again behind the glass. Twice by Chen Mo's remote control electric shock, William Stryker, forced to vomit bubbles, just like being forced to rape, looked at Chen Mo with the same face of indignation and hatred, gnashing his teeth, and wished Chen Mo could be drowned with bubbles. But just as he kept cursing Chen Mo in his heart, a sweet little milk voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bubble. William Stryker's face was inexplicable, but soon his eyes fell on the little girl who was staring at Chen Mo. William Stryker, who had a deep understanding of the ability of variety, naturally knew that some mutants had the ability of spiritual communication. Annie tried Chen Mo's method and found it didn't work. The ugly, big butterfly turned to stare at her. Annie looks up at Chen Mo and finds that he is looking at her with encouragement. So Annie looks at William Stryker again, eyes wide, and tries again. And then a series of bubbling sounds began to appear in William Stryker's mind. Bubble, bubble, spit bubbles quickly. A series of intensive sound bombardment made William Stryker's head turn up in an instant, then roared in his mind, "Get out!" With his roar, his mind was clear for a moment. Looking at Annie again, he looked up at Chen Mo with a aggrieved face and said with a small mouth, "Dafu Dai is so fierce he curses." Hearing this, Chen Mo glanced back at William Stryker, who was staring angrily at the back of the reinforced glass, held out his right hand, smiled and touched Anne's head and asked, "This bubble dragon is like a lion in the zoo. It's not obedient, so it's locked in a cage. Don't be afraid. If he can't come out, you can try again." Anne nodded her head wrongly under Chen Mo's comfort, and when she looked at William Stryker again, she couldn't help but puffing up her face angrily. "You are not good." As Anne's voice fell, William Stryker's face sank into the void as if he had been jabbed with his hand. Later, William Stryker suffered vomit bubbles again in his mind. Bubbles. At the same time of the little milk sound circular bombardment, there are many finger-thick and thin depressions on her face. In addition to her ability of telepathy, the little girl has the ability of mind control. William Stryker was surprised and felt the feeling of being poked around her face. She yelled angrily again, "Get out of my way!" But this time, Annie did not stop, but angrily accelerated the frequency of double bombardment of spirit and body. The repeated sound of vomit bubbles in chanting sutras made William Stryker feel headache and crack, but with the block of reinforced glass, he had no way to take Annie apart from a roar. With the support of Chen Mo, Annie had a strong support for William Stryker. The more fierce William Stryker is, the faster she can recite scriptures. But the voice sounded directly in his mind. Even if William Stryker covered his ears, it would not help. The little finger on his face was the power of his mind. There was no body at all. Even if he covered his face with his hand, Annie's mind could still generate force from his palm and continue to poke his old face. Under the language bombardment and finger harassment of Annie, the little Tang monk, William Stryker was almost mad. If it wasn't for Chen Mo to be present, William Stryker wouldn't admit defeat. She probably couldn't stand her nagging for a long time and just managed to spit out a bubble. In this way, she destroys William Stryker mentally and physically for a long time, but still has no effect. Annie looks up to Chen Mo again in disappointment. Principal, still not, he won't listen to me. Chen has just been watching. From William Stryker's reaction, Annie apparently only used her telepathy and mind control ability together with William Stryker, which obviously failed to achieve the effect required by the experiment. So Chen Mo once again opened the patient guidance. You have put consciousness into his mind, but you're talking to him as before, but he is just like the candy in your hand. You just say to him that it is useless to let him move. You should use your mind to control him to move, not to poke his face or move his body, but to control his consciousness in his mind so that he can follow your idea how to do it. Finally, Chen Mo simply concluded. Enter his mind, don't talk to him, but just like control candy, control him to spit bubbles. Annie nodded knowingly, looked up at William Stryker behind the glass, and then put her consciousness into his mind again. This time she didn't speak directly. The principal said that she didn't need to speak to him but directly controlled him to spit bubbles like candy. Looking back on Chen's words, Annie tentatively wrapped her mind around William Stryker's consciousness like when she was controlling candy, and then gave an order. Bubble. But William Stryker still didn't respond. This time Anne didn't give up easily, but continued to try again and again. In the process of her constant attempts, her spiritual power wrapped in William Stryker's consciousness gradually infiltrated into his consciousness. William Stryker's eyes, which had been staring angrily, gradually became sluggish and lax. Finally, when Anne gave the order of vomit bubbles again, William Stryker slowly opened his mouth and slowly vomited a colorful one bubbles. Annie was very happy when she saw it and continued to order in her mind. Go on, spit out a lot of bubbles. William Stryker also kept spitting bubbles as she asked, until the whole cage space was filled with colored bubbles again. He didn't stop, and he kept spitting bubbles with his mouth open. One side saw this scene. Chen Mo didn't speak, but the corner of the mouth slowly raised a faint smile. It's a real success. Annie's successful control of William Stryker has made bubbles according to her ideas, which also shows that Chen Mo's guess is right. Annie's ability really has great potential. At least in terms of psychic ability, it's not just telepathy, speaking in other people's minds. She can control others with her own consciousness and do it according to her requirements. This is also a relatively small number of mutants see, and it has a very powerful mental control ability. Only one variant of Silver Fox has this ability in the whole base. Moreover, her ability can play a role only through physical contact. In this respect, Annie's ability is actually stronger. And this is just Annie, a big-class kid in kindergarten, under the guidance of Chen Mo, a man who is completely on paper, who has mastered it in a few minutes. Obviously, her ability still has great potential to be tapped. Chen Mo can't help laughing when he has verified the speculation in his heart and found a very comprehensive and potential spiritual ability. However, Chen Mo's experiment is not over. Next, Chen Mo becomes a potential development tutor, guiding Annie to try to sense William Stryker's idea again. With previous experience, this time Annie is easy to succeed. But when Annie says the idea in William Stryker's mind, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly cool. Principal, he scolds you. He's a bad guy. Annie hates him. Anne looked up at Chen Mo and said angrily. Chen Mo smiled coldly at first, then said to Anne in a warm voice, "Will the principal give you another present?" Well, Annie doesn't like the bad guy. The bubbles he spits are not good at all. In a short time, the little guy became Chen Mo's loyal fan. William Stryker, who cursed Chen Mo with all kinds of vicious words in her mind, became a big villain in her heart. Even the bubbles he spit out were rejected. Chen Mo touched the soft hair on her head with a smile and waved to a young female mutant teacher to bring her back. Anne was reluctant to be led by the kindergarten teacher to leave the laboratory. After a while, Dr. Carol Foster in a white coat came in. I didn't expect that the most powerful ability of so many mutants was hidden in a 6-year-old girl. Dr. Carol Foster looked at the smiling Chen Mo and said with emotion, What's more, her ability level should be only one level, so she can control the consciousness of normal adults. The potential in the future must be huge. Chen-mo nodded with approval. Judging from Anne's ability at present, her potential in the future is no worse than those of the top mutants, or even more powerful than most of them. Chen-mo doesn't choose those powerful mental mutants, such as Professor X and Fenghuangnukin Ji Lei, to replicate their abilities. On the one hand, they are so powerful that it's not easy to get their blood to make X-gene serum. On the other hand, it's because their abilities are so powerful. The main reason is that their mental power is far beyond that someone else. In terms of the types of variant abilities, their abilities are actually similar to those of many other types of psychic mutants, and their powerful psychic abilities are acquired by their own talents or by other chance coincidence, while variant ability replication technology can only reproduce variant abilities, not even their psychic abilities. Like Professor X's strong mental power and Qin Ji Lei's phoenix power, they are not replicable. Chen-mo is not limited by the plot. He focuses all his attention on the famous strong. Instead of spending a lot of energy and taking a huge risk to copy these powerful but not very comprehensive abilities, it's better to turn to look for the weak, but the mutant ability itself is very precious and comprehensive, with greater potential. After growing up, the more powerful mutant is the replication object, and Chen-mo finally finds out that's Annie. Just because she has been successfully stimulated at present, her abilities include telepathy, thought reading, mind control, and mind power control. All these abilities are actually extensions of the ability of mind power, occupying only one X-gene position. Even if other functions of mind power that may not have been stimulated are not considered, this ability is enough for Chen-mo to make up his mind, make it to yourself, and occupy a valuable place. Get ready to make X-gene serum. It's time to strengthen it. Dr. Carol Foster nodded at the words. Okay. Then she suddenly thought of a little, can't help looking at Chen-mo's question. There is another capability you intend to. Originally, Chen-mo decided to strengthen Logan's self-healing ability and Mirage's blinking ability. He intended to choose two kinds of mental power types of mind and reality to strengthen them, but Annie's mental power included both of them, so now there is an empty capacity. Dr. Carol Foster was curious about what Chen-mo would choose to strengthen. Hearing Dr. Carol Foster's inquiry, Chen-mo smiled and said a name. What? But Dr. Carol Foster, who heard Chen-mo's answer, showed an unbelievable look. Obviously, Chen-mo's answer was beyond her expectation. She didn't expect that Chen-mo's choice would be him. In fact, when learning that Annie's ability is likely to include two kinds of abilities, mind and reality, Chen-mo thought about what other alternative abilities should be. The first thing people think of is the two bosses of X-Men, Professor X and Wan Siwang. Their abilities have basically reached the peak of the ability of the world's mutants. Professor X's powerful telepathy and mind control ability, with the cooperation of instruments, can even connect all human beings and mutants around the world and kill them all. And Magneto King can control a large number of metals for attack and defense, and its destructive power is not weaker than that of the Professor. Because they are so powerful, Chen would not dare to make their ideas. Chen-mo is far from the rival of Professor X and Magneto. Professor X's telepathy can directly read his memory and know his innermost secret. Chen-mo has nothing to hide in front of him. Magneto King's magnetic field control ability is the star killer of Chen-mo's iron and steel battle suit and other equipment. Even the powerful Edelman alloy is still a kind of metal, which will be controlled by Magneto King. In the movie, the Wolverine, whose skeleton is injected with Edelman alloy, has no power to fight back in Magneto King's hands. The ability of Magneto King to control metal to attack is even more powerful. It can not only control metal to change into various shapes and shoot out at the speed comparable to bullets, but also can lift the whole bridge as a mechanized force. In fact, Chen-mo can't compete at all. At least until Chen-mo has the ability to resist Professor X's telepathy and manipulation, and the endless metal attack of Magneto King. Chen-mo does not intend to appear in front of the two. What's more, what they are really powerful is their inborn and postnatal spiritual power. Although their own ability is also very strong, it's not incomparable. If other people have their ability, it's impossible for them to have such a strong strength. Professor X's telepathy and control ability, Annie's mental power can be completely replaced, while Magneto King's ability is also very strong. But from his name, we can see that his ability is not to directly control metal, but to use magnetic field to control metal, which is similar to the effect of mental power, and can't cause damage or reorganization to Edelman alloy. Only it's enough to apply force to it, just like controlling other ordinary metal movements. Moreover, the ability of Magneto King to control the magnetic field has a huge limitation. It can only work on metals, but it has no effect on non-metallic materials such as plastics, wood, cement, and so on. This is not as wide and comprehensive as the application of imagination. This is another weakness of King Wan Siweng, in addition to his fear of mind control. In the movie, he is also captured by the army using non-metal weapons and locked in a special prison without metal, which is no different from ordinary people. So with the power of mind that can control any object, Chen Mo, the king of magnetism, doesn't need much. Although she was surprised by Chen Mo's choice, Dr. Carol Forster knew that Chen Mo must have his reasons for it, so after the shock, she nodded her head and was ready to leave. She prepared for the experiment according to Chen Mo's request. Wait. Just as Dr. Carol Foster turned around, Chen Mo suddenly stopped him. Dr. Carol Foster looked at Chen Mo with some doubts. Anything else, Colonel? Chen Mo smiled, glanced at William Stryker behind the reinforced glass not far away, and said slowly, William Stryker has only 2 variants now. Dr. Carol Foster nodded at the words. Yes, what do you mean? In the face of Dr. Carol Foster's puzzled expression, Chen Mo said with a light smile, Try it first to see if he can surpass the limit of the mutant and bear more abilities. Dr. Carol Foster soon understood the meaning of Chen Mo after hearing the words. Then he looked sympathetically at William Stryker, who was looking at them with hatred behind the reinforced glass. Looking at the fierce and strong hatred in his eyes, Dr. Carol Foster nodded without hesitation. Well, Colonel, I happen to have some new ideas to try. At this point, Dr. Carol Foster's eyes even showed a hint of excitement, obviously looking forward to the next experiment. Chen Mo nodded, didn't look at William Stryker in the cage anymore, and left the laboratory directly. Dr. Carol Foster didn't rush to leave. He just stood there quietly and looked at William Stryker. He thought about how to carry out the experiment and verify her idea. Although William Stryker can't hear the conversation just now between Chen and Mo, he still feels that it's wrong from the look they look at him. But he can't do anything except stare at Dr. Carol Foster angrily. Even if he swears, the opposite side can't hear it at all. William Stryker didn't know. The curse in his mind was sensed and told Chen Mo by Annie. He didn't know that Chen Mo was so mean that he was sentenced to death. Now Dr. Carol Foster is deciding the process of his death. What form to say goodbye to the world is between Dr. Carol Foster's thoughts. After a long time, Dr. Carol Foster finally thought about the experiment process. After a deep look at William Stryker, she turned around and left the lab, leaving William Stryker standing behind the strengthened glass with a dignified face. In his mind, a very bad feeling was becoming stronger and stronger, but in addition to the passive waiting, there is no way. Although he became a mutant, one of his abilities was to vomit bubbles without any use. Although the wings of a butterfly didn't match him very much, they could let him fly. However, they were in the secret base in the mountain, and he was locked in a closed cage, let alone could fly. Even if he really became a butterfly, he could not fly out at all. This feeling of powerlessness almost drove William Stryker crazy. Shortly after Dr. Carol Forster left, the air of William Stryker's cell was slowly filled with a wisp of colorless and tasteless special gas. William Stryker's frown slowly spread out, and his eyes became blurred. Soon, he lay on the ground and fell asleep. After releasing the anesthetic gas and toppling William Stryker, Dr. Carol Foster returned to the lab with 2 soldiers behind him. At a glance, Dr. Carol Foster, who was lying on the ground in a coma, stepped aside to the console and operated quickly. Then the strong, reinforced glass wall rose slowly. 2 soldiers called by Dr. Carol Foster came forward while the glass wall rose. They were going to erect the fallen William Stark and lift him go to the bench. But before the 2 of them came to the front, William Stryker, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. I saw him lift up his upper body from the ground, and a pair of colorful butterfly wings behind him quickly flapped up, driving him to fly up from the ground and fly out through the open cell door directly. William Stryker, who was sleeping in the cage, suddenly flew up from the ground, directly through the open half of the cage door, flew up to the top of the laboratory, and quickly around the 2 soldiers who had just reacted, fled towards the outside of the laboratory. He was pretending to be dizzy just now. In the previous 2 intensive experiments, Dr. Carol Foster used the same method to release anesthetic gas to make William Strick dizzy before he was carried out. William Stryker was also prepared for this. This time, after feeling a strong sense of crisis from Chen and Mo, William Stryker predicted that they would start again. And this time, he may not be so lucky to be able to successfully survive the experiment again, so he simply gambled on it. When Dr. Carol Foster was supposed to release the anesthetic gas and go out to ask the soldiers to help, William Stryker lay on the ground with his breath held. In order to prevent Dr. Carol Foster from spying on his reaction in other places, William Stryker simply performed the whole set of play. Even if Dr. Carol Foster was in the laboratory, he also played it hard to detect that he's faking. In the end, he really managed to deceive everyone and escaped in the gap between opening the door and catching him. Seeing William Stryker's figure is about to fly out of the laboratory. With his familiarity with the base, it's really possible to escape from the base. Dr. Carol Foster didn't expect that William Stryker could bear such a deep feeling that he never showed his ability to fly. Dr. Carol Foster once thought that the gorgeous butterfly wings were just ornaments this carelessness gave him a chance to take advantage of. Moreover, he accurately inferred the time when Dr. Carol Foster released the anesthetic gas and successfully fooled everyone. 2 soldiers called by Dr. Carol Foster to help carry people, so they didn't bring guns. Now they can only watch William Stryker disappear at the door of the laboratory. At this time, William Stryker, who escaped from the laboratory, was full of excitement and pride. William Stryker, who became a prisoner and an experimenter overnight, knows better than anyone about the base he designed and transformed. He knows that it's impossible to escape after being locked up, so he's always hiding his head and waiting for the opportunity. With butterfly wings, he knew that there was monitoring in the laboratory, and he didn't try to fly in a positive way. Instead, he would lie on the ground and pretend to inadvertently flap his wings and carefully look for the feeling of flying when people were still at night. Later, he looked like sleeping on the bed. In fact, his body was almost in the air. Although his body and bed were in the air, however, there is still contact, but in fact, there is no pressure on the bed. As long as he uses a little more strength, he can fly. Hiding the card of flying, with the knowledge of the base and the speculation of Dr. Carol Foster's action, William Stryker finally escaped from prison today and regained his freedom. Whoosh! Just as William Stryker, who was flying out of the laboratory, was about to speed up his flight through the corridor outside the door and leave the base at the fastest speed from a secret passage not far away from here, William Stryker felt only a pain in his shoulder and could not help turning his head to look at it. He found a transparent injection with a length of only a few centimeters and a thickness of chopsticks. The needle was in his left shoulder, and the medicine had been injected into his body. Then, William Stryker felt that his whole body began to become numb quickly, and his brain became dizzy. His flight was interrupted completely, and William Stryker's body fell from the air. Bang! William Stryker's body fell to the ground from 3 meters high in the air, but William Stryker couldn't care about the sharp pain coming from all over his body. He tried hard to lift his head from the ground and looked at the direction just shot by the needle tube with wide eyes. Before he lost his consciousness completely, he was familiar with the corridor facing the laboratory. Dorzai's figure finally came into his eyes. William Stryker's eyes, which were almost completely blurred, showed a trace of clarity and unwillingness, and then he fell into a coma completely under the influence of powerful anesthetics. Duh, duh. A crisp sound of footsteps came slowly from the end of the corridor and finally stopped in front of William Stryker. Chen Mo looks down at William Stryker, who is in a coma, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Throwing away the anesthesia gun, Chen ordered the two soldiers who had just rushed out of the laboratory door. Take him back. Although the two soldiers didn't stop William Stryker just now, they were quick to react and rushed out after him. However, when they came out slowly, they only saw William Stryker lying unconscious on the ground and Chen Mo standing in front of them, holding an anesthetic gun. Seeing this picture, how could the two people not understand what just happened? Yes, Colonel. They saluted Chen and then went forward together. They stooped and raised William Stryker, who had just escaped from the laboratory gate, and carried him back. As soon as they returned to the lab, they met Dr. Carol Foster, who was running out with a worried face. But when she saw William Stryker, who was carried back by two soldiers, she couldn't help but be shocked. When she saw Chen Mo, who came in later, she understood. Dr. Carol Foster could not help but sympathize with William Stryker, who was carried to the experimental platform by two soldiers and began to be tied up. He always called himself a mutant killer, but he was restrained by Chen Mo. The X-weapon plan that has spent his whole life is about to succeed, but Chen Mo intercepts Hu. He not only loses the control of the X-weapon plan, but also becomes a prisoner. Even now he has a hard time planning to escape. He is once again destroyed by Chen Mo when he sees the success, and then he leaves the door, and then he is caught back. But soon, Dr. Carol Foster remembered that it was because of his carelessness that William Stryker escaped. If Chen Mo had not appeared in time, he might have escaped. Thinking of this, Dr. Carol Foster could not help looking at Chen Mo with remorse. Because of his carelessness, Dr. Carol Foster, who almost let William Stryker go, looked at Chen Mo with a reproachful face and said in a low voice, "Colonel, just now." Chen Mo shakes his head gently. "I know, it's not your fault." Dr. Carol Foster took a look at Chen Mo gratefully. If William Stryker had been in charge of the experiment before, he would not have let her go so easily because of her mistake. At least there was a rebuke. In fact, Chen Mo knew about William Stryker's hidden flying ability for a long time. Chen Mo didn't believe that he would give up resistance so easily for the sinister and cunning villain in the original movie. Although he can't monitor all day, don't forget that he has Jarvis. Chen has already ordered Jarvis in the wristwatch to access the base's control system and conduct comprehensive monitoring of the base. Through cameras all over the base, Chen can fully grasp the situation of the whole base, including William Stryker in the cage. Although he always chooses to lie on the bed in the middle of the night pretending to be unconscious and quietly practice flying, even if other people happen to see it, they only think it's unconscious action in their sleep. But Jarvis is not so easy to fool. He easily discovers the fact that William Stryker pretends to sleep and accurately analyzes the power of William Stryker's wing flapping just right counteract all his gravity, so it's clear that he's quietly practicing flying, trying to escape. After Chen Mo planned to deal with him, he expected that he would run away. So after he got what he needed, Chen Mo returned to the lab in time. He didn't give William Stryker a chance to enjoy the escape. When he just escaped from the lab door, he directly shot him down. After a few words of relief from the remorse of Dr. Carol Foster, Chen Mo turned to ask, "Well, have you worked out a plan for the experiment?" Hearing Chen Mo's question, Dr. Carol Foster nodded and looked at William Stryker, who was fixed on his hands, feet, and body on the experimental platform. Dr. Carol Foster's face suddenly cooled down and his voice said coldly, "I've thought about it and it should also suit him. Since he likes flying so much, I'll give him more wings." Turning to Chen Mo, Dr. Carol Foster's voice softened and explained softly, "I'd like to see if the same type of variation can be integrated." Chen Mo nodded after listening, which is a good idea, but the possibility of success is not high, but it doesn't matter, just waste. Just then, Dr. Carol Foster suddenly found out something wrong and shouted at the two soldiers. Soldier, turn him over, back up. Her next step is to carry out all the strengthening experiments of wings. Only when her back is up can she see the effect of the experiment more clearly. Hearing this, the two soldiers quickly relocated and tied up according to Dr. Carol Foster's request. Chen Mo took his eyes back from the experimental platform and asked Dr. Carol Foster, "Are you ready for his enhanced X-gene serum?" Dr. Carol Foster shook his head. "Not yet." "That's right. Make these serum together with you. Let's practice first." Chen Mo says, took out 4 needle tubes from the space. Inside is loading 4 fresh red blood. "Then I will make these 4 serum by myself." Just now, Chen Mo left the lab to extract the blood needed to make X-gene serum. Dr. Carol Foster soon understood Chen Mo's meaning. He was not sure that other people could make the serum. However, Dr. Carol Foster was not dissatisfied with the trust but nodded his head naturally. It was impossible for her to make her own serum, because once there was an accident, the consequences were too serious. No wonder Chen Mo is cautious. If the X-gene serum is not good, it will inadvertently strengthen some unnecessary abilities and occupy the valuable capacity. If it exceeds the capacity limit, it may lead to gene collapse and body explosion. The X-gene serum containing multiple X factors is extremely toxic to the mutant, but this does not mean that Logan, who has an immortal body, will die after the injection of X-gene serum. Even if X-gene serum is injected, the new X factor will spread and change the gene in Logan's body, although it will kill his cells. But Logan's own strong self-healing ability will quickly regenerate new cells. Moreover, the speed of X factor changing gene and killing cells is far slower than that of Logan's cells. Therefore, the body damage caused by this gene collapse, it will be confined to a small area of the body, and there is no time for it to spread. Moreover, the ability of X-gene serum to change genes is not infinite. A normal dose of X-gene serum can only transform cells in a person's whole body. With the continuous death and regeneration of cells in that part of the body area where Logan is injected, when the transformation ability of X factor is exhausted, it will completely lose its effect. Therefore, the injection of X-gene serum to Logan will not cause his gene to collapse and die, but it has no strengthening effect. Therefore, as long as Chen Mo strengthens his self-healing ability first, he doesn't have to worry about death. But if the 4 X genes of Logan are not completely separated, the 4 abilities that Chen Mo envisions won't be fully realized, and the consequences are also very serious. Although Dr. Carol Foster can't betray him, but it's related to his own safety and ability, Chen Mo doesn't allow any unexpected possibility. Then let's start. Immediately, Dr. Carol Foster took 3 blood tubes out of the freezer on the side of the lab. The blood in these 3 test tubes comes from 3 mutants with flying ability, of which 2 have only one ability, namely dragonfly wings and wings, while the other has 2 abilities, bat wings and ultrasound. Dr. Carol Foster said, dividing the tube in his hand into 2 parts, putting one of them down and taking the other 2 to an instrument. Let's start with simplicity. Next, Chen Mo and Dr. Carol Foster made 2 sera of dragonfly wings and wings together, and then separated and treated the sera of Batman, and finally produced the X-gene sera with only one ability of bat wings. Chen Mo has also fully mastered the production method of X-gene serum.